Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
We're going to have us some grilled oysters from the Rat Trap. Yeah, you probably looking like, yo, where you going? Rat Trap oysters. I see ties and I see a tie shop. Well, yeah. So you're going to park where you can find parking. You're going to walk past the tie shop and you're going to hit that cut right there. I'm going to show you. And that's where the trap at. So at the end of this white fence thing is the Rat Trap. So I heard ain't nothing fancy about the trap but good food. So this is why we're here to have us some grilled oysters. All right, so this the trap. We in the right place? I'm good, how are you? Okay, so this is the menu. We got the Rat Trap menu. We got grilled oysters topped with crab meat, lobster bites, and crawfish. Half a dozen. And I should ask you, what do you have? That's what I should.
We just have oysters today, banana pudding, and strawberry pudding.
Okay, so I know I want me some oysters.
How many?
So let's do a half a dozen oysters.
Okay.
With how do I determine? Oh, all that's just how it come with the.
Yes, all of them come the same.
Okay. So that's what I'll take.
Okay.
So a half a dozen with all this. So this is what it is. The toppings are crab meat, lobster bite, and crawfish. Okay.
You a first timer?
I am a first timer.
Right, so this is how we treat our first timers. So you can go ahead and try it on camera since you're recording. We're prepared for you.
Okay, so if you're a first timer, you get a sample.
Yes. So I got crackers, I got hot sauce.
I just need some hot sauce. Like, we don't need no crackers. I'm sure it's that good. It don't need no crackers.
All right.
Okay. You know what? Without the hot sauce. I ain't gonna put no hot sauce this first time.
Well, you got 6 to try, so.
Okay, so I'm gonna take this one. This one looks good. Oh, y'all look at that. Okay, so off rip, I see the crawfish. Looks like we got some crab meat right here. A little bit of cheese. I need an official bite.
It was worth the drive.
Wait. All right. If you're afraid of the texture of oysters, it's not in here. It's not. That oyster tastes like steak. It's not mushy at all. Let me get all this out of here. Now, y'all already know I'm a seafood chick. I love me good seafood. But this is different. That is very, very nice. Mm-hmm.
What you rated 10 out of 10?
Come back again.
I know you heard only at the Rat Trap.
At the Rat Trap. Wow, this is good. Now, I'm sure a piece of French bread, crackers, dip all that goodness out. And one thing because I eat oysters. One thing that I can appreciate, these were cleaned very well. I didn't get no shells out of that bite whatsoever. The worst thing for me is sand and shells when I'm eating oysters. No shells in that bite. Woo! Y'all know. They're
Working out, just doing some chores.
and it's cute. All right, so we got God and Goddesses Fitness Club. So not only do you come get you some good food, you get you some get right too, as far as your keeping that belly snatched and looking good.
Digestive system.
And she has some detox turmeric punch. Turmeric strawberry punch. So I'm definitely gonna have some of that.
It has organic strawberries, organic mangoes, organic lemon, turmeric, ginger, and raw honey, no sugar.
Okay.
It's for your digestive system. It's for inflammation, pain. You have like really bad sciatica, menstrual cramps,
Oh, okay.
diabetes, high blood pressure.
Oh, so this is a fix all in one drink. And get fine in the soup.
Absolutely.
So what size would you think I need? Maybe a large?
I think maybe extra.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
Okay. And this is how you can find her here. Is this
This is the Cash App, and this is how much the sauna suits are normally 25, but they're on special for 10. And then the sauna vests, they're on special for 10 as well. And then
Okay.
that's the detox.
and how can they find you? You have an Instagram or
Yes,
a
I have an Instagram at Chinks Goddess, at Gods and Goddess Fitness Club.
Chinks Goddess? All right. So what I owe you?
You owe me 45.
Okay, and you got one of these on there, right?
Yes, when you get it, if you do Zelle, it's no fee for Cash App and Apple
Okay.
Pay. It's $2 fee.
No worries. And this is right here. Let's.
That's strawberry and vanilla.
Okay. And let me let's taste this.
Hold on.
Ain't no words talk. All right, so this is strawberry banana pudding. That is good. That is nice. Let's get these cookies. You know I love. Well, they know I'm low key greedy. Mm-hmm. She ain't skimping on it, none. That is good. All right, eat my food first. All right, so I got my oysters, I got my detox juice, and I got my sauna soup. One-stop shop. But these good. Listen, don't pass judgment based off of location. From what it is that I just tasted, fantastic. Grilled oysters in Tampa, Florida at the Rat Trap. Ooh, they look. Hold on. Look at that. Ooh. So we got some crab meat, we got some lobster meat, we got some crawfish. Tastes like Parmesan cheese. A little bit of Parmesan cheese and some butter of some sort going on here. Ooh. Look at that. The texture is so right. That's the oyster right there. It's so good. Hold on. Let's put it on the front. Let's put it on the cracker and get that whole effect going on here. There you go. Hold on. Hold on, let me get this. There you go. Mm. That is divine. That is fantastic. You don't need nothing. I want all of this sauce. The sauce is so good. I want to eat my hair. Mm-hmm. I can't describe this. That is good. Wow, that is wonderful. Let me see what's in this bottle. Wonderful.
I don't know. Watching her eat is not good video.
Kick in that sauce. It's not Cajun, but I'm definitely getting some Parmesan, little Italian seasoning almost. I don't know. I can't, and I'm usually good at this, but I cannot call it. But they are so yummy. The Rat Trap. Say ain't nothing fancy about the trap but good food in Tampa, Florida. And that was no lie. This one looks. They're shucked fresh. They're cleaned right here. And they're grilled right here. Yo, gang, listen. You ever in the Tampa area? I will definitely add this address into the description. It may bring you to a tire shop. You at the right place. Find yourself a park, follow the white fence all the way to the back, and you're going to see the Right Trap on the right-hand side. Wonderful, wonderful food. The customer service was great. The hospitality was beautiful. And the food is definitely a 10 out of 10. This was fantastic. Yo, gang, listen. Thank y'all so much for joining me on another episode of What is Yolk Eating? Y'all know I love me some good food, but I love y'all for life. Mucho besitos. Peace.
Well, good morning, everybody. That was Yoki Stirrup. I've been watching her for a little while. She very interesting character, and most of her shows, as you can imagine, revolve around food. But she'll get out there and fish and grill, and she's a pretty interesting character. So welcome to Stanley versus the World. Please make sure you hit the like button on your way in. Pretty much the regular stuff today. News, stories, and couple opinion pieces. And then towards the end of the show, there's a longer video that SKC and I talked about yesterday. We may get to it, we may not. And just a reminder, I'm not sure I will be doing a show tomorrow morning and the next morning. I may or may not. I'm going to be on the road. So we shall see. So let's go ahead and get into, as always, news begins and sometimes ends with Donald Trump. So he attended the G7 gathering in Banff, Canada. I know there's a Banff Center. Other than that, I don't know much about the city. But anyway, of course, wherever Donald Trump goes, controversy is always in his wake. So says here, White House says Trump to leave G7 meeting in Canada early to return to Washington amidst Mideast tensions. By the way, there's a little bit of mystery or controversy around him leaving early, and I think I'll get to that at some point in the next few stories. But anyway, the headlines are Donald Trump announced he will leave the G7 meeting early, missing a scheduled meeting with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, according to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Trump's early departure is attributed to ongoing tensions in the Middle East, where conflicts between Iran and Israel have escalated. Albanese planned discussions with Trump, included AUKUS and U.S. tariffs on Australian goods, which are essential for economic relations between the two nations. Tensions in the Middle East have escalated, with Iran launching missiles at cities in Israel. In response, Israel strikes on Iran's military and nuclear sites. And the next story, pretty much the same thing. Trump leaves G7 meeting early to deal with Mideast, signs a group statement, which he was reluctant to sign to begin with, but for some reason or another acquiesced. Maybe this story gets into it.
You're listening to Trump leaves G7 meeting early to deal with Mideast. Signs group statement, a news story written by Kat Zekarjewski, Amanda Coletta, and Cleve R. Wootson Jr., and read by an AI-generated voice. Banff, Alberta. President Donald Trump left the Group of Seven summit a day early to attend to the conflict between Israel and Iran, the White House announced Monday, after he called for a broader de-escalation of hostilities in the Middle East in a statement with other global leaders. Trump initially declined to sign the G7 statement, but reversed his position following discussions with other leaders in the group and changes to the initial draft, according to a U.S. official who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe the sensitive conversations. The official declined to say what changes secured Trump's sign-off, but the statement omitted language that called for both Iran and Israel to show restraint, which appeared in an earlier draft of the agreement viewed by the Washington Post. The published statement affirmed Israel's right to defend itself and called Iran the principal source of regional instability and terror. It also reiterated that Iran cannot possess a nuclear weapon. We urge that the resolution of the Iranian crisis leads to a broader de-escalation of hostilities in the Middle East, including a ceasefire in Gaza, the statement said. The statement was released shortly before Trump departed for Washington, after a dinner with other attendees of the summit. Trump displayed some policy divisions with other G7 leaders earlier in the day, and his reversal on the statement was a rare showing of cooperation with other presidents and prime ministers at the forum. "I have to be back," Trump told reporters Monday night while posing for photos. "You probably see what I see, and I have to be back as soon as I can." Trump had earlier posted a statement on his Truth Social platform, declaring that everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran, referring to Iran's capital, which has a population of almost 10 million. America first means many great things, including the fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Make America great again, he wrote in a separate post. Trump had been scheduled to meet Tuesday with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. "I wish I could stay for tomorrow, but they understand," Trump said. Other presidents, including Trump in his first term, have cut short trips to the G7 and similar international meetings in recent years. In 2023, for example, President Joe Biden shortened a trip to the Pacific region, skipping stops in Papua New Guinea and Australia to deal with the U.S. debt crisis. But Trump's announcement here came in a far more ominous context as the United States expands its military presence in the Middle East. The Pentagon sent more than 24 tanker planes from the U.S. to Europe on Sunday and Monday, a shift that U.S. officials linked to commanders' desire for options should American facilities in the Middle East face a direct threat. The Navy, meanwhile, canceled a port stop in Vietnam for the USS Nimitz, sending that aircraft carrier and other warships escorting it to the Middle East more quickly than had been expected, defense officials said. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said in a statement posted to X early Monday evening that he directed the deployment of additional capabilities to the Middle East. Protecting U.S. forces is our top priority, and these deployments are intended to enhance our defensive posture in the region, the statement said, without specifying what kinds of forces he sent. The military is postured defensively in the region, in pursuit of a deal with Iran, Hegseth said during a Fox News interview. Jets, air defense assets, and counter-unmanned aircraft systems are there to set the conditions for a deal, he said. President Trump's made it clear, it's on the table, Hegseth said, referring to a possible deal. The question is whether Iran will take it. In negotiations in recent weeks, the U.S. has insisted that Iran entirely give up its capacity to enrich nuclear fuel, which can be used for civilian reactors, but at higher levels of enrichment, can also be fashioned into bombs. Iran has insisted that it would not give up enrichment entirely, saying that it has the right to a civilian nuclear program under international treaties. Trump and other senior U.S. officials have said the United States is not participating in Israel's strikes on Iran. But Washington is supporting Israel in other ways, including fending off Iranian attacks. Trump has warned Iran against attacking U.S. forces in the region, and no such attacks have taken place, U.S. officials have said. Asked at a news conference earlier in the day about possible deeper U.S. involvement in the fighting, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, "President Trump will decide what is best for America. Any contribution will be welcomed." The G7 summit began on the fourth day of the Middle East conflict, a fresh wave of violence in the region that undermines Trump's commitments to serve as a global peacemaker. Throughout the day, Trump maintained a conciliatory tone in public meetings with other world leaders. Trump's decision to sign the Middle East statement is a victory for the organizers of the summit, who sought to navigate conversations about Israel, the war in Ukraine, and global trade without inviting Trump's ire. In less than 5 months in office, Trump has upended U.S. diplomacy with a friendlier posture toward Russia and an antagonistic approach to longtime U.S. allies, including this year's G7 host Canada. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said he fully understood Trump's decision to depart, saying he was very grateful for the president's presence. At a morning meeting, Trump confirmed that he had received signals through intermediaries that Iran wants to de-escalate the fighting. He said Tehran should have struck a deal to impose limits on its nuclear program before a 60-day deadline that he had set. They have to make a deal, he said. And it's painful for both parties. But I'd say Iran is not winning this war, and they should talk immediately before it's too late. Trump appeared in a cooperative mood even before he reversed his position on the summit statement on Iran, and avoided the personal attacks on U.S. allies that have defined many of his past international summits. He appeared to be on good terms even with leaders on the other end of the political spectrum, including British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. "He's slightly more liberal than I am, but for some reason we get along," Trump said. He and Starmer signed a trade agreement, finalizing a pact that the administration had announced in May. There were early signs, however, that Trump was not aligned with his counterparts. He began the summit with criticism of former leaders and said they had made a big mistake in 2014 when they booted Russian President Vladimir Putin from what was then called the Group of Eight. He did not acknowledge that Russia was suspended because it invaded and later annexed the Crimean Peninsula. Putin was insulted by the exclusion, Trump said, claiming that the war in Ukraine could have been avoided if Putin had been kept in the fold. "You know you have your enemy at the table," Trump said. "He wasn't really an enemy at that time. There was no concept. If I were president, this war would have never happened." Trump blamed the decision to exclude Russia on then-President Barack Obama and Canadian then-Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, even though Trudeau did not take office until the following year. He said he was unsure whether Putin should be allowed back in the group because too much water has gone over the dam, maybe. He also said it was not a bad idea when asked whether Chinese President Xi Jinping should be invited to future G7 meetings. Trump's public appearances for the day began with a one-on-one meeting with Carney. In comments to reporters after the session, the president was complimentary. He expressed optimism that he and Carney could work out a deal on trade, and he directed no venom at the world leaders with whom he would be meeting, even as he criticized their predecessors. "I'm a tariff person. I've always been a tariff. Simple. It's easy, it's precise, and it just goes very quickly," Trump said when asked about trade talks with the Canadians. And I think Mark has a more complex idea, but also very good. So we're going to look at both. We've developed a very good relationship, he added. A senior Canadian government official, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss the negotiations, said Monday that Trump and Carney had a productive meeting that lasted for more than an hour and focused on trade and security negotiations. Carney told reporters that the meeting was fantastic. Carney started the meeting by flattering Trump, wishing Trump and the U.S. military a belated happy birthday, and praising the president's bold decision-making. The tone marked a contrast from April's federal election campaign here, in which Carney cast himself as the anti-Trump and rode to victory on a wave of anger about Trump's tariffs and repeated threats to use economic force to make Canada the 51st state. Tariffs are at the top of the agenda for many G7 attendees, as the meeting, founded to foster economic cooperation, evolved into a negotiating forum after Trump launched trade wars against key U.S. partners. In remarks at a session on the global economic outlook, Ursula von der Leyen, president of the European Commission, said that it was in our shared interest to keep trade between G7 countries open. She said tariffs create uncertainty, fuel inflation, and divert energy from countering China's unfair trade practices. We agree. The current global trading system is not working as it should, von der Leyen said, according to a statement released from her office. Guardrails are clearly missing. On this point, Donald is right. There is a serious problem. But we strongly feel that the biggest challenges are not the trade between G7 partners. After Monday's bilateral meeting, Dominic LeBlanc, the Canadian cabinet minister responsible for U.S.-Canada trade, said that both sides had agreed to meet later this week and that Trump and Carney agreed to collectively accelerate our work on a trade and security deal. A statement from the Prime Minister's office said that the leaders agreed to pursue negotiations toward a deal within the coming 30 days. He declined to say whether the president had raised the prospect of Canada becoming the 51st state behind closed doors Monday.
Talk about manifest destiny. Let's look at this video here. It's about 52 seconds. Let's see. There is sound.
Well, I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host. It's been just such a thank you in Canada. But you probably see what I see. And I have to be back as soon as I can. We're going to dinner with these wonderful leaders. And then I get on the plane. I have to be back early for obvious reasons. I loved it. I tell you, I loved it. And I think we got a lot done. Really a lot done. In fact, UK, we signed a big trade deal today, and we're working on others. But we had just a really great relationship with everybody, and it's really nice. I wish I could stay for tomorrow, but they understand. This is big. This is big stuff. You have questions for anybody else?
Mr. President, how
He looks tired. So let us move on. A couple quick things here. Trump urges everyone to flee Tehran, sparking speculation of widening the conflict. It says here, U.S. president leaves G7 summit early after White House downplays notion U.S. will be joining war against Iran. Trump says he's not working on ceasefire, but something much bigger. This is from the Times of Israel, by the way. So just a quick scan through here. I think pretty much everything was covered in that last story. There's a picture of all the G7 leaders around a round table here. So just interesting that that Trump would actually tell everybody in Tehran, 10 million people, you need to get out of here. So that's saber rattling if I ever heard it. So to something else covered in that story, U.S. and UK say they have cemented a trade agreement that Trump calls fair for both nations. And of course, Britain would be the first, or the UK would be the first. It says here, UK-US trade deal has been finalized at the G7 summit, according to Sir Keir Starmer and Donald Trump. Donald Trump stated, "We signed it and it's done," while praising Sir Keir as a great prime minister Starmer mentioned that the trade agreement is in the final stages now of implementation, and I expect that to be completed very soon. Trump expressed confidence that the agreement is going to produce a lot of jobs, a lot of income. But we shall see. Hopefully, those jobs get created in the UK. They probably need them more than we do. And this is, I don't know, I'm tempted to, want to read a little bit of what is Ryan saying here? Tariffs like the protectionist. Yep. What's up, Ryan? What's up, DiCapriono? What else does he say here? Such trash. The VAT is a. You know what? You're coming in hot today over tariffs, Ryan. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. What gets your blood boiling? What bores everybody else gets your blood a boil. Very interesting. All right, let's see what else we got here. Where was I? Oh, I guess what I could do is pick some stuff out of here that I found interesting instead of having the whole thing read. Let's see. Well, you know what? Everything that I wanted to talk about has already been talked about. This is Heather Cox Richardson, the historian, points out that Trump is he is always getting the facts wrong. And the one thing I wanted to point out is that there is speculation that Trump is becoming a Biden here. I think it's somewhere in here. Let's see. Was it in here? Maybe it's not in this one. There's speculation that one of the reasons that Trump left that meeting early, people have noticed that he's not doing a whole lot of public appearances these days. All his appearances or all his little question sessions tend to be right around the White House, and they're starting to question his age and his competence, and that's going to be very interesting to watch. One of the things I think was a strategic mistake for Trump was celebrating his 79th birthday. That literally focuses on his advanced age. In my opinion, keeping that 79th birthday probably would have been better if he just invited family and friends to the White House for a cake. Blowing out 79 candles. Would he be capable? Can you get 79 candles on a cake? That would be my question. So that is that. Trump's age is slowly but surely becoming an issue. So y'all stay tuned for that. So let us move on. More Trump news. Trump's cuts to the NIH, National Institutes of Health, NIH grants focused on minority groups. Judge says that's illegal. Apparently, the judge accused Trump administration of discriminating against racial minorities and LGBTQ people and ordered the government to restore much of the funding. So very interesting. It's really, not that odd that race keeps popping up around a lot of these funding decisions. DEI, getting rid of it, getting rid of the civil rights, some of the civil rights executive orders that Lyndon Johnson signed, getting rid of restructuring the Civil Rights Division in the Justice Department. People are starting to notice and have been noticing. And this just kind of adds, another card to that Trump is a racist full deck.
Trump's cuts to NIH grants focused on minority groups are illegal. Judge rules. This article is by Zach Montague and read by an automated voice. A federal judge on Monday declared some of the Trump administration's cuts to National Institutes of Health grants void and illegal, accusing the government of racial discrimination and prejudice against LGBTQ individuals. Ruling from the bench, Judge William G. Young of the Federal District Court for the District of Massachusetts delivered a damning assessment of the Trump administration's motives in targeting hundreds of grants that focused on the health of Black communities, women, and LGBTQ people. He ordered the government to restore much of that funding for now, pending an appeal. This represents racial discrimination and discrimination against America's LGBTQ community, he said. That's what this is. Judge Young, a Reagan appointee with 40 years of experience as a federal judge, said the government's rationale for canceling some of the grants, which also supported research into topics such as gender identity and equity in healthcare, appeared to be rooted in prejudice. He cited the administration's very public efforts to eliminate any trace of diversity and equity initiatives from the federal government, as well as its attacks on transgender people. He said that over the course of his career he had never seen government racial discrimination like this, and that he felt duty-bound to state his conclusion about the government's intent. I would be blind not to call it out, he said. Judge Young's ruling echoed arguments during a brief trial earlier in the day in which lawyers from an array of groups said the grants had become a political target under President Trump. Kenneth Perino, a lawyer representing the American Public Health Association, called the government's actions part of a campaign to ban what the administration saw as, quote, forbidden topics in science, by canceling grants related to race or transgender health. This is a slapdash, harried effort to rubber stamp an ideological purge, he said. The Trump administration in March began terminating a number of NIH grants, supporting research on topics such as health equity, racial disparities, vaccine hesitancy, and maternal health in minority communities, sometimes by scanning for certain terms. For universities and laboratories that have seen science funding dry up over the past 6 months, the cuts only contributed to an atmosphere of anxiety. Universities that have come crosswise with the Trump administration, such as Harvard and Columbia, saw additional hundreds of millions of dollars in research grants evaporate. In May, Mr. Trump followed up with an executive order that cited a, quote, reproducibility crisis in science. The order resurfaced policy disputes from the COVID-19 pandemic, among other things, to cast doubt on the value of science and justify profound changes to the government's role supporting in research and development. Besides the grants categorically identified as related to, quote, diversity, equity, and inclusion, the Trump administration has also taken steps to slash funding for pandemic preparedness and chronic disease, citing the formal end of the COVID-19 pandemic. Last month, the budget blueprint President Trump submitted proposed steep cuts to the Department of Health and Human Services, and particularly the NIH. During the trial earlier in the day on Monday, Judge Young grilled Thomas Ports, a lawyer from the Justice Department, over how the Trump administration could justify withdrawing funds that Congress had appropriated to the NIH in service of its mission to improve health, revolutionize science, and serve society. Mr. Ports replied that it was up to the leader of the NIH to judge what research is worth pursuing, and that Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, Mr. Trump's NIH director, had effectively decided that research in fields such as gender identity was not scientifically valuable. The director of NIH can make a judgment on what is an improvement of research and what is not research not worth pursuing, Mr. Ports said. Andrew Nixon, a spokesman for the Department of Health and Human Services, said that the agency stands by its decision to end funding for research that prioritized ideological agendas, and that it would explore whether to appeal the ruling. In 2 cases that were heard together, a coalition of Democratic-led states and a coalition of researchers and unions, led by the American Public Health Association, each sued to stop a raft of cuts at the NIH, which they said jeopardized scientific progress. Leading up to the ruling on Monday, Judge Young repeatedly pressed for details about the government's decision-making in terminating the grants, expressing deep skepticism that it had followed normal, dispassionate processes. On several occasions, he expressed dismay that much of the publicly available information about the cancellations had to be gleaned from Grant Watch, an independent database put together by a small team of academics who worked to piece together the extent of the Trump administration's cuts through their crowdsourcing. The way that Grant Watch is being used right now by the courts really vindicates the bravery of all the scientists who stepped forward publicly and told us that their grants were terminated, which is a difficult thing to do, Scott Delaney, one of the project's leaders, said in an interview. On Monday, over several hours of arguments, Judge Young wrestled with the long legacy of racial injustice in the United States and the Trump administration's claims that it is, in fact, the DEI initiatives that are racist, allocating federal dollars to benefit certain groups over others on the basis of race. But he concluded that when it came to unlawful discrimination, it was the Trump administration that had wound up harming underserved groups. You see, I do understand, believe me, I understand that the extirpation of affirmative action is today a valid government position, he said. I understand that affirmative action had various invidious calculus based upon the race. That's not a license to discriminate. Judge Young said he would release a longer opinion explaining his reasoning. But the opinion on Monday marked at least a temporary win for the academic community and amounted to a remarkable rebuke of the Trump administration's record, which caused Judge Young to repeatedly question the government's good faith. How have we fallen so low, he said. Have we no shame?
And speaking of reversals, Trump officials reverse guidance exempting farms and hotels from immigration raids. So, the fruit pickers had a good night's sleep, knowing that they wouldn't be targeted. And lo and behold, you wake up in the morning, you're in the crosshairs again. That, sir, is prime Trump tactics. He just wanted them to relax. These farm workers were like a mouse and Trump the cat is just toying with them.
You're listening to Trump officials reverse guidance exempting farms, hotels from immigration raids, a news story written by Carol Leonig, Natalie Allison, Marianne Levine, and Lauren Corey Gurley, and read by an AI-generated voice. The Department of Homeland Security on Monday told staff that it was reversing guidance issued last week that agents were not to conduct immigration raids at farms, hotels, and restaurants, a decision that stood at odds with President Donald Trump's calls for mass deportations of anyone without legal status. Officials from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, including its Homeland Security Investigations Division, told agency leaders in a call Monday that agents must continue conducting immigration raids at agricultural businesses, hotels, and restaurants, according to two people familiar with the call. The new instructions were shared in an 11 a.m. call to representatives from 30 field offices across the country. ICE and HSI field office supervisors began learning about a likely reversal of the exemption policy Sunday after hearing from DHS leadership that the White House did not support it, according to one person with knowledge of the reversal. An official from DHS had sent an email Thursday telling agents to hold on all worksite enforcement investigations/operations on agriculture, including aquaculture and meatpacking plants, restaurants, and operating hotels. That message went out hours after Trump suggested he was sympathetic to concerns raised by farmers and hospitality executives about his deportation plan. The Washington Post spoke with 4 people who confirmed that a call was held Monday with the agency's leadership. There will be no safe spaces for industries who harbor violent criminals or purposely try to undermine ICE's efforts, Tricia McLaughlin, an assistant secretary for DHS, said Monday. Worksite enforcement remains a cornerstone of our efforts to safeguard public safety, national security, and economic stability. ICE has been under significant pressure from White House officials to ramp up arrests in an effort to fulfill Trump's goal of enacting the largest domestic deportation operation in history, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said last month that the administration wants ICE to make a minimum of 3,000 arrests a day. In an interview last week, Trump border czar Tom Homan told the Post that arrests had increased to around 2,000 a day. Trump had been pulled in two directions on the issue, recently coming under pressure from executives in the agriculture and hospitality industries to loosen up on a sweeping deportation policy that was costing them migrant workers. The president on Thursday wrote on social media that changes are coming to help protect our farmers from losing workers, though a White House official told the Post at the time that no actual policy changes were being proposed by the White House. Miller, an architect of much of Trump's aggressive immigration policy, had privately opposed carving out exceptions for certain industries that rely heavily on workers without legal status, according to two people with knowledge of his advocacy in recent days against the measure. Brooke Rollins, the agriculture secretary, meanwhile, was on the opposite side of the issue, stressing to Trump the concerns that those in the farming industry had raised about losing workers. Some immigration experts say ICE would need to ramp up worksite enforcement to meet the administration's ambitious arrest quotas. Past raids at meatpacking plants, for instance, have led to hundreds of arrests at once. Other labor-intensive industries include farms, factories, and clothing manufacturers. The June 12th memo acknowledged that avoiding these large-scale employers would hinder ICE officers' efforts, saying, "We acknowledge that by taking this off the table, that we are eliminating a significant hash of potential targets." In the weeks since Miller's announcement about ramping up arrests, business and industry groups have been heavily lobbying the White House, as well as Senate and congressional offices, pleading for an end to the crackdown. Rebecca Schur, chief executive of the American Business Immigration Coalition, said the pause officials put in place last week had signaled to many employers that the president was open to a solution. Then on Sunday night, Trump made a post on his Truth Social account that he said amounted to an order for ICE officials to do all in their power to achieve the very important goal of delivering the single largest mass deportation program in history, which he said would require them to expand efforts to detain and deport illegal aliens in America's largest cities. Asked about the post and whether ICE would continue to conduct raids in areas outside large Democratic cities, a White House official said, "While we will expand efforts in sanctuary cities, President Trump remains committed to enforcing federal immigration law. Anyone present in the United States illegally is at risk of deportation." Maria Sacchetti contributed to this report.
And let's go ahead and stick with the immigration stuff. Let's concentrate on the mistakes. Suburban woman says husband detained at O'Hare Airport despite longtime legal residency. And let's watch this if we can.
Suburban mother is speaking out tonight after she claims her husband, a green card holder who's lived in the U.S. for over 20 years, was suddenly detained at O'Hare by ICE after returning from visiting his family in Mexico. She says it's a trip that he's made countless times before without any issues. Jody Ladrone de Guevara's husband, Gonzalo, has been a green card holder since 2003 after the couple got married. Jody is a U.S. citizen, but today Gonzalo is sitting in an ICE detention center held on the basis of a felony charge that the family says was dismissed 13 years ago. He was stopped by immigration authorities at O'Hare Airport after returning from Mexico. The family has hired an immigration attorney to navigate the legal process. Already, the bill is $4,000. His wife says the conditions Gonzalo is facing are very deplorable.
Also in a cell with 19 other people, and he said that they're just are bringing in more and more every day. He was detained at O'Hare on May 24th, coming back from Mexico, where he went to scatter his mother's ashes with his brothers. So he left here May 6th, and we have not seen him since then.
Jody has a GoFundMe that has raised well over $6,000 to help with legal fees. She says her husband has no bond and is due in federal court on July 9th, right here in Chicago.
Yeah, according to the news, he had a federal charge that was dismissed like 20 years ago, or something
Thank
like
you. To
that.
follow, former Illinois House
Hold on
Speaker
one
Mike
sec here.
Madigan is all but
Let's pause that. So I'll just give you the bullet points here. A suburban woman says her husband, a green card holder since 2003, was detained at O'Hare airport after returning from Mexico, despite a past felony charge being dismissed 13 years ago. So I don't know if he had, if the charge was reduced or just what the deal is, but a felony charge dismissed means you don't have a felony. He was held for 7 days before being transferred to an ICE facility where his wife says conditions are unsanitary and inhumane. The family has raised over $6,000 on GoFundMe for legal fees. He remains in custody without bond ahead of a July 9th federal court date in Chicago. Well, here's the deal, and I've said this before. If Americans are going to be hurt in this manner, you need due process. And sounds like he's gonna get it. But being held for like over 30 days, when obviously I'm gonna guess that this guy is released. If you have no record and you are a green card holder, you are legal. Now, shame on this guy for not pursuing. I can't remember. Maybe somebody in the audience will know. I think you have to be here 10 years or something like that. Or one of the conditions, you have to be here for 10 years to be eligible for citizenship. I'm not sure about that. But this guy, too many damn mistakes. I don't have a problem with the goal. I have a problem with the method of achieving the goal. It is sloppy. And let's see, Stanley Cross, the post is just annoying. Trump's NIH funding is an assault on science, but they made it about Trump again. Well, my dear Ryan, Trump is the one signing the executive orders. Of course it's about Trump. Now, I'm sorry that your boyfriend is president, but the signature on the executive order is Trump's, not anyone else's. That's funny. Green card is the new black. I don't know. That might be a show title. That's funny. I don't know. They've never, they have suggested deporting Black Americans, the go back to Africa stuff, like back in the 19th century. I don't know. I don't know if it's the new black, but it's definitely the new Mexican. So let's see what else we got here. On to this shooting that happened this past weekend. Was it late last week? I can't even remember now. I think it was Saturday. So shooting suspect allegedly went to other lawmakers' homes during rampage. This is just getting scarier. And there'll be a couple other stories on this topic after this.
St. Paul, Minnesota, the man charged in the shootings of 2 Democratic state lawmakers and their spouses over the weekend went to the homes of at least 2 other Minnesota legislators during his rampage, intending to kill them, authorities said Monday. Vance Bolter extensively stalked his victims and posed as a law enforcement officer during the shootings that killed State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, and left State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, critically injured, said Joseph H. Thompson, acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Minnesota. Between the attacks, Bolter allegedly drove to the homes of a state representative in Maple Grove and a state senator in nearby New Hope. But in both cases, Thompson said at a news conference Monday, Bolter was thwarted before he could carry out further violence. The representative was away on vacation, Thompson said, and Bolter left the senator's home after encountering a police officer nearby. Authorities have not identified either elected official, but Minnesota State Senator and Rest D said she had been informed by law enforcement that the gunman had parked near her home early Saturday. I am so grateful for the heroic work of the New Hope Police Department and its officers, Rest said in a statement. Their quick action saved my life. Bolter, meanwhile, allegedly texted his family in the hours after the shootings that set off the largest manhunt in state history and roiled officeholders' sense of safety in Minnesota and across the country. Dad went to war last night, he wrote, according to a criminal complaint unsealed Monday. In a separate text to his wife, Bolter allegedly said, "Words are not going to explain how sorry I am for the situation. There's going to be some people coming to the house armed and trigger happy, and I don't want you guys around," the text to his wife said, according to the complaint. Those details emerged a day after Bolter, 57, whose online profile suggests he has an interest in security work and Christian evangelism, surrendered to police in the woods near his home in rural Sibley County following a massive two-day search. Prosecutors said Monday that Bolter would face federal murder charges in the slayings of the Hortmans, counts that could result in a death sentence should he be convicted. This was a political assassination, which is not a word we use very often in the United States, Thompson said during a news conference in Minneapolis to announce the charges, which also included counts of stalking and using a firearm in an act of violence. Thompson declined to say whether he would pursue a death penalty case. Bolter, dressed in an orange prison uniform, answered questions from a federal magistrate judge during a brief court appearance in St. Paul and was ordered detained without bail pending a hearing next week. Matthew Dietz, a public defender appointed to represent him, declined to comment afterward. Bolter had already been charged by state prosecutors with 2 counts of second-degree murder and 2 counts of attempted second-degree murder. Charges Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty said would probably be upgraded to first-degree murder as soon as her office could present evidence to a grand jury, as required by Minnesota law. "We are at early stages," she said. "We will review all of the evidence from law enforcement as it comes in and are working with our law enforcement partners." Court documents filed in the federal case laid out a chilling narrative of what FBI investigators described as an extensively planned campaign of stalking and violence. They also shed new light on Bolter's alleged movements as authorities scoured the state to find him. Hours before his arrest, investigators found a car linked to Bolter abandoned on a road. In a letter inside the vehicle addressed to the FBI, Bolter admitted to being the shooter at large in Minnesota involved in the 2 shootings, according to the criminal complaint. Authorities allege that Bolter researched his targets for months, looking up their addresses and other personal information on publicly available websites and compiling a list of potential targets, most of whom were elected Democrats. He allegedly purchased flashlights, a hyperrealistic silicone mask, and materials authorities said he would later use to disguise his car as a police vehicle. Around 2 a.m. Saturday, Bolter, wearing the mask and a tactical vest, arrived first at the home of the Hoffmans in Champlin, a quiet suburb about 20 minutes outside Minneapolis, according to court records. Banging on the door, he claimed to be a police officer responding to a shooting reported inside. The charging document states, "It was only after he stopped shining a flashlight in the Hoffmans' eyes and they saw he was not an officer," Thompson said, "that they realized they were in danger." "This is a robbery," Thompson said Bolter shouted before shooting John Hoffman 9 times and Yvette Hoffman 8, then fleeing as their daughter called 911. The couple remain hospitalized, but both are expected to make a full recovery, authorities said. Roughly 20 minutes later, Bolter surfaced again at another lawmaker's home in Maple Grove, according to the complaint. Authorities said surveillance footage from the state representative's house shows Bolter repeatedly ringing the doorbell and shouting, "This is the police. We have a warrant." The lawmaker was away on vacation, Thompson said Monday, and Bolter left shortly afterward, headed to his next intended target, a state senator in New Hope. By that time, authorities responding to the shooting of the Hoffmans had dispatched law enforcement to conduct wellness checks on certain members of the state legislature, Thompson said. According to the complaint, an officer sent to the senator's home in New Hope encountered Bolter parked nearby in his black SUV, disguised as a police car. The officer initially mistook him for a fellow law enforcement member and tried to speak with him, Thompson said, but Bolter did not respond. She left him to continue on to the lawmaker's house to investigate. By the time she returned, Bolter had driven away, according to the complaint. It was then that authorities said Bolter made his way to the Hortmans' home in the neighboring suburb of Brooklyn Park. Arriving around 3:30 a.m., he again encountered officers who had been dispatched to conduct a safety check in light of the earlier shooting, the complaint states. As the officers arrived, they spotted Bolter dressed in dark clothing standing near the front door, records add. Bolter fired several shots into the house, then rushed inside and shot the couple, according to the complaint. He fled out a back door before he could be apprehended, Thompson said. The Hortmans' family dog, who also appeared to have been shot, was gravely injured and later had to be euthanized. Investigators said they discovered a 9mm Beretta they believe the gunman used in the shooting disassembled and abandoned outside, as well as a face mask, according to the complaint. In Bolter's car, they found 5 guns, including assault-style rifles, plus ammunition and a notebook listing more than 45 other Minnesota state and local officials, Thompson said. As authorities scrambled to find Bolter in the hours that followed, police pulled his wife over as she was driving with the couple's children near Onamia, more than 75 miles from the scene of the final attack. According to the complaint, she gave them permission to search her cell phone and the vehicle without a warrant. They found 2 handguns, $10,000 in cash, and passports for her and her children in the car. Greg Fuchs, Bolter's brother-in-law, told the Washington Post on Monday that the family would have no comment. At a home in Minneapolis, where Bolter lived part-time with roommates while working in the city, investigators found another handwritten list containing many of the same lawmakers' names that were detailed in the notebook found in his car, as well as those of Democratic lawmakers from other Midwestern states, the complaint states. Scrawled notes next to Hortman's name read, "Married Mark 2 children 11th term," and "Big house off golf course 2 ways and to watch from 1 spot," evidence suggesting that Bolter had surveilled the house before Saturday's shootings, authorities said. As the manhunt continued into a second day Sunday, Bolter traveled to Minneapolis to meet with a stranger whose e-bike he had arranged to buy, authorities said. The man, whom authorities did not identify Monday, told law enforcement that Bolter arrived to the meeting wearing a cowboy hat and carrying 2 duffel bags. In addition to the bike, he offered to buy the man's Buick sedan, paying $900 in cash for both, the seller told authorities, according to the complaint. Sunday afternoon, investigators found that car abandoned along Highway 25, about 2 miles from Bolter's home in Green Isle in rural Sibley County. Drew Evans, superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, said Monday that the discovery led them to Bolter. Just after 9 p.m., an officer spotted Bolter running through the nearby woods, according to the complaint. He surrendered after what Evans described as a relatively short period of negotiations. They were moving in, and he was cooperating, Evans said, adding, "I believe he was in a position where he just had to give up." Thompson, speaking at Monday's news conference, said it was still way too speculative to say what allegedly motivated Bolter. Though he acknowledged that nearly all of the targets on Bolter's alleged hit list were Democrats, investigators had found no writings indicating any ideology and had seen nothing like a Unabomber-style manifesto in his writings. Interviews and a review of Bolter's online presence paint a portrait of a man who bounced from jobs at funeral homes to a nascent attempt to launch his own security firm in Africa. He was avid about his Christian faith and sometimes complained about Democratic politicians, his friend and roommate David Carlson told reporters. During his federal court hearing Monday, Bolter told U.S. Magistrate Judge John F. Doherty that he could not afford his own attorney as he was making roughly $540 a week from a job he held part-time. He said he had between $20,000 and $30,000 in savings and owned 7 cars registered in his name, though some, he added, were being used by a couple of my kids. Although state and federal law enforcement officials were united as they announced Bolter's apprehension Sunday night, a legal tug-of-war appeared to emerge Monday over who would be the first to take him to trial. Originally booked into the Hennepin County Jail, Bolter had been scheduled to make his first court appearance on the state murder charges Monday afternoon. Before that hearing could happen, federal authorities arrived to take him into custody and transport him to his federal court hearing in St. Paul. Moriarty, the county attorney, told reporters her office had been abruptly informed of the transfer that morning and said that typically the suspect would have made his scheduled state court appearance first. When a reporter pressed her on whether he was going to appear in court in Minneapolis, Moriarty left the lectern. Ultimately, Bolter did not appear at his state court hearing later that afternoon and was not represented by an attorney. Tensions have been high in recent months between the Justice Department and Minnesota officials, including Moriarty, who have been publicly critical of the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration and other measures. Last month, the Justice Department announced it had opened a racial discrimination investigation into Moriarty, a Democrat, and the Hennepin County Attorney's Office over a new policy that would take an individual's race into consideration during plea negotiations. Speaking Monday at a news conference on the Bolter case, she urged an end to the type of divisive political rhetoric she blamed for the weekend's attacks. "It is a frightening time we are living in," Moriarty said.
Yeah, I'll just end it right there. We can get on to the real point of me playing this that long article. Senator Lee, Republican Utah, draws outrage for posts blaming assassination on the far left. This is a doozy, folks.
Mike Lee draws outrage for posts blaming assassination on the far left. This article is by Annie Carney and Megan Monero and read by an automated voice. Scarcely 24 hours after a Democratic lawmaker in Minnesota was assassinated in her home, Senator Mike Lee, Republican of Utah, posted a pair of politically charged messages mocking the attack. "This is what happens when Marxists don't get their way," Mr. Lee wrote on Sunday on his personal X account, a message accompanied by photographs of the suspect released by law enforcement officials. An hour later, in a second post showing the suspect, Mr. Lee wrote, "Nightmare on Walt Street," in an apparent reference to the Democratic governor of the state, Tim Walz.
He misspelled it,
By
by
the
the way.
afternoon, amid outraged responses to his postings, Mr. Lee issued a very different message on his official Senate account, in which he hit all of the sober notes one would expect from an elected official reacting to a political assassination. "These hateful attacks have no place in Utah, Minnesota, or anywhere in America," Mr. Lee wrote on X. "Please join me in condemning this senseless violence and praying for the victims and their families." But that standard issue statement came long after his initial derisive posts, in which he appeared to lay responsibility for the shooting at the feet of Democrats and the political left. While the political affiliation of the suspect is not clear, he was listed in some recent state records as other or no party preference. People who know him have said he is a religious conservative who supports President Trump and is passionately opposed to abortion. Mr. Lee, a one-time anti-Trump evangelist who now regularly shares conspiracy theories online and has become a MAGA influencer, was at first unapologetic in the face of a firestorm of criticism for his early posts on the matter. He briefly pinned one of them to the top of his account. "Grow the hell up," Michael Steele, the former chairman of the Republican National Committee, wrote online in response. Dan Pfeiffer, the former Obama aide turned star podcaster, condemned it as, quote, truly disgusting behavior from a United States senator. One Democratic lawmaker, whose name was listed in the shooter's notebooks recovered by law enforcement officials, confronted Mr. Lee on Monday at the Capitol. Senator Tina Smith, Democrat of Minnesota, told the Utah senator that the posts in the wake of the killing of State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were painful. She pointed out his posts reached millions of viewers on X, and that his huge megaphone on the platform should be used responsibly, according to Ms. Smith's office. Asked after the confrontation if Mr. Lee was receptive to her concerns, Ms. Smith said the Republican senator seemed surprised to be confronted. Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democrat of Minnesota, said she also planned to confront Mr. Lee in person. "And what I'm going to tell him is, this isn't funny," Ms. Klobuchar said on MSNBC over the weekend. The Democratic senator was close friends with Ms. Hortman, the assassinated state representative. Senator Chuck Schumer of New York sharply condemned his Republican colleagues' rhetoric in the aftermath of the shooting. In the face of tragedy, Senator Lee chose cruelty, the top Democrat in the Senate said. Representative Derek Van Orden, Republican of Wisconsin, also posted the expected condemnations of any political violence on his official account, while simultaneously pointing to political motivations for the shooting elsewhere on the internet. On his personal social media account, Mr. Van Orden claimed with no evidence that the shooter had targeted Ms. Hortman because she was not far left enough. He also accused Mr. Waltz of having appointed the crazy zealot that murdered her to one of your boards and called the governor a clown. The suspect had served on a state economic board with one of the victims, State Senator John A. Hoffman, who survived the shooting, though it is unclear if they knew each other. He had been appointed to the panel, the Minnesota Governor's Workforce Development Board, in 2016 by Governor Mark Dayton, a Democrat, and was later reappointed by Mr. Waltz.
And this saga continues.
You're listening to Minnesota Senator Confronts Colleague for Terrible Post on Shooting, a news story written by Thea Direct Meyer and read by an AI-generated voice. Less than 72 hours after the murder of a state representative, Senator Tina Smith of Minnesota sat in the Senate chamber, waiting for one of her colleagues. In a post Sunday, Senator Mike Lee, Republican Utah, appeared to blame the assassination of Smith's friend, Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman, on the political left. "This is what happens," Lee wrote in on social media, "when Marxists don't get their way. It was a terrible thing to do," Smith said in an interview, "and I wanted him to know how I felt about it, how devastating it was to see." Smith, a Democrat, sought out Lee on Monday evening as senators returned to Washington for the first time since the shootings of two Democratic state lawmakers and their spouses over the weekend, which shocked Minnesota and the rest of the country. Hortman and her husband, Mark, were killed. When Lee poked his head in the door to vote, Smith walked briskly across the chamber and out into the hall and asked where Lee had gone. She said she found him in a nearby room where Senate Republicans were meeting to discuss the latest details of the tax and spending bill they are drafting. She asked to talk with him. "I said, people like you and me don't talk to each other that much, but this feels like something that we really need to talk about face to face," Smith said. The brief conversation was a remarkable moment at a time of intense partisan antipathy, and a reminder that Republican and Democratic senators are in some ways bound together by growing concern for their safety. The shooting came less than a year after the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump and at a time of increasing threats against lawmakers. The U.S. Capitol Police last year investigated 9,474 concerning statements and direct threats against members of Congress, their families, and their staffs, up from 8,008 in 2023. The sad reality is that for senators and other prominent elected officials, receiving threats directed at yourself or directed at your family is unfortunately becoming commonplace, Smith said. It's not unusual. And so everybody, regardless of what party you're in, can relate to what it means to wake up and find that your name is on a list that somebody wants to kill. Lee's office did not respond to a request for comment. Smith declined to say exactly what Lee told her in response. "I think he listened to what I said," Smith said. "He indicated that he, of course, meant no harm, But of course, these things do cause harm. They hurt people. Vance Bolter was also charged with shooting State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. Smith was on a list of names found in one of Bolter's cars. The Senate Sergeant at Arms is set to hold a security briefing Tuesday morning for senators. When something like this happens, it raises the alert and everybody's sense of making sure that we're doing everything we can to protect members. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican, South Dakota, told reporters, some senators are already calling for increased security.
Let me go ahead and interrupt this. Okay, Ryan, basically everything that you have posted in the last few minutes are curiosities, but nothing you say is remotely relevant to anything I've talked about so far today. Okay, how do you know that Ellison Jr.'s kids fought for the South for their right to own humans? How do you know that's what they were fighting for? This fucking secondhand, non-researched bullshit that Be Brave and Be Brave Jr. keep talking about doesn't stand up to pretty much my scrutiny, let alone anyone who might be a professional historian. What is your point? Can you fucking get to your point, please? Instead of just listing random facts. What is your point? And nowhere is Ellison Jr. listed as the second largest slaveholder. If he owned 171 slaves at some point in his life, he would be nowhere near the second largest slaveholder in South Carolina. You need to do your research, sir, before just posting random racist points. If your argument is that blacks own slaves too, yes, blacks own slaves too. Does that make you feel better? Very few blacks were property owners, let alone slave owners. That is my point. 99% of the slave owners in the South and in South Carolina probably were white. There are always exceptions to the rule, sir. There are always exceptions to the rule. It's really annoying. Stanley Cross, my point was that with or without a 14th Amendment, there were still rights. Of course there were rights. Who denies that there were rights? There were just no rights for black people. Dude, have you ever heard of Chief Justice Roger Taney and the Dred Scott decision? Fucking read it. Any rights that blacks had were like, hey, you're lucky to have rights. Literally, Roger Taney said that black people have no rights that a white man need respect. That's literally, well, maybe not a direct quote, but that was the principle of his writing. You need to be able to take one thing, put it in context, and then judge other facts against it. If somebody had walked up to Ellison and said, give me all your slaves or I'll kill you, they would have been able to do it with impunity in South Carolina. So spouting random facts to support a shaky point, of course there were rights, just none that needed to be respected. As a matter of fact, New York City was famous for free blacks just being captured and sent south into slavery. That's not rights. Be able to compare facts, put stuff in context, and then make a point. You, so far, sir, have done nothing of the sort. Spouting random shit does not support your argument. Damn.
Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democrat, Minnesota, proposed an amendment in 2023 with Senator Ted Cruz, Republican, Texas, to allow lawmakers to seek removal of their home addresses and other personal information from online databases. And she said Monday in an interview that the Senate should consider taking it up again. We have made some major changes that I know the members have found helpful, but clearly we need to do more when it comes to member security, she said. Many Democratic and Republican senators rushed to denounce the assassinations in the hours after they happened, which made Lee's post stand out. Senate Minority Leader Charles E. Schumer, Democrat, New York, said Monday that he was sickened by Lee's posts. This rhetoric from elected officials is beyond dangerous and incites even more violence, Senator Dick Durbin, Democrat, Illinois, said Monday on the Senate floor. It is reprehensible, and it must be called out on both sides of the aisle. Ed Shelleby, Smith's deputy chief of staff, also reached out to Lee's office. It is important for your office to know how much additional pain you've caused on an unspeakably horrific weekend, he wrote in an email, which was obtained by the Washington Post. I am not sure what compelled you or your boss to say any of those things, which in addition to being unconscionable, also may very well be untrue. Several senators, including at least one Republican, Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, came over to offer condolences to Smith as she waited on the floor for Lee. Can I give you a hug, Senator Maggie Hassan, Democrat, New Hampshire, asked Smith. Smith accepted. Matthew Choi and Paul Kane contributed to this report.
Well, here's my take on the whole thing, and my most favorite political pundit. This guy calls himself political punk. He's got kind of a Sam Kinison type voice, or maybe Bobcat Goldthwait. Maybe that's who he reminds me of. But let's hear what he has to say.
Confrontation in the halls of Congress today as Minnesota Senator Tina Smith cornered Mike Lee, senator from Utah, about this incredibly reckless and irresponsible tweet that Mike Lee had pinned on Twitter related to the MAGA shooter who shot the lawmakers in Minnesota. But now this was just the tip of the iceberg, because this MAGA shooter set off a pipeline of right-wing misinformation that was literally unprecedented, coming from the usual suspects: Nick Sortor, Gunther Eagleman, Libs of TikTok, Cat Turd, just a deluge of information trying to hide the MAGA identity of this killer. We're going to look at a couple really important pieces of this misinformation, some of the extremist rhetoric coming from these MAGA goons, and then at the end, we're going to look at that confrontation between Tina Smith and Mike Lee. Let's get into it.
An unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination.
Particular podcasts or TV shows or anything online that concerns you?
Well, you listen to InfoWars.
Oh, this is that guy's roommate.
InfoWars. Oh, you see that? Vance Bolter was an InfoWars Alex Jones conspiracy theory guy. That's not a shock.
Did he talk much about Trump? And what did he say if so?
I was a Trump supporter. Voted for Trump. Do you like Trump? I like Trump.
This guy, I like Trump. Dude, you like Trump now that you know that his love of Trump and his love of InfoWars is why he fucking killed those people? Dude, one of the things I want to say about like the Minnesota thing was I have never seen a stream of like reckless misinformation ever in the history of being on social media than I saw on Twitter immediately following the airing of the news about those shootings, with like right-wing accounts straight up lying, like all of them in lockstep, you know, lying about the guy being a Democrat, starting conspiracy theories about Tim Walz killing this woman because she ended health care for undocumented people, like crazy shit. And it was just surges of it, like 100 tweets. It was so crazy. It felt like they were getting fed a playbook of information, like they had received a dossier on how to spin this. I don't know what's going on with those right-wing influencers. I know there's a lot of funding They get a lot of money, but it really did seem like there was a PR campaign that was being carried out. It was so filled with misinformation. And the scary thing is there's no way to defend that because none of the sites are really moderating the content anymore. Certainly Twitter isn't. Like Elon just spreads that shit. It is pretty scary. There were a whole bunch of right-wingers that were, tweeting disinformation. Like, I want to take you through some of this. One of them here was obviously Benny Johnson. Look at what Benny Johnson did. This was at 1 p.m. after we had very clear information that this guy was a 20-year registered Republican. He was a Trump voter. He had an abortion thing. And Benny Johnson posts proof the Dem Party has a domestic terrorist organization. And he says 2 Minnesota reps were shot by.
Yeah, I want to comment on that. Calling the opposing party a domestic terrorist organization, how dangerous is that? This is getting out of hand. And, anybody who wants to do both sidism is really just either being willfully ignorant or actually ignorant. This isn't a both sidism thing. So, all you MAGA voters out there, you're getting what you voted for.
By a left-wing Tim Walz appointee, political vengeance. But dude, look at this. The Democratic Party needs to be treated like a domestic terrorist organization. And he pinned this. They're using the NGO tag when he went to Congo, using the terms NGO. Benny's even putting USAID attached to this shit. And they're doing all this crazy conspiracy shit from the beginning, but they're not correcting it. This is particularly dangerous, saying that the Democratic Party is a domestic terrorist organization. That's fucking wild. Now, Libs of TikTok was doing the same shit. Look at what she was doing. Again, a Tim Walz appointee with No Kings flyers, right? They're attaching it to the No Kings right from the start. Laura Loomer said a Democrat appointed by Tim Walz, he wasn't a Democrat, went into the home and killed a Democratic lawmaker who voted with Republicans to take health care away from undocumented people, right? And so she was instantly trying to tie Tim Walz, like making it seem as though Tim Walz had assassinated this woman because she voted to not give health care to undocumented people. I mean, dude, that is insane. And he's not a Democrat. He's very much a Republican. Did you guys see what Mike Lee posted? Did you see this guy? Do you know who Mike Lee is? He's senator from Utah. He's a fucking douchebag. This fucking guy. Okay? Yeah, dude, this guy is such a cock knocker. But look at his pinned tweet. Okay, 15 hours ago says, this is what happened when Marxists don't get their way. 4.5 million views. Now, of course, this guy, the implication is that he's a Democrat, that he's a left-wing person, which he's not. But bro, he is a terrible fucking person. Now, obviously, that Mike Lee tweet is really alarming with the Marxist tag, because this ties into that Trump rhetoric. He was using it against Kamala, the communist, Marxist, socialist, etc., and ties in with Benny talking about the Democrats being a domestic terrorist organization. It ties in with that dehumanizing rhetoric about the Democrats and everyone who's not MAGA being the enemy within. And this is particular.
Yeah, I think we pretty much get it. As entertaining as political punk is, the voice I can only take for so long. Oh wow. Yeah, Lupin is is educating me on, how complicated being an immigrant pre-Trump. If you get wrapped up with any legal issues, you're charged with a felony or any sort of crime, apparently, wow, it is complicated and expensive. Wow. All right. Well, we'll move on from this gruesome topic. I just want to as a parting shot, just want to go. People like Mike Lee are just despicable with the misinformation that they are sowing, and the way social media works is once you put something out there, the people who are inclined to run with it keep running with it, even if the information in the post or the comment is 180 degrees out from correct or actual information. It's getting scary, folks, slowly but surely. So this is from an article from the Washingtonian. It's a magazine. And this is something that I'd neglected to comment on because I really, I was watching the parade Saturday with a bunch of folks on this channel. And apparently the crowds were very sparse. Smaller crowds, big emotions for Army's 250th, what we heard around DC. So let's hear this.
Smaller crowds, big emotions for Army's 250th, what we heard around DC by Katie Doran, Franziska Wild, Lindsey Byman. Other than the tanks, everything was smaller than expected on Saturday, which marked the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army as well as President Donald Trump's 79th birthday. The crowd at the military parade fell short of predictions, and at DC's main counter-protest, the ratio of journalists to protesters was excessive. The parade was initially planned last year to involve 300 personnel and 4 cannons, a modest celebration that pales in comparison to the birthday bash set in motion after Trump took office. In the end, it featured 6,600 soldiers, 150 military vehicles, and 50 helicopters. Between complaints about long lines and not being able to see the tanks, we heard oohs and ahs at the day's parachute show, concert, fireworks, and American Ninja Warrior-style fitness competition. Here is a sampling of what we saw and heard throughout the day. 9:30 in the morning, heard at the fitness competition on the National Mall. U.S. service member during the competition, I got to drink a couple of beers before this parade. Man in a Trump cowboy hat, American flag socks, and stars and stripes overalls. If it rains, it rains. U.S. service member to a fellow man in fatigues. This is real North Korea stuff they are doing, but whatever. A member of a family all dressed in Trump merchandise. We are very proud to be in America. 1 p.m., refuse fascism counter-protest and march from Logan Circle to Lafayette Park. Tori, a Navy veteran, on her reason for protesting. I am a 100% disabled vet. I swore an oath to the Constitution to protect it from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and I was released from service, not from that oath. The protest included a cohort of veterans like Bradley Peck, who served for 8 years in the Air Force. He felt like the 250th celebration had been co-opted by the president. I think it is kind of a shame. There is an expression online that everything Trump touches dies, and it is a shame that that had to happen to the Army's birthday. Lauren Freeman, an area resident, listed her reasons for protesting on her homemade sign. I am here today to defend all of the people that are being targeted right now by the Trump administration, including immigrants, the LGBTQ community, impoverished communities that are affected by Medicaid, SNAP, and TANF. Darcy Nair has been dressing like a suffragette to protest since 2017. I just cannot sit back and say this is okay. I am going to keep saying this is wrong for as long as I am able. 6:30 in the afternoon on. Parade and festivities on the National Mall. Joe Tucker has been serving in the Army for 22 years. He was stationed outside an equipment display during the celebrations. It is great to be able to watch everything through history and see how it all started, Tucker says, admiring the different time periods of military technology on display in the parade. Being in Iraq and seeing the equipment we had then and what it is now, that was 20 years ago, a lot of that, it is very interesting to see. Are the celebrations political? Byron Fisher thinks not, though many have criticized them as a political stunt given the president's quest to enlarge the celebration and its overlap with his birthday. I believe there are people who are making it political, Fisher says. I do not think it should be a political thing. I think it should be something we should all celebrate. What I saw today, peaceful people enjoying a day. Short of having marijuana smoked, you would think you were at a rock concert today, says Edward Shipek, who went to the parade to show support for Donald Trump and our illustrious military. The minute they said there was going to be a parade, I got a hotel, says Laura Cook, who flew in from Florida. I think sometimes Trump does not speak eloquently, but he has our best interests at heart. Murray, who attended the parade with his siblings and parents, enjoyed seeing the military tech. The robot dogs was one of my favorite parts, Murray says. They were using a Nintendo Switch to control it. But sadly, they could not bark, he added. Everything here is a killing machine, and that is quite a contrast to Americans and their families having a picnic, says John T., an artist from Baltimore. A lot of people who see these helicopters are running from mechanical monsters, and we are cheering. For Javier Mascaro, an Army veteran who served in the 1980s, the event involves lots and lots of emotions. He adds, just seeing these young men and women serving today just makes me proud. Overheard from a guy waiting in line as the parachute show began, that is the Northern Lights, overheard from another spectator. I thought there would be more people. I think I could have watched this on YouTube and at least actually seen the things.
Well, speaking for myself, watching it from YouTube, I actually enjoyed it more than I figured I would. There's a shot during the daytime hours. I suspect the crowds might have grown towards the evening, but if you're looking at this picture here during the day, there's green in that field, between people. It's not like an overwhelming crowd on the mall. So, there is that. But, this is during the fireworks display. So you can, kind of get a time frame reference here. That's not a big crowd, even to see the fireworks. So these are pictures. There's the tank. Like I said, the equipment display and the marching and all that was actually really enjoyable. And I like military things, as you could probably well imagine. So let us move on. And let's see what we got here. Senate bill would make deep cuts. This is the Senate version of a bill that was sent to the Senate from the House. Senate bill would make deep cuts to Medicaid, setting up fight with the House. So we'll go ahead and read this. This is longish, but I think it's actually, while not exciting, it is very important. And then there's an analysis by Robert Reich I have for after this.
Senate bill would make deep cuts to Medicaid, setting up fight with House. This article is by Caddy Edmondson, Margot Sanger-Katz, Tony Rahm, and Brad Plummer, and read by an automated voice. Senate Republicans on Monday released legislation that would cut Medicaid far more aggressively than would the House-passed bill to deliver President Trump's domestic agenda, while also salvaging or slowing the elimination of some clean energy tax credits, setting up a fight over their party's marquee policy package. The measure, released by the Senate Finance Committee, contains the core provisions of that chamber's version of the legislation that Republicans muscled through the House last month and are hoping to speed through the Senate and deliver to Mr. Trump's desk by July 4th. But its differences with that bill are substantial and are all but certain to complicate the measure's path to enactment, casting doubt on that timetable. Most notably, the proposal would take a slower and less sweeping approach to phasing out clean energy tax credits created during the Biden administration, and cover part of the cost of doing so by imposing deeper and more expansive cuts to Medicaid. While the House measure would add a new work requirement to Medicaid for childless adults, the Senate proposal would expand its application to the parents of older children. It also would crack down even harder than the House bill on strategies that many states have developed to tax medical providers and pay them higher prices for Medicaid services. In making the case for the bill, Republicans focused on another, far more politically popular element of the measure: its extension of tax cuts that were enacted in 2017 and are set to expire at the end of the year. This bill prevents an over $4 trillion tax hike and makes the successful 2017 Trump tax cuts permanent, enabling families and businesses to save and plan for the future. Senator Mike Crapo of Idaho, the chairman of the Finance Committee, said in a statement, "I look forward to continued coordination with our colleagues in the House and the administration to deliver President Trump's bold economic agenda for the American people as quickly as possible." But the changes in the Senate bill could make final passage in the House more difficult. After pushing the bill through the House by a single vote, Speaker Mike Johnson had implored senators repeatedly not to make major changes, reminding them that he is working with narrow margins. At least two factions of House Republicans on Monday said they were disappointed with the Senate provisions. Senators have yet to decide how to handle the limit on the state and local tax deduction, angering House lawmakers from high-tax states who are lobbying to raise the cap and who have demanded that senators accept the higher one they negotiated. The House-passed bill would quadruple the current $10,000 limit. The cap would shrink for people making more than $500,000. The proposal also drew the ire of conservatives in the House who want to entirely phase out the clean energy tax credits created by President Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s climate law. "That's not close to enough," Representative Chip Roy of Texas wrote on social media, describing the measure's attempt to balance additional Medicaid cuts against salvaging some tax credits into the next decade. The climate law needs to be terminated, as President Trump said. But much of the focus is likely to center on the Senate's Medicaid work requirement. The changes add to a House bill that already made around $1 trillion in cuts to spending on federal health programs, including Medicaid and marketplaces established under Obamacare, which together the Congressional Budget Office has estimated would cause around 11 million more Americans to be uninsured in 2034. The Republican Senate finance draft cuts to Medicaid are deeper and more devastating than even the Republican House's disaster of a bill. Senator Chuck Schumer, Democrat of New York and the minority leader, said in a statement, "Unlike the House version, the Senate bill would require adults with children over age 14 to work or volunteer at least 80 hours a month to qualify for the health insurance program." The work requirement in the House bill was already the strictest Republicans have ever proposed, estimated to cause around 5.2 million Americans to lose Medicaid coverage by the end of the decade. Adding parents to the program would likely mean a larger number of people would lose coverage. The bill also would lower federal funding to many states that have expanded their Medicaid programs through a complicated formula adjustment. The change would limit how much states are allowed to tax certain healthcare providers, from a cap of 6% to a new top rate of 3.5%, with the change phasing in over several years. The taxes, which are used in every state but Alaska, have allowed states to increase federal funding for their programs. They have been decried by critics as a form of money laundering. But the reduction would mean significant holes in state Medicaid budgets, and could result in lower payments to hospitals or other cuts to state budgets. Like the House measure, the Senate bill would quickly end many federal tax credits for clean energy, but it phases out a few others more slowly. Some Republican senators, including Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Tom Tillis of North Carolina, and John Curtis of Utah, had expressed concerns that the House bill would withdraw support from energy companies too abruptly. A lucrative tax credit for businesses that build wind and solar farms would begin rapidly winding down. Companies could qualify for the full tax break if they begin construction this year, 60% of the tax break if they begin in 2026, and 20% of the tax credit if they begin in 2027. After that, the credit would disappear. That's a slightly longer runway for renewable energy than allowed by the House bill, which would have ended these tax breaks almost immediately. But it is a much quicker phase-out than many clean energy proponents had pushed for. In another notable change, the Senate bill would preserve existing tax credits for companies that build nuclear reactors, geothermal plants, hydropower dams, or battery storage through 2033. Energy Secretary Chris Wright and some companies had urged Congress to keep credits for so-called baseload electricity sources that can operate at all hours, unlike wind and solar power. Other tax breaks would end almost immediately. A $7,500 tax credit for buyers of electric cars would phase out within 180 days of the bill's enactment. Tax credits for homeowners who install solar panels on their rooftops or install heat pumps would also end within that time frame. A subsidy for making hydrogen fuels would expire this year. The Senate measure, like the House version, also adds new restrictions on tax breaks for both power plants and factories that build solar panels, batteries, or other low-carbon technologies by disqualifying companies that use certain components from China. Many companies had complained that the House language on foreign entities of concern was far too restrictive, since China dominates global supply chains. While the Senate version makes numerous adjustments, industry groups said they were still reviewing the new language. The measure looks to deliver on the president's promises to eliminate taxes on tips and overtime pay, but would make some key tweaks. The amount that individuals could claim is capped under each, and the benefits are phased out starting at new income levels. The House version of the legislation sought to make good on Mr. Trump's campaign promise to eliminate taxes on Social Security benefits by instead creating a bonus $4,000 deduction available to Americans 65 and older, with the benefit shrinking at higher income levels. The Senate bill would grant them a $6,000 tax deduction. The child tax credit is also handled differently. Senate Republicans proposed to permanently increase the credit to $2,200 per child beginning in the 2025 tax year. House Republicans had proposed to bump up the credit to $2,500, but only through 2028. It also would grant some of businesses' most sought-after tax deductions, including for research and development, on a permanent basis, unlike the House bill. The provisions proposed by the Senate would increase the debt limit by $5 trillion. The House-passed bill called for lifting it by $4 trillion, a move that was expected to allow the nation to continue borrowing money through the 2026 midterm elections.
Yeah, this is it's going to be interesting, and I've actually let me do this story, and then I have a response to Ryan's comment that's on screen. But let's have a look at this. This is actually really interesting.
White House eyes rarely used power to override Congress on spending. This article is by Tony Rahm and read by an automated voice. The White House is signaling it may soon invoke a little-known and legally untested power to try to cancel billions of dollars in federal spending, as President Trump's top aides look for novel ways to reconfigure the budget without obtaining the explicit approval of Congress. Under the emerging plan, the Trump administration would wait until closer to September 30th, the end of the fiscal year, to formally ask lawmakers to claw back a set of funds it has targeted for cuts. Even if Congress fails to vote on the request, the president's timing would trigger a law that freezes the money until it ultimately expires. The idea is known as a pocket rescission, and it has been invoked only in limited circumstances over the past half-century. The Government Accountability Office, a nonpartisan oversight body that reports to Capitol Hill, ruled during the first Trump administration that pocket rescission is illegal, citing Supreme Court precedent as it reversed its previous stance that the law may permit the power's use. But Russell T. Vought, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, has increasingly brandished the maneuver as an ultimatum to Congress, warning the White House may test the limits of its authority to act unilaterally unless Congress hastens its work to cut spending. Mr. Vought has said pocket rescission could also allow the administration to achieve some of the deep cuts identified by the Department of Government Efficiency. If the White House proceeds, its actions could touch off a high-stakes legal battle over the power of the purse, which the Constitution affords to Congress. Mr. Vought, at times, has openly courted this sort of showdown, as he broadly asserts that the president wields expansive powers over federal spending. It's a provision that has been rarely used, but it is there. Mr. Vaught said in little-noticed remarks on pocket rescission during a recent appearance on CNN, and we intend to use all of these tools. Mr. Vaught teased the idea again on a call with reporters earlier in June, describing pocket rescission as a tool to cut spending without having to get an affirmative vote from Congress. Appearing at a House hearing that same week, Mr. Vaught stressed to lawmakers there were all manner of provisions available to the president to enact his fiscal vision. The whole point of the law is to make sure that funds are prudently obligated, said Bobby Kogan, a budget aide under former President Joseph R. Biden Jr., who is now serving as Senior Director of Federal Budget Policy at the Center for American Progress, a left-leaning group. This would deny that. Mr. Vaught's claims illustrate the widening chasm between Democrats in Congress and the White House over the future of the nation's budget. The feud originated in the early days of Mr. Trump's term when he froze nearly all federal spending in a move that foreshadowed the aggressive tactics he would employ to conform the budget to his political views. The top two Democrats overseeing appropriations, Representative Rosa DeLauro of Connecticut and Senator Patty Murray of Washington, estimated in a recent report that the White House had already slowed or frozen delivery of at least $425 billion in funding enacted by Congress. The delays have affected money meant to facilitate cancer research, fund child care centers, and help communities recover from natural disasters, according to the analysis, which the White House contests. OMB Director Vaught presumes he can go around the back of the president, the Congress, and the American people to assert a unilateral power over spending for himself above all others, Ms. DeLauro said in a statement. Watchdogs at the Government Accountability Office have opened more than 36 investigations to determine if some of Mr. Trump's spending actions are illegal. On Monday, the Government Accountability Office determined that the administration broke the law when it halted federal funding for libraries as part of the president's plan to curtail regulatory overreach. The Oversight Office classified that interruption as an illegal impoundment, which is restricted under a 1970s law enacted in response to former President Richard M. Nixon, who repeatedly sought to block the disbursement of money enacted by Congress. Under Mr. Trump, the White House previously denied similar charges, accused the Accountability Office of partisan bias, and maintained the law itself is unconstitutional. Still, Mr. Vaught has also sought ways.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it there because the main thing is I'm assuming a pocket rescission is the same thing as a pocket veto, which, believe it or not, I've probably learned about in some government class in grade school or maybe high school. But pocket vetoes, yeah, it's not been used much, but there is, it has been used before. So it's an indirect power, but a power nonetheless. So I want to address this earlier point, not quite on target, but kind of in the ballpark since Renato wants to use the balls and strikes analogy. This is one of my critiques of American politics in general, and conservatives in particular. But, when I say conservative, they're conservative Democrats as well. So this is a short comment by Jamel Bowie.
A couple days ago, it was an opinion piece. It was by a professor, I believe at Columbia University, professor somewhere. I don't actually particularly care where, who was trying to defend, or at least rationalize, the administration's attacks on foreign students, trying to say that, listen, maybe they're doing this for the wrong reasons, but there is a problem with the number of foreign students American universities take. It's taking opportunities from lower income and more marginal students who could really benefit from American universities. And I read that and I was kind of taken aback by it, first of all, because I'm a strong believer that you do not have to hand it to the Trump administration in any way whatsoever. But second of all, because I was just struck by the commitment to zero-sum thinking. which I think is basically this nation's problem in a nutshell, that everyone is committed to the idea that if someone gets something, then you must necessarily be at a loss. That if a foreign student gets admission to a university, this is necessarily taking a space away from a domestic student. And that's not how it works out at all in practice. Foreign students, because they tend to pay full freight, end up subsidizing students from lower income or more marginal backgrounds. And if anything, if there's an actual issue with foreign students, it's not with foreign students, it's exactly with the exploitation of foreign students, of charging them so much to attend our universities. But that's a separate thing. The point I want to make is that this isn't a kind of zero-sum relationship. First of all, that the United States has, I want to say, about 4,000 degree-granting institutions. And in many of these institutions that take foreign students, the foreign students are showing up for degree programs that there just actually aren't enough American students to fill. But second, foreign students coming to the United States to learn, to get degrees, is of immeasurable benefit to domestic students. Again, it helps subsidize students from marginal backgrounds. And it's of a benefit to the foreign students who, even if they go back to their country, will go back with a probably positive view of the United States, which can only benefit us. But all of this is lost in this zero-sum view of the world. And when it comes to elite universities, right, the Harvards, the Yales, and whatnot, they're always thinking in terms of scarcity. No one ever asked, well, why can't they just admit more students? Harvard could admit 4 times as many students and still be exclusive. So could Yale, so could Princeton, so could any of these schools. This commitment to zero-sum thinking is leading us to catastrophe and is making us inhumane, callous, frankly, kind of stupid. I read this story a couple days ago. It was an opinion piece. It was by a professor, I believe at Columbia University, professor somewhere. I don't actually particularly care where, who was trying to defend, or at least rationalize, the administration's attacks on foreign students, trying to say that, listen, maybe they're doing this for the wrong reasons, but there is a problem with the number of foreign students American universities take. It's taking opportunities from lower income and more marginal students who could really benefit from American universities. And I read that and I was kind of taken aback by it, first of all, because I'm a strong believer that you do not have to hand it to the Trump administration in any way whatsoever. But second of all, because I was just struck by the commitment to zero-sum thinking, which I think is basically this nation's problem in a nutshell, that everyone is committed to the idea that if someone gets something, then you must necessarily be at a loss. That if a foreign student gets...
Yeah, okay. Ryan, actually, bad analogy maybe, but the point is the zero-sum thinking. The example he uses with foreign students isn't quite to my point. As I noted before I played the video, my point is that if people that you are calling lazy people, let's see, what did you say? Let me go up a little bit. Right here it says, yes, that's because states are taxing. And by the way, there's one X in taxing and redistributing money to lazy non-workers. This is what I mean by the zero-sum thinking. Look, there are always going to be people who take advantage of systems, but there are also people who actually need the social safety net. And in my opinion, it's better to have a few leaks in that safety net. There will always be a percentage of people who take advantage than having people who actually need the benefits not get it. Zero-sum thinking is what I'm saying that comment represents. Like it or not, it's my opinion. Hey, Kimmy, how you doing? Good morning. So we will move on, and this is Robert Reich's opinion of the that first budget bill thing that I showed from the Senate version of Trump's budget bill. Let's get rid of this comment. Robert Reich, people probably know who he is. He was Bill Clinton's labor secretary, I believe. And he's an economics guy and lawyer. Currently, he's at Cal Berkeley. I think he's still there. He might be emeritus by now. But this is what an economist has to say. Granted, he is a left economist. Paul Krugman has retired, so we don't get to see what he writes anymore.
The most regressive bill in, well, history. Trump Republicans want to take from the poor and working class and give to the rich. By Robert Reich. Friends, the giant Trump Republican bill now before the Senate, Trump's so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, cuts taxes for high earners and reduces benefits for the poor and working class. This would make it more regressive, harming low-income Americans while benefiting high-income Americans, than any major tax or entitlement law in many decades, if not in history, according to new estimates by the Congressional Budget Office. It would raise after-tax incomes of the highest earning 10% of American households on average by 2.3% a year over the next decade. It would deliver its biggest benefits to the top 0.1% of households. At the same time, it would lower incomes for the poorest tenth by 3.9%, or by about $1,600 per year per household, mostly by cutting spending on health care, Medicaid, food assistance, food stamps, and other programs that benefit the poor and working class. America has tried so-called trickle-down economics before, under Reagan, George W. Bush, and the first Trump administration, but nothing trickled down. The rich got richer, and almost everyone else fell behind. Meanwhile, the federal budget deficit and national debt soared. This bill is even worse because it finances part of the tax cuts to the rich by reducing benefits to lower-income Americans. And it is projected to add about $3 trillion to the federal deficit over the next decade, including interest. The Trump Republican One Big Beautiful Bill would be a disgrace under any circumstance. At a time when inequalities of income and wealth in America are wider than they have been in more than 80 years, with the richest Americans taking home near record amounts of both, and the deficit and national debt already at record levels, the bill is utterly shameful. What can you do? Please share this far and wide.
Well, that's one man's opinion. Ryan would disagree with Dr. Reich. We're going to switch gears here, away from the big beautiful bills, and just talk a little bit more, or this one story on drone and missile strikes that Russia did on Kyiv. I guess it was this last weekend. So it's a short story, but one that we need to keep in front of us, since the U.S. is involved in
Russian
one way.
drone and missile strikes on Kyiv kill at least 14. This article is by Constant Mihu and read by an automated voice. Russia pummeled Kyiv with drones and missiles overnight on Tuesday, killing at least 14 people and badly damaging several residential buildings, according to the local authorities, in one of the deadliest attacks on the Ukrainian capital in months. Air raid sirens lasted for nearly 10 hours in Kyiv as residents endured an all-too-familiar soundtrack. The buzz of attack drones flying over neighborhoods, the staccato of heavy machine guns trying to shoot them down, and the thud of air defense missiles trying to intercept Russian missiles. As dawn broke, thick plumes of black smoke rose over the capital, and the acrid smell of burning hung heavy in the air. Damage was reported at more than a dozen sites across Kyiv, with several residential buildings in flames or gutted. More than 40 people were injured, officials said. Today, Kyiv endured another difficult night. Timur Tkachenko, the head of the Kyiv City Military Administration, wrote on social media, "Another attack. More wounded, destroyed homes, human suffering and anxiety. Search and rescue operations under the rubble are ongoing." Videos and images shared by residents and lawmakers after the attack showed a section of a multi-story residential building collapsed, leaving a gaping hole in the apartment block. The local authorities warned that some victims might still be trapped under the rubble. It was unclear where exactly the 14 fatalities occurred across the capital. But Mayor Vitaly Klitschko also said a 62-year-old U.S. citizen was found dead in the Solomiansky district near the city center, though it was not immediately clear if his death was linked to the attack. Tuesday's attack was the latest in a series of Russian air assaults that have intensified in recent weeks. Russia now regularly launches hundreds of drones at night in an effort to overwhelm Ukraine's air defenses before firing missiles that are more difficult to intercept. The attack further dimmed already fragile hopes for a ceasefire. It came as world leaders gathered at the Group of Seven summit in Canada, where the Ukrainian president Volodymyr Zelensky was set to push for tougher sanctions on Russia and increased aid for his battered country. Mr. Zelensky had also been expected to meet President Trump on the sidelines of the meeting, but the American leader left the summit late on Monday and returned to Washington.
Okay, well, because I hadn't heard that much about the Russia-Ukraine war, so I'm guessing that Putin is looking to keep it front and center in our minds. So this next story looks like China might be some competition with Mr. Musk. China's first human trial of flexible brain-computer implant enables mind control of devices. And if you're a conspiracy theorist, the mind control probably is what stands out to you. It says here, China has conducted its first clinical trial of an invasive brain-computer interface, becoming the second country to reach this stage of development in BCI technology, brain-computer interface. I guess the first would be the U.S. A man who lost all 4 limbs was able to play chess and racing games using brain signals within weeks of implantation. The device developed by Sebsit is the smallest and most flexible brain control device globally, allowing for minimal disruption to brain tissue. Eek. Just the term brain tissue gives me the creeps. Future plans include enabling the patient to control robotic devices, enhancing physical independence and interaction capabilities. I can only imagine, if for some reason or another, this implant, results in infections. Who wants a brain infection? No, I don't. Let's see. Oh no. Well, I mean the military budget overall, not just for Ukraine. And quite frankly, if I were super MAGA, Ryan, I would be disappointed that this war is still going on. I thought maybe I'm mistaken. Didn't Trump say something about ending the war on day one or soon? War's still going on. So, as a super MAGA, I am very disappointed in my president. Okay, this is from the New York Times Magazine section, and we will not play all of it, but AI might take your job. Here are 22 new ones it could give you. So I haven't read the article, but I'm definitely interested. What can AI do for us as far as giving us jobs?
People skills. Yes, AI will take away lots of human jobs, but it will bring new ones. Published by the New York Times Magazine. Written by Robert Capps. Read by Malcolm Hillgartner. First, a confession. I tried writing this essay with AI. I started with ChatGPT's deep research mode, asking it to compile a report on what new jobs for humans might be created by the rise of AI. It asked a few follow-up questions and then set off, returning with a 6,000-word report broken down by industry. I fed that report into ChatGPT 4o, along with the original assignment memo from my editor and a few other recent industry reports on the future of work, and asked for an article in the style of the New York Times Magazine. It was done within 90 minutes. The article was lively and informative, and while some of its imagined future careers were a bit fanciful, a synthetic relationship counselor apparently will be someone who can step in when you're in love with your AI. It also covered an interesting spectrum of plausible jobs and featured some delightful turns of phrase. To the average reader, it likely would have come across as a breezy Sunday read with just enough interesting points to warrant a bit of reflection. So why aren't you reading that version? Well, for starters, it would have gotten me fired. Almost all quotes and experts in the article were entirely made up. But I had a deeper, more philosophical concern. Even if the AI-written version of this piece was entirely factual, submitting it to my editors would have represented a fundamental misunderstanding of why they hired me. In freelance journalism, as in many fields where the work product is written text, you aren't just being paid for the words you submit. You're being paid to be responsible for them. The facts, the concepts, the fairness, the phrasing. This article is running with my byline, which means that I personally stand behind what you're reading. By the same token, my editor is responsible for hiring me, and so on, a type of responsibility that inherently can't be delegated to a machine. Commentators have become increasingly bleak about the future of human work in an AI world. The venture capitalist investor Chris Sacca recently went on Tim Ferriss's podcast and declared that we are super. He suggested that computer programmers, lawyers, accountants, marketing copywriters, and most other white-collar workers were all doomed. In an email to his staff, Fiverr's chief executive, Miha Kaufman, added designers and salespeople to the list of the soon-to-be damned. Such laments about AI have become common, but rarely do they explore how AI gets over the responsibility hurdle I'm describing. It's already clear that AI is more than capable of handling many human tasks. But in the real world, our jobs are about much more than the sum of our tasks. They're about contributing our labor to a group of other humans, our bosses and colleagues, who can understand us, interact with us, and hold us accountable in ways that don't easily transfer to algorithms. This doesn't mean the disruptions from AI won't be profound. Our data is showing that 70% of the skills in the average job will have changed by 2030, said Anish Raman, LinkedIn's Chief Economic Opportunity Officer. According to the World Economic Forum's 2025 Future of Jobs report, 9 million jobs are expected to be displaced by AI and other emergent technologies in the next 5 years. But AI will create jobs too. The same report says that by 2030, the technology will also lead to some 11 million new jobs. Among these will be many roles that have never existed before. If we want to know what these new opportunities will be, we should start by looking at who jobs can bridge the gap between AI's phenomenal capabilities and our very human needs and desires. It's not just a question of where humans want AI, but also where does AI want humans? To my mind, there are 3 major areas where humans either are or will soon be more necessary than ever: trust, integration, and taste. Trust. Robert Siemens, a professor at New York University's Stern School of Business, who studies the economic consequences of AI, envisions a new set of roles he calls AI auditors, people who dig down into the AI to understand what it is doing and why, and can then document it for technical, explanatory, or liability purposes. Within the next 5 years, he told me, he suspects that all big accounting firms will include AI audits among their offerings. A related job he imagines is an AI translator, someone who understands AI well enough to explain its mechanics to others in the business, particularly to leaders and managers. The AI translator helps to interface between something that's super technical and what a manager knows and understands, and what they need to know in order to make a decision, Siemens said. In a sense, both of Siemens's visions fall into a broader category of trust. I didn't submit my AI-generated article in part because that would have betrayed my editor's trust, but also because I didn't trust it, trust that it was true, trust that it got the facts right. Because I hadn't done the work and the thinking myself, I couldn't tell if it was being fair or reasonable. Everyone who tries to use AI professionally will face a version of this problem. The technology can provide astonishing amounts of output in an instant.
Yeah. Next time Portia's up on stage because she's out of country right now. She has had some experiences with AI. I'll just call them experiences. Um, and I'd love for her to talk about it. She's working on a master's degree, I think in public administration or something like that. So hopefully I'll remember to ask her. Maybe I'll email her. By the way, speaking of Portia, please make sure you all hit the like button as you come in or out. Make sure if you're new to the channel, you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel or preferably the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000, which I don't know if I'll get around to doing anything on my channel this week. As I said, I'm going to be out of town for a day or two. So I may or may not do a show in the morning. I think I may wind up doing a short show tomorrow morning. I'm not sure about Thursday morning. So hit the like button. Make sure you support your host, especially for this upcoming weekend. Had fun, doing that Saturday show, and should maybe start doing more actual like Saturday shows. Because it kind of allows me to have longer streams because I start later. So make sure you support us, me and Portia and your favorite host towards the weekend. Having some Bud Light handy for those Saturday shows, makes it more fun for me anyway. So there we go. And if anybody wants to hear the rest of this article, I'm happy to drop the link so it can be finished. But the jobs they're describing are kind of the order of learn to code. Everybody should learn to be an AI plumber. Basically, I'm going to be like an AI translator, which, yeah, okay. So this next story, Heinz has made the first move. Kraft Heinz to eliminate all chemical dyes over the next 2 years. That's good news. My question is, why couldn't they have done it sooner? But here we go. Fairly short article.
Kraft Heinz to eliminate all chemical dyes over next 2 years. This article is by Julie Creswell and read by an automated voice. Some big changes are on the way for grape Kool-Aid drinks and wiggly blobs of cherry-flavored Jell-O. On Tuesday, Kraft Heinz, the food giant best known for its ketchup and boxed mac and cheese, said it would remove all chemical dyes from its products by the end of 2027. The company said the shift would affect only about 10% of its portfolio by sales. A spokeswoman confirmed it would affect brands like Kool-Aid, Jell-O, Crystal Light, and other beverages and desserts that contain dyes like Red No. 40 and Blue No. 1. Kraft Heinz is the first major food company to officially announce plans to stop using artificial colors. In April, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, said he had reached an understanding with food manufacturers to remove commonly used artificial food dyes from their products by 2026. Mr. Kennedy, as part of his Make America Healthy Again agenda, has long criticized the artificial dyes used in processed foods as part of a larger food system he says contributes to chronic disease and poor health. The agency hoped to encourage food companies to remove the dyes voluntarily, rather than go through the arduous and time-consuming process of changing food regulations, which could have devolved into a courtroom battle over science and safety. Nutritional and health experts may be pleased to see some petroleum-based colors go away, noting that a handful of studies have found links between some artificial food dyes and behavioral issues. But others have said it is unclear if removing the artificial dyes will have a meaningful effect on childhood obesity, diabetes, or other chronic diseases. It is also unknown whether other large food companies will follow Kraft Heinz's lead. In mid-April, executives at PepsiCo, which makes Pepsi and Gatorade drinks, as well as popular snacks like Doritos and Cheetos, told Wall Street analysts that it would either migrate its various brands into natural colors or provide the consumer with natural color options in the next few years. PepsiCo's executives said about 60% of its business was from products with no artificial colors. But Kraft, like other food and beverage giants, will face myriad challenges in trying to replicate its bright red cherry Kool-Aid or the orange in its Crystal Light drink mixes from natural sources. Food coloring experts caution that it can be tricky to match the shades with natural ingredients, could require changes in formulations, and may be more costly as it takes significantly more natural ingredients to achieve the bright, saturated hues found in artificial colors. Kraft, which quietly and successfully removed artificial colors from its popular bright orange macaroni and cheese product in 2016 by switching to turmeric and paprika, said it would not introduce any new products using synthetic dyes, effective immediately. The vast majority of our products use natural or no colors. Pedro Navio, the president of North America at Kraft Heinz, said in a news release Tuesday. He noted that the company had been moving to reduce the use of artificial colors across its portfolio. The company said it was mobilizing a team to figure out how to remove the artificial colors from all of its products. That team would either remove the colors when not critical to the consumer experience, replace the artificial dyes with natural colors, or create new colors and shades, Kraft Heinz said.
Kulkamasi asked me a question about food dyes, and maybe somebody in the audience knows. I think Kraft made an all or makes an all natural ketchup. I don't really like ketchup on hot dogs and stuff, or even hamburgers. Only time I use ketchup is if I'm making cocktail sauce for shrimp, which is fairly rare. Other than that, I don't use ketchup. Every now and again, my son likes it. So, there's always some around the house, but he's the only one who uses it. So, I'm sure Kraft probably has like organic stuff, that they don't use food dyes in. Usually, they will put on the packaging, all natural, no artificial dyes, that sort of thing. So, the answer is, I think they make a ketchup. I'm not absolutely sure. Ketchup used to be a medicine? Really? I didn't know that. Well, that's news to me. Like I said, I literally will eat a hot dog with just mustard on it. I don't like ketchup. Too sweet. I've never tried to make it though. Maybe I should try that one day. Good morning, 12th man. Ryan wants the link, huh? Yeah, okay. And Slick Rick, give me a second. I'll add you as a moderator to my channel. Just give me a minute because I don't do it that often. I have to remember how to do it. But I'm interested in that link. Back in the 1700s, huh? Interesting. So let's see. Let me drop the link here. If anybody wants to come up, that's cool because I'm about to get into some videos that are more or less random, but I guess there maybe is a theme. Let me add Rick right quick if I can figure out. You know what? Let me go to my phone. I'll do it from YouTube Studio. I know how to do it that way. So I'm going to go ahead. I wanted to do this, Justice Barrett in her own words, but I fear this will be boring and I'd be the only one interested in it. So I'll forego it unless somebody has a burning desire to go over it. I think she's kind of fascinating, to be honest. So I'm going to start with this video here. This is a woman that I follow occasionally, And she makes a really good point about left progressives or people who are left of liberal Democrats. So I think it's worth people knowing this, because people make this mistake, especially people on the right, like to lump Democrats into one big mass of Marxists, and we we like black culture come in different flavors. So excuse me, here we go with this. And the name of this YouTube page is Park Rose Permaculture. I think she's into gardening or something.
With people who have diverse ideas, how to build a coalition with people who are not aligned with you in every factor and are not going to come around to your way of thinking. And also, like, a really devastating failure to understand what your obligation is as a voter. I know I talked about it in this video, but pretending that someone has to earn your vote, that they have to pander to you, they have to cater to you, they have to court you and romance you in order to get you to vote for them. And that if they don't make every single thing on their platform align specifically with you, you're going to say, fuck you, and all of the people who are going to be harmed if the opposition gets elected. I'm going to sit on my self-righteous high horse and say, well, I didn't compromise my values in any way, shape, or form. My hands are clean because I didn't vote for the candidate who wasn't perfect, even though it costs millions of lives, even though it puts the most vulnerable at risk, even though it escalates the harm being done to the vulnerable communities that they say they are advocating for. To me, it's really weird to see people
Hey Ryan,
saying that
hold
they
on one
are
sec.
communists, but then displaying this tremendous toxic individualism. To see people saying, if you don't court me as a voter, if you don't give me exactly what I want and make me feel pure and righteous in casting my vote, then I will withhold my vote and allow a terrible, cruel, chaotic authoritarian to come to power. And even in the face of now living in that reality, they still continue to blame the Black woman for not being progressive enough for them, which is weird because a lot of them had no problem voting for Joe Biden or Barack Obama. Nobody cared that Obama was arming Israel. It's just the Black woman that they call Bomala. How they clearly don't understand the role of the president versus the vice president and the limitations of the vice president who crafts foreign policy, how Congress controls the purse strings. No. They don't want to talk about that. They just want to call a Black woman Bomala and feel really self-righteous, ranting and raving about how they're going to withhold their vote from her until she gives them everything that they want. Weird how they made these very specific demands of a Black woman and not of previous Democratic presidential candidates. But getting back to this point here, I think it's really easy when you're in your little insular Twitter bubble, cranking out your tanky think pieces, or you're in your carefully curated social media spaces where everybody thinks like you. It's easy to get this perception that your group is far more larger and influential and should be pandered to in a way that just like doesn't match with actual reality. You have a very skewed perspective. And I've even said that because my social media feed leans very left. Sometimes I find it hard to remember that we are not the majority of Americans and that we're not even like a particularly substantial and influential minority when you look at what Americans consider the left versus right. I mean, we all know establishment Democrats, they are really on the right. We don't really have a left-wing party in America at all. And then if you look at the off-left folks, they're just like this little tiny sliver. And they think because they bluster really loudly online that they should be listened to, that they should be granted more power and sway than they actually have. I do think it's good for everybody on the left to have a little reality check, a little radical acceptance about where we fit into the political ecosystem, how we can use what power we do have, how we can leverage what influence we actually do have, and how we can get over ourselves a little bit and think about coalition building. I definitely think a lot of folks on the left have not deconstructed from the toxic individualism that is rampant in American society, that is the foundation of American society. This give me every single thing that I want, or I will withhold from you my vote. You have to earn my vote.
I have to make a quick comment because she's starting to repeat herself. Her main, at least in my opinion, salient point is that progressives on the left do not hold the power they seem to think they do. Progressives are not a majority of the Democratic Party, they're literally a minority in the party. So, if you'll remember a few years ago, the Progressive Caucus in the House, AOC and Pramila Jayapal, I think that's her name. All these people, they had their moment in the sun where, they thought they were going to, compete or challenge Nancy Pelosi, and they lost miserably. Well, the reason they lost miserably is because they do not hold the power. Bernie Sanders was an anomaly, and he didn't have enough power to, prevail over the quote normie Democrats. So when people on the right talk about, Joe Biden being a progressive, they're basically either either
Stupid.
actually
They're just,
ignorant.
they're
Hold
stupid.
on one
They're just
sec.
stupid.
Hold on one sec. Either they are um, actually ignorant or pretending to be ignorant. The progressives are just another faction of the Democratic Party, and I think a lot of times. Now I know why a MAGA person would do it. They just want to lump everybody into, like Mike Lee of Utah did. Basically just say, "Hey, they're all terrorists." That is not someone who actually wants to build or reach across the aisle. Mike Lee's not that guy. Okay, they're all, they're basically all terrorists and should be, the Democratic Party should be deemed a terrorist organization. That's not a guy who actually wants to govern. That's a guy who basically wants a one-party state, in my opinion. And he will probably suffer for it because Utah, I've been to Utah once, and the people I met are nothing like the representative they picked for Senate. They are very nice people, and I'm just shocked that Mike Lee is still. I think maybe he's retiring at the end of his term. I can't remember now, but he is nothing like the Utahans. I think that's what they call, or maybe they call themselves Utes. um, they
No, they're not the Ute
he does
Indians,
not
Stanley.
he does not represent any of the people, and I met a few. Now maybe they were predisposed to like me because they're family or my wife's family, so maybe that was it. But I got out and about, and I really like it. Was such a cool place that my wife and I actually talked about moving there, but it wasn't, that serious. But probably the only reason I didn't is because I'm not dealing with that snow. So Ryan, good morning. 12th man, good morning.
Good morning, Stanley.
Hi, Stanley. How are you? Good.
Pretty good. Just
Well,
kind of.
I just wanted to come up, excuse me, and just talk about not this woman. I just want to talk about the bill and the Medicaid that I couldn't come up earlier. The
Oh, that's
Medicaid,
no
because we
problem.
went back and forth. So the thing is about it, it's actually very reasonable. And the two things are, A, they're literally peeling it back to 2019 because they expanded it substantially during COVID, which I don't blame them because you can't get a job when we had this rampant situation where they closed businesses and all. So they're just really bringing it back. I don't think that's unreasonable. COVID's over, but my issue is the media. They're calling it cuts, and I'm like, it's actually just bringing it back to what it was.
Here's the deal. Let me just address those 2 points. I agree that taking it back to pre-COVID is reasonable. As long as no one who actually needs it loses it, I'm good with the rollback. And then to your second point, shit, did I just forget what your second point was? Remind me. I'm sorry. I'm having a senior moment here.
Well, I had a whole second point about the tax part, which I wanted to say that.
Oh, wait, hold it. I remember what it was. Look, they can call it. They can call it a cut in the media, and I'm going to do the whataboutism. because if the bill for some reason doesn't pass and those tax cuts revert back to 2017, they're calling it a tax hike. Okay, so both sides are doing it. So the media calling it a
No,
cut,
I get it.
I think is fair. If you're going to call losing those 2017 tax cuts, you're going to call it a tax hike. Fair is fair.
And just to clarify, I'm against the tax. I'm doing anything with the taxes at all. Trump wants to cut. I think he wants to cut the corporate tax by 1%, and I'm like, 1%? That like you're going to fight over 1%? So I'm actually for increasing taxes on the top marginal rate for high earners. So over 600 grand, they should have a lot more brackets than we have. We have like 6 brackets. So I'm for tax increases, but I'm also for reining in federal spending, which is just unbelievable. We increased federal spending by about 30 to 35% for COVID, and it was emergency spending. We're back there. We're spending what we spent during COVID round 1, which was 2020, right? 2020, 2021. We were spending about 4.5 to 5 trillion. We're now spending 7.1 trillion. So in other words, COVID hit, it went up, and it's never come back down. It's literally where it's ridiculous. So it's irresponsible, and I'm against Trump's stupid tax cuts, but I'm also for reining in the spending that's been exploded with COVID. I mean, which I blame both parties on that. So,
right.
And I just think these guys aren't serious, Stanley. Like both parties,
well, no, they're
not serious. It's a fucking joke, and it's very frustrating. Neither party is serious.
Well, I mean, it's all because of the polarization. One side, wants to go extreme. The other side wants to go extreme. Though I will basically say that, going as far as to deem the rival political party a terrorist organization and be wrong, that shooter in Minneapolis or in Minnesota is not a Democrat. He voted Republican. His roommate, who's a Trump fan, says that this guy is a Trump fan. So to get it that wrong and in the process deem the rival political party domestic terrorists, that's egregious. Especially when we just had a political assassination. That was an assassination that guy did.
Well, Stanley, he was a
I'm not even. I don't. I'm sorry. What?
He was a Tim Walz appointee, though.
Okay, I don't give a fuck. You are as ignorant as Mike Lee. Then, so what if he's an appointee?
Well,
Waltz did not select him. He just said, "Hey, we're going to keep him as a member." Just because he's a Waltz appointee, I'm talking about how he voted. I'm talking about his reasons for doing the assassination, and I'm not going to even allow you to have an opinion. It is what it is. Okay, the evidence is there, but he was a Waltz employee or appointee doesn't do it for me.
Well, I'm just wondering what
I don't give a fuck what you're just. I don't care what you're just doing. I know I heard what you said, and I vehemently disagree that it matters that he's a Waltz appointee.
Well,
It matters not. It matters. I do not give a fuck about your opinion. He did what he did. We know why he did it, and that he's a Waltz appointee means nada. Period.
I'm just wondering what
I don't give a fuck what you're just doing. I don't give a fuck what you're just doing. If you are wondering about you are literally, I don't care that you're an appointee. It matters not. It is irrelevant to my point, which is it was a political assassination and the dude is a Trump voter and by his roommate's admission, a fellow MAGA. Doesn't matter whether Waltz appointed him or not. The
So
salient
they're calling it a
factors.
political. It's the right
Yes,
is
they are
radical.
calling it a political assassination. He targeted
That's
Democrats.
wrong no matter what it was, Stanley. No matter
Well,
what
that's
it was.
now you get my point. It's wrong whether
I get
Waltz
it.
appointed him or not.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
not
do this
delimited.
whataboutist bullshit. Okay. The point is that pointing out that he is a Waltz appointee doesn't really mean much when you factor in why it appears he did it. And it's alleged. It's alleged until it's official. But the point is it is allegedly a political assassination, and it is allegedly against a targeted political party and specific politicians.
Well, evidently he was a vehement anti-abortionist, and that's why he done it, because he didn't like the abortions going on.
It's just
So
lunacy. Nut jobs.
Okay,
Yeah.
and to fasting with voices point here, I would tend to agree with you. I think that but the thing is, fasting is you gotta use the right tool in the right situation. I think people need to be a lot more individualistic. They need to stop caring what the Joneses are doing. They need to make sure that what's in their four walls is in order before they take aim at criticizing things outside of their four walls. And that's a utopian, point of view, I admit. But I agree. Individualism, I don't know that it makes people stronger, because too much of a good thing is not a good thing. So it depends on how far you want to take individualism. No man is an island is the antidote to to rugged individualism. So I just wanted to address that point. But in general, to the degree I think you're talking about, I would agree with you. So we will move on, because I think, like I said, she's starting to repeat herself. But I just wanted to point out that she's absolutely right. She is a progressive, and she at least understands that the progressives do not control even a little bit the Democratic Party. The way Nancy Pelosi schooled AOC, and AOC is better for it. She's not, at least she doesn't appear, is I don't know, what would the point be?
Do you know why Pelosi held the power, Stanley? Because she has a reasonable position, and the progressives are fucking crazy. That's why Pelosi held the power. She understands things, unlike most of the progressives, which are half nuts. So, and Joe Biden wasn't a progressive for most of his life. I think he gave them some of the stuff they wanted, like the environmental shit, but
I think, you know what? That's part of the coalition
are fucking
building.
nuts. Yeah, and
It's part of
progressives.
the coalition building. But my case in point, I think the better example is Jamal Bowman losing after that stupid fire alarm pulling stunt he did. He probably deserved to go just for that childishness. He was a high school principal, so I guess he pulled a high school tactic. The other Nina, damn, what's her name? Out in I think it's Cleveland or somewhere. There've been she and that other progressive from St. Louis, a black woman, can't remember her name.
Corey Bush. No, Bush.
Corey Bush.
Corey Bush.
Those were two high-profile progressives that lost. Okay. As a matter of fact, Nina Turner is her name. She lost to a quote normie Democrat in her own district. So progressives talk a good game, but if MAGA folks and conservatives, right conservatives, think that the progressive have power in the Democratic Party, they're not reading the newspapers.
Well, Stanley, I think John Fetterman is the voice of reason in the Democrats you're talking about.
Well, I think John Fetterman should not be in office currently. He has mental problems, and I think the job is a little too much for him to bite off and chew. If he's the most reasonable, then the Democrats are in trouble.
Well, he will reach across the aisle. I mean, that's good.
Well, that's good, but
Who do you think the voice of reason?
I prefer Nancy Pelosi, oddly enough. Maybe
Well,
I don't
she's
think
got to
anybody's
retire, Stanley,
right.
pretty soon.
I don't think anyone right now is in a mood to reach across the aisle. It's happened a couple times in the past 6 months, but I'm not. I can't. Not on any big issues that I'm aware of. What was I going to say?
The Lincoln Riley Act. The Lincoln Riley Act. The only piece of legislation that's been passed. The one piece of legislation I think Trump and these guys have passed has been the Lincoln Riley Act. Sadly, I mean it's saying what's they haven't really passed anything in about 4 years if you think about it. It's just been a joke.
Right.
So it's a very weak Senate and House, and it's just they're just the Congress has obfuscated its responsibility, like you always said.
Oh, for decades.
And they're ballless, really. I mean, they are ballless. They won't go against Trump, and I don't understand it. Like,
well, I think the Senate. I think the Senate is more inclined to do it.
Yeah. Well, I think by nominating the guy they did, John Thune, they did that before Trump really was moving in, taking office and stuff. And he's more moderate. He's not a Trumper, like he may side with Trump, but he's not a Trumper historically. Like, they could have put somebody else up there for sure, but they went with him, I think, to kind of check. They kind of say, this is the old school conservatives, So
right, and to that extent, Mike Lee is the only person, and for obvious reasons, in the past few days, he's the only one I can think of that seems to be. Joni Ernst doesn't even seem to be that pro-Trump, but
Rand Paul's not. Rand Paul got uninvited.
Yeah. Right.
Common smashing. You know what all three of those people have in common? They were all elected during the Tea Party revolution back in 2010. Thomas Massey, Mike Lee, and what was the other one y'all just mentioned? All three of them.
Yeah.
And well, that's
Chip Roy goes against
Rand Paul. Rand Paul.
Then they all my thoughts on the Tea Party. I pretty much have no use for it, or didn't have any use for it, because in my opinion, they were basically they led up to MAGA. So this next video is
you could say that.
Right. It's kind of changing topics, but I wanted to sneak in that leftist point. So let's see here. This is kind of going back to that theme. This is something that Kimmy Cakes emailed me, in which leads me to remind everybody, if you guys ever want to send me something to show, I probably need to, you know what? This is what I'll do. Just so everybody can see my email address. My email address is right in my little audio avatar here. It's Stanley at jghb.info. The JG John Galt HB .info. If anybody ever has a link or something they want to bring to my attention and have me show potentially, just email it to me. And Kim basically emailed me this. Actually, she emailed me a couple things, but the other one is longer. And this kind of, is a theme that has been running around between John Galt and myself And I think we would actually agree that, there really never was a strong black-brown coalition, not across the board. There are, say, Dominicans and, the Caribbeans who may identify as some form of Latino or Latino. Even there, there could be, strong, you know, uh, quote black brown coalitions, but I don't even think those were that wrong because you always have the Caribbean aspect, especially in the Dominican community, where they tend to be anti-black, anti-legacy black American. I would say on occasion, but it's probably probably more than on occasion. So let's play this. It's fairly short and somewhat entertaining, actually.
To those stating, it is not my fight. This is why this country is in the position that it is today. The color of my skin should not matter, whether I'm brown, black, purple. This is a humanitarian issue. We are in this
All I have to say is welcome to America, senorita.
position because there is no unity.
Out the black and the brown community, we need to come together and we need to remember.
First of all, we done told you no. You don't even respect us enough to take no for an answer. We asked you to stop saying the N-word. You said no. And so come together and remember what exactly. Remember that y'all anti-black as racist as a lot of y'all. So we ain't got to come together and do a damn thing. We done said no. Respect our boundaries and leave us alone. Okay? We done said no. The answer is no. When y'all come here, y'all want to align with whiteness. You love whiteness. You glorify whiteness and demonize blackness. So you need to make videos and ask white Americans to join with you. Because that's who you love so much, right? That's who kiss. That's who boots you lick. So why the hell y'all not calling on them? Why are y'all calling on black people? Y'all always want to use black Americans. You want us to come out there and get the hell beat out of us for your racist, anti-black. It ain't happening. We said no.
I also want to make one quick comment before we continue this video. And this is not directed at anybody on the panel for sure, but I basically am a counterpoint to the anti-black blacks. It is intentional. If there's something of note that an individual black person or group of black people do that is, negative in some way, I am certainly willing to show it, comment on it, and, condemn it if need be. But I am not inclined to do this. You need to be a representative of your, you need to represent your race and that sort of bullshit. I don't think individual actions reflect on the broader legacy black community. I'm not an anti-black for the sake of being anti-black. If like I said, if there's something individual or a group within the black community does that has negative impact in general, I am willing to call it out. I am not willing to say all black people are responsible, for instance, for crime in Chicago. If you come to me and I'm making a point and you go, well, what about Chicago? I'm literally going to shit on you because I think that's whataboutism. I don't live in Chicago. Why should I care about Chicago other than, hey, I care about America? Beyond that, Chicago is for Chicagoans. So I just want to, I've made the point before. I just wanted to reiterate it. You probably won't find too many negative videos, at least not this morning. Now let's see
Period.
if this will start.
I just feel like if you could come here and riot another country's government, another country's laws, tear down that country's cities all the time, all the while you're waving your flag, the flag of a country you're fleeing from, why not go back to that country and do the same thing to y'all government? Why not go and riot and burn down y'all cities to protest y'all own government for having to flee that country? Why come to a country that y'all fleeing from and burn it down because of our laws? When the same thing y'all doing here to our government, y'all can go and do it to y'all government for a better country, a country y'all won't have to flee from.
Bro, you came here illegally, so you're getting sent back. Like, I'm not really understanding where I'm supposed to feel bad. Like, it's the law. Like, what? Am I missing something? Like, we also can't do that.
I also want to comment. One thing that seems to be a misconception, and I'm not saying this young man is making the mistake, but since he brought it up, you might have crossed the border illegally, but if for some reason or another you declare or request asylum or some sort of refugee status, you now have a legal reason to be here. At least even if it's TPS or parole or whatever, you might have crossed illegally, but once you get a legal status, you are no longer illegal except in some MAGA hive mind rhetorical point. If you
I
cross
don't.
the border illegal, you are automatically illegal no matter what. I don't.
But if
That's
you
not
break the
actually.
law,
Do
then that
not.
status
Do
can be
not.
revoked.
Do not cut me off. You will get your turn to respond. If you have a legal status, you are legal, whether you cross the border illegally or not. Now, if you get caught before you have a legal status, deport them. Okay, but just saying everybody is illegal doesn't work on this panel, at least. So, what's your
Yeah,
response?
he's wrong. He's wrong. Oh, go ahead, 12. Man, go ahead. 12.
No,
No,
because they might be legal temporarily, but if they break
legal.
any laws, then they go
Okay.
right back
See,
into the illegal bucket.
once again, you are moving goalposts here. I'm
No,
just
I'm
talking
not.
about. Yeah, you are, and maybe you can't realize you're moving the goalposts. That's why I'm moderating. If you have a legal status, albeit temporarily, until that legal status runs out, you have a legal status. That's my only
And
point.
it can be
If you
revoked at
commit,
any time.
okay, so
Well, it can't.
fuck
It can't
what?
actually. It
If
can't be
it's
revoked.
if it's revoked, then you no longer have a legal status.
It
Correct?
can't be revoked though. It can't. Without due process, it can't be revoked.
Well, yeah,
So
but I'm
legally,
Well,
saying
the Supreme
if it
Court just
does,
said they could.
okay, the Supreme Court said nothing of the sort.
Yeah, they did. They said that if they're here,
No.
like
Okay,
on one of those
motherfucker, I
tubs,
literally just said they did not. One case does not mean every case.
and Biden. So if they seek asylum, technically we are
This
supposed
is, you
to
know
fight.
what? This
Okay.
is really fucking annoying. Okay, if you're going to step up to correct a point, at least correct the point. Okay, the Supreme Court on one case, in most of the cases that I'm aware of, they just said, hey, this injunction can't be maintained. They want it to percolate up through the courts. They're not really saying anything other than getting rid of injunctions. The Supreme Court has not made any blanket statement about revoking statuses. You need to, dude, it is so
yes,
annoying.
they did.
They did not.
Well,
And if
they
they
said
did, fucking find the case. And if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. Find me the case.
It was all them people that Joe Biden flew here on probationary status. Like the Supreme Court said that the president can revoke that status and fly them back right where they came from.
That's for
And,
TPS alone. That's only for TPS 12. That's
yeah,
just for TPS, temporary protected,
temporary.
but not.
Yeah, that's
That's
right.
not asylum seekers that cross the border illegally. That's just TPS.
That's obvious. They were given, I think they were given TPS by an executive order from Biden.
Yes, that's
So
right.
yeah, a
Yes, sir.
president can revoke that. Okay, well, motherfucker, in one case, see, 12th man, you always come up here half cocked. Okay, the
Well,
president cannot revoke any old status. TPS, be specific. Like I said, there is no blanket statement that the Supreme Court has said about revoking process. I'm sorry, revoking legal status that the president can
Due
do.
well,
process.
Just that,
except for asylum,
that
though.
one case, and it was enacted via executive order, if I recall, so it can be revoked. If Congress passed a law saying, doing what the executive order did, the president can't countermand it.
Yeah, but for asylum and TPS are different. Asylum is, hey, I'm
Right.
being persecuted right now.
Asylum is by statute.
Yeah. So the one thing that is in question, though, Stanley, which I don't know the answer, but so when you come in by asylum, I think Biden signed an executive order saying we're going to release into the U.S. with court date and ankle monitor. And I think that was executive order. So therefore, I think Trump can say, well, that's done. We can detain. I think. I could be wrong, but I think that he can change that. So he technically, ICE could pick you up and say, okay, we have court tomorrow. We moved your trial up and we're going to go ahead and do process. I don't know. But it's all very interesting how the
here is my deal. As long as there's due process, I don't care what the outcome is.
Hey, I'm with you.
There needs to be due process.
Yeah. But it's all very TPS. I think he gave people TPS until July of this year. August of this year. And I think Trump is trying to move that date up, but I think they shot him down for certain TPS, which I think was Ukraine, Africa. There's about 10 countries that he put in TPS and extended it. So, but the lawyers will figure all this shit out. So,
well, that's it. That's what they're there for. Like I said, as long as they get due process, I don't care what the outcome is.
And as far as I'm concerned, this is the problem. It's the executives, in my opinion, they want to do what they want to do, and say fuck the Supreme Court. I have a problem with Trump doing it. The whole
he said he
pissed me off.
To his very minimal credit, he did direct that if the Supreme Court says it, his administration will follow it. Now, my biggest problem is he, and I can kind of understand his reasoning. He is at the top of the food chain in the executive branch. He can only be dealt with by the top of the food chain in the judicial branch. I don't know that I agree with that, but I can understand why he would do it, why he would feel that way. Because I can a very maybe loose example is a lot of times I was kind of the same way. When I was in the Navy, it's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. Take me to your leader.
Yeah, I get it.
We'll hash out.
I just have a problem with these executives. They try to skin the cat. It fails. They'll skin it this way. The student loan thing was the same thing in terms of how let's try to redo this 40 times.
Right.
After the Supreme Court rules, let's just keep trying to redo it a different way. I think it's bullshit, And these executives all try this shit.
There was actually something that I didn't show that I read overnight about that food chain thing and there's nothing. I don't know that there's anything wrong with the president testing limits. Trump does it too much for my tastes. Woody, hey, you know what? Good to see you, Woody. I think I think that Trump testing guardrails, too much of it to me seems to, in my opinion, kind of destabilize things. He does it too much, but leaders do that. My only critique is that he just does it too much. He's too willing to test democratic norms instead of working within them and being creative. You don't have to break everything to work around it. Bending rules is fun. Breaking rules is another matter.
Yeah.
Of course, he's
I'm
the
with it.
president. He can do it however he wants to do it. So let's get back to this video, because I actually found the video kind of amusing.
Yeah, we can't go to other countries illegally and just pop up and start working and all of that without things in order, without abiding by their laws. And to be honest, it's a much worse punishment if we end up doing that. I feel like America is being generous. Y'all are getting caught and then being sent by a plane or sent by a bus back home. That's pretty generous if you ask me.
Don't call me Dave. Yeah, girl, hell no. We at home, we at the cookout. If you like me, we at the spa, we getting a massage.
She's right about that. Black people got boots on the ground right now. Talking about where them fans at, line dancing with cowboy boots on, plaid shirts, clacking them fans all over the place, looking for the closest function for the summer fish fry, the summer barbecue, whatever outdoor event. Others on the relaxation tip at the spa, doing their self-care routines, exfoliating and stuff. I mean, not popping a sweat about nothing that ain't got nothing to do with us.
We are wherever the hell y'all were when we were going through it. Because let's not play these games like y'all were outside. We were outside with our bloodline on the main line. And y'all was somewhere else. Okay? Now the shoe's on the other foot and it's not funny anymore. And everybody wants a defense. Everybody wants us to run to the rescue. This ain't our battle, baby. Let's get real. Who voted for him? Who showed up to them polls and voted for him? Now, I'm not saying what's happening is right. But who showed up and voted for him? Latinas for Trump, that's who voted for him, okay?
I have been struggling on how to say this. And I made a video earlier, I took it down. But y'all are focusing on the wrong people. Y'all are focusing on why don't black people care what Trump is doing? We do. But we're focusing on us and ourselves to survive through this. What y'all need to be focused on instead of, well, why aren't black people actively protesting and doing all the things that they usually do? One, because we told you we're not going to do that anymore. Okay, we told you. Y'all didn't listen. Two, because we can't help you as much as the people you need to help you. Okay? You need white people. You're focusing on black people, you need to focus on white people. You need to get their attention, their compassion, their empathy, their social and political power. You're focused on the wrong people. You're focused on the wrong demographic. Black people don't make up the vast majority of this country. We don't make up the vast majority of politicians. We are not in the White House. I'm telling you, you need to focus on white people and getting them to actively care and campaign and protest in your name, in your favor, and leave black people alone.
And see, the reason why they're focusing on black people is because most white people, at least the ones who voted for Trump, they're not saving them because this is exactly what they voted for. They told Trump what they wanted, and Trump promised he would deliver. So why would they go against what they wanted to appease the people that they identified as their problem? Nah, but instead of going against those people, they're trying to lash out at black people because they already have a problem with us anyway. They're always trying to find a reason to blame black people for anything, even when we clearly have nothing to do with this at all.
Black people are tired of being a bank where everyone keeps making withdrawals and no one ever makes a deposit. And I want you to think about that. If that was your setup, would you still want to give? Especially for those of us in the Hispanic community, because it's about patterns that we've inherited and the harm that we've ignored. Me, myself, I'm Puerto Rican. I've seen how anti-blackness and colorism still show up in our homes, in our language, in our media, in our families. In many families, darker skin is treated like a disadvantage. When solidarity is needed, hesitation shows what's been internalized, and too many of us were raised to believe that aligning with Blackness meant losing something: safety, opportunity, acceptance. And we were taught that proximity to whiteness would protect us, that staying quiet was safer. So if we don't unlearn that, we end up repeating the same harm we say we stand
Talking about
against.
social capital.
Wow. She told the 100% truth. And she's Puerto Rican.
So disengagement is not okay. What's happening to immigrant communities right now is devastating. I'm not taking away from that, and it does deserve compassion and support. But a good portion of that fear didn't come from distant forces, and it came from within our own communities. I've spoken out because I've watched people I know support systems that were never created for us to begin with. Systems that weren't designed to protect us, only to use us when it's convenient. So while I've raised my voice, I also know too many people talking silent. The worse they chose power. We don't get to ask for empathy if we're unwilling to confront the harm our silence helped protect. And
I'm totally, I'm just flabbergasted by the stupidity of these people.
Betrayal. It's how we begin to heal.
What are you
pretty fucking stupid?
What? Tell me what you two brainiacs are finding stupid. I understand what she's saying.
Well, number one, one of them said black people are the banks. That's a
okay. She's talking.
It's
she's
so
talking.
rhetoric. The rhetoric is amazing. These people are fucking nuts.
Okay, dude. She's not the one who's stupid. What she's talking about specifically is forget which one it was, but back in there was a one of the Civil Rights Acts basically forbade using race or country of origin, I think, or maybe it's just race, as a determination or a factor in admitting immigrants. That's what she's talking about. There is the trope that, hey, it was the civil rights movement that allowed Africans and, some Caribbeans
Was she alive? She wasn't alive.
Let me finish what I'm saying, please.
Okay.
It is basically she's talking about the Civil Rights Act and other things like affirmative action. The bank she's talking about, if you've ever heard of social capital or cultural capital, that's what she's talking about. Bank is a euphemism.
He wasn't here for none of that, though.
Okay, what does that matter? Whether she was here? Those civil rights acts still exist. Those laws still exist. So I'm not sure what your point is about when she got here. She was probably born here.
I don't know about that.
Okay, then if you don't know about it, how do you know she wasn't here? What I'm saying is that a lot of people who are born here, a lot of people who are first generation still consider themselves, hey, I'm Puerto Rican. She's probably a lot of New Yorkers. How many times have you heard Virgo say she's Haitian? She was born here.
Okay.
So you don't, I'm assuming from her accent, which is, doesn't have a trace of a Hispanic accent, I'm assuming she was born here. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well,
but I understand
the real Black American.
Okay, I don't want to talk about Virgo. I was just using her as an example. My point, and you don't know what the fuck is a real American anyway? You know what? You 12th man, you are what do they call those things? Shoe trees, the kind of stretch shoes. You are my mental shoe tree.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Stanley.
Okay, well, you don't know a lot of things. So just stop acting like you were the yardstick for knowing things. So what else do you find that she's saying?
Let me just tell us this. She keeps saying immigrants when the main issue is illegal immigrants. As far as what's going on, it's not an attack on immigrants that are here legally. I mean, essentially, the ICE raids are
Well,
for.
no, that's if you're having your TPS revoked, I think you could probably make the argument that it's on
Well,
people illegally. Look at this green. You
well,
weren't here for the story I did earlier in the show where this green card holder
and
is
the only
detained.
ones making it racial are the blacks that are on here, that are literally saying, "Oh, this is
Okay,
the blacks didn't show out for
you would
you."
be the only people you know of, okay?
No, that you're
There are
showing on here. These
God
people
damn
that
it,
you're
I
showing.
will finish what I'm gonna say.
Okay,
You
go
are
ahead. Go ahead,
wrong.
Stanley. Go ahead.
You are wrong about making it racial. I've seen a couple videos by some young Cuban woman that are making it racial. So I watch YouTube a lot more than you do because I guess I have the time to do it. You are
Okay.
incorrect. If people are making it, if blacks are the only ones, this girl says she's Puerto Rican. She doesn't apparently consider herself black. She's making it racial. So what are you talking about exactly?
The videos you've showed specifically are stating that one guy said, "Hey, man, you guys are here illegally." I tend to agree with him, not fully, but because some of them are here illegally.
Well, then
But
you will deserve the same critique I
but
made of
then
him. Once you
can I finish?
no, let me finish. Once you have a legal status, whether you cross the border illegally or not, once you have a status, you are legal.
I know, Stanley. I said that to you. But my point is, the last four
Well,
videos we
I
saw.
already knew it in that case. Calling
Okay.
people, just using the blanket statement illegals, there are very few people that Trump is deporting that don't have a legal status. There are some, but the thing is if you don't have a legal status, the government may know where you are, they may not. There is no
Or
database.
if you break the law,
Okay,
then the
do
government.
not interrupt. It's annoying.
My point is, the one guy's statement I partially agree with. The last four people you've shown after that have made this into a race thing when it's really a legal or illegal thing. It's about
Okay,
legality.
I disagree that they've made it a racial thing. They're not saying people are illegal because of their race. They're saying black people are not going to protest with you. That's what this is about. The only race thing is blacks aren't going to get out there and protest. That's the only racial thing.
That's right. The blacks are not joining these
Okay,
people.
thank you for that
Stanley.
confirmation, 12th man. So other than that, I don't see how they're talking about race and illegals. They're just saying black people ain't going to help. And
Well,
go
I
to
think
the
some
white
are
people.
and some
That's
aren't,
their
and I don't think it
okay.
matters. Though.
What I need you
I
to
don't
do
think very
is
many
to
are.
let me finish
No,
my
no.
point.
Okay.
It's not race the way I think you're saying. They're not talking about the race of the illegals. They're talking about the race of people who might help or who need to help, and the race of the people who aren't going to help. In and of itself, they don't care whether you're African or Caribbean or Venezuelan. If you're here illegally or for some reason your legal status is questionable or has been revoked, they're not going to help. They don't
But
care.
what?
That's right.
So what I've heard several say is very much. It's essentially you want us to join up with you to go against Whitey, when the reality of it is it's not a race thing. It's an illegal or legal thing. The guy made a good.
Once again, you don't seem
All right.
to understand English. It's not a race thing about illegals. They're not.
I agree with that, but the woman you put up there.
So let's stop saying they're being racial about immigration. They're not.
Okay, Stanley.
Okay, listen to me carefully. They do not care about the race of the people they're talking about not helping.
I'm well aware of that.
Okay,
She's
well then,
saying.
Well,
We're not
then
helping you
it's not
Latinos.
racial. God damn it, Ryan. I'm trying to make a point here. Okay, what you're calling racial, or maybe I'm misunderstanding you, the only race they're talking about is who might help the illegals or who might not, and I'm calling them illegals. The people who are being deported or protesting people being deported, black people aren't going to help. White people might. Those are the people
That's
you
right.
need to be appealing to. That is the race part.
The Black Alpha Network has confirmed that.
I don't give a shit about the Black Alpha Network. I don't
Well,
watch
they
for a
said
reason.
what you
I
just
do
said.
not care about the Black Alpha Network. Why bring them up? They hold no
Because
sway
they're saying
here.
the same thing
They
you're saying.
literally hold 12 man. Look, you can go to John Galt's show or Be Brave show or wherever it is you go where they give a fuck about the Black Alpha Network. That wouldn't be this show. Bringing
Well,
up
saying
Black
the same
Alpha.
thing you're
Okay, I
saying,
do not
Stanley.
know why
Goddamn.
you keep interrupting me. It's annoying, especially
Yes,
when
sir.
you do it. I don't care about the Black Alpha Network. So whatever he says, I don't care. Why bring it up?
Well, you're saying the same thing you're saying, that
I don't give a
these
shit.
people,
Dude,
shouldn't
literally, I'm
expect
going to
help.
put you in the back if I cannot get my point made. I do not care that the Black Alpha Network agrees with me. It matters not.
Okay, carry on.
Thank you. So, Ryan, the only race part I see is who's going to help and who's not going to help. I think you're stretching what's racial and what's not.
Well, I don't want to have the argument anymore because you're not going to
Well,
understand what
good.
my position is.
You never had an argument to begin with.
I think I did. When she's bringing up a bunch of bullshit,
Okay.
From fucking black people are the bank of the country. It's fucking ridiculous.
Okay. Once again, I guess you were so
Like,
heavily
is she the bank of the country? For fuck's sakes.
Okay, dude. It's an
Wow.
analogy. They don't mean a literal bank.
Calm down, Stanley.
Have you
Remember your
ever
blood
heard?
pressure.
Have you ever heard of the term social capital, Ryan?
I've heard of social capital, but I wouldn't suggest that black people are the social capital. I would suggest that we all are individuals could have been social capital at one point, but she is not anything but a fucking YouTube commentator that's literally woke up in a bed with electric and all the niceties of the modern world, and it's just fucking absurd. And I mean, all these people are crazy. It's fucking insanity. It's craziness.
Okay, Ryan. Let's just you've had your say. Let's go ahead and
all right.
do this.
That's fine.
I can't
No,
seem
it
to get
makes
past.
sense, though.
I can't seem to get past your mental block.
Well, that's fine.
So to the black women and men that are saying we poured into everybody and got nothing back, you're not wrong. You've carried movements, you've carried communities, you've carried generations without rest, without complaint.
Exactly, because these people wouldn't even be over here if it wasn't for us. None of them. They use the laws meant for us for their own advantage. And yes, we helped them in the past, but over the years, they threw us under the bus time and time again whenever they got a chance. That's why black people need to just mind your business and let these people handle their own business.
Without question. And we cannot undo the silence that already has happened, but we can take responsibility for what happens next. I think people are not realizing we have way more similarities than differences, and we have more power together than we do apart. So look to your black brother or sister, look at them and say thank you. And I see you. Simple.
Looking at Solid Snake's comment here, I think both you and y'all just don't fucking, y'all are slow on the uptake. apparently anytime blacks come up in any sort of positive light, if blacks are not being referred to as those blacks or them blacks or nightshades, it just does not compute with people like Solid Snake. Black people asserting what they will and what they will not do seems to be foreign to these anti-black blacks. Why is she a complete psychopath, Solid Snake? Because she is basically talking something that isn't about shoplifting from Walmart? Is that why she's a psychopath?
But Stanley, can I just comment? I think what he's saying is what I'm saying, which is, why do black people have to do anything? They don't
Motherfucker,
have to
because
go.
we can't. Whoa. Why do you have a problem with black people doing what the fuck they want to do? What's your
That's my
hang up?
point. That's my point. They don't have to go protest, or they can go
Okay,
protest. It
they
doesn't fucking
don't
matter.
but if they want to talk about what they're not going to do, they're free to do so. And people like you should not be questioning it. People like Solid Snake should not be questioning it. What you don't like and what Solid Snake doesn't like and others, you don't like black people saying, fuck it, we're going to do something else.
Well, no, I'm actually for them not protesting. I'm for them not protesting, and for
Well,
them
good
protesting.
for you. They are going
why?
to be glad. We are so glad that you are behind us, Ryan. It makes all the difference in the world.
Okay. Well, that's a criticism. Look, at the end of the day, I guess I'm trying to figure out, these women are defending not protesting, and they really don't have to, because it doesn't matter.
Well,
it's
you know what?
illegal or legal, and it doesn't. Why the fuck do black people got to go root for the illegals or root for the not illegals?
Okay,
it doesn't.
Let me.
They don't have to.
Okay, have you seen any of these videos where Hispanics or Latinos are coming out asking where the black people at? Have you seen?
I've seen a couple of them, but they are just as fucking stupid.
This is it. You have seen them. These types of videos are in response to those videos. Where the black people at? Well, these people are telling you where the black people at. We ain't there.
They're on the couch. Like Black Alpha Network says, sitting
Who gives
on
a
the couch.
fuck about them?
That's where
Who gives
they're at.
a fuck what the Black Alpha Network says? He's
saying.
as big a moron as Ock Nation is. So next, how about talk about somebody I actually respect?
So the point, my whole point was this:
Donald Trump.
He
the
would
whole
not
thing
be
is
the person.
Okay. So you're saying these people are responding to these idiot Latinos that are saying, "Where are the black people?"
Yes.
It's not about
Exactly.
black or white. It's about illegal or legal. That's the whole point of the whole thing.
Once again, you know what? Maybe you just don't get it. If the videos the Latinos are doing is saying where the black people at, that black is a race, whether we like it or not. So those blacks are explaining to the Latinos. Some people think Latino is a race. As a matter of fact, it is a race. It's a checkbox. The blacks are telling God damn it. The blacks are telling the Latinos where the blacks at. They're just, it's a response.
But the assumption,
listen to what I'm saying. If the Latinos are going where the blacks at, the blacks are responding, here's where we at.
Yeah. And so the assumption there is that it's black and brown.
I have no idea why Ryan can't finish his point.
Stanley, so the point is, there's an assumption there that the blacks and browns are on the same team and that people are individuals.
That would be called the Black-Brown Coalition, which has been a thing for decades.
That's pretty racist, I'm just going to say.
Or a supposed. Well, dude, you know what? We live in a racist country, if you haven't noticed, Ryan.
Well, black. If you're going to vote based on race, it's racism. White or black or brown or
Okay, you
Latino
know
or
what?
Asian.
It's
Fucking
race.
stupid.
Actually, it's racist, not necessarily racism.
I mean, I think it. Call it what you
It
want.
could be.
It's not.
It could
It's
be.
wrong.
It could be. It could be racism, but that you'd have to like ask why they've decided to vote along race lines. But it is racist.
Well,
I'll believe. I could go with that.
well,
So I guess
guys,
my
to
point is.
me,
Okay, go ahead. That was my larger point. So we can.
Solid
It doesn't
Snake,
matter.
you know what, Solid Snake, you criticizing how I discuss a matter is laughable. Just to
it's
make that
American and
aside.
non-American to me. I mean, if you're
Okay, well,
American,
to
cool.
you, that's
If you're
great.
not,
It does
then
not, your opinion does not negate the fact that the United States has been race obsessed since its inception.
well, the entire planet has, really.
Yeah, there you go. I'm talking about the United States, and you fucking want to talk about, you want to go worldwide
Well,
with it.
look,
I was not
capitalism
talking,
is always.
I was not talking about the world. I'm talking about the United States. Your whataboutism is unappreciated.
I'm just calling it out. It's not right.
Stanley.
It's
I
not
don't
right.
think there's any, I think there's nothing, I don't think there's anything to call out personally.
So you think that these people saying, "Hey, you should be with us because of your skin color," isn't right? Isn't I mean, that's like, how do you not see
No,
that
I'm
as
saying,
wrong?
whoa. I didn't say it wasn't racist, but
Okay.
I'm saying they're just responding to
So
a
it is
racist video.
racist.
They're basically doing an Ibram Kendi thing. They're fighting
What's
race.
that?
Well, actually, it's not Ibram Kendi's point,
What's
but
Imran
people.
Kimby,
God damn it,
Stanley?
12th man! Can you hold your tongue?
I'm just asking
They
you a
are little
question. What?
motherfucker. Do I have to put you in the back?
That's hilarious.
Who is that guy, Stanley?
Okay, I do not understand why I can't get my point out. They are basically doing what people say Kendi is doing. You're fighting racism with racism. If you're inclined to think that, I guess you can think that. I happen to think that, you know, when you're in when you're in a racist country, you're going to do as the racists do, even if it's unintended.
Yeah, but not everyone is racist. That's the issue. A lot of
I
people are
didn't
trying
say
not to be
everybody was
racist. Whites and
racist.
blacks and browns, and I mean, people are trying
Honestly,
to.
I didn't say not everybody's a racist. I am saying that America is a racist country, and to be surprised that someone makes a racial point, I don't know why you would be at your advanced age.
I'm not saying I don't understand that why people do it. I'm pointing out that the argument that these people are making are saying, "Hey, we should be together, et cetera, because of this stupid reason, and supporting each other." Right? Reality is, it never was illegal. Legal status doesn't have to do with it. I understand what they're trying to do, but
Yeah,
it doesn't mean that I think what.
Yeah,
What
it
are you
does
talking
have a
about,
lot
Tony?
to do. You're either an American or you're not. And if you're not,
Oh boy.
then you can get arrested by ICE and get the fuck out. If you don't
Yeah,
like our
okay.
laws.
I'm sure somewhere swirling around in your head, there's a reason that you're saying this, 12th man. So
Anyway,
let's go ahead and
anyway. All right, just keep playing it. Let's just keep playing it. Let's keep rolling.
Simple
I don't
as
think
that.
this is
Strike up
gonna
a conversation. Get
finish
to
well.
understand. Because that's all they're asking for. To be seen and to be appreciated for all they do.
Hey, she's telling the truth. I would say at this point, though, we don't even need to be seen. Black people need to be focused on getting their business in order, not attention and acceptance. Accept yourself. Hear yourself. Hear each other. And just mind your own business. Also, for the ones going back and forth, battling these people on social media, don't even waste your time. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Tell me what you think about this below. Special thank you to Charles H. I appreciate you, Charles, for all of your support for the channel, as well as Elmer, Roland C, Randy.
I'll go ahead and just stop it there. I find these, hey, you know what? This is why we're not doing it. I just happen to find these responses interesting. So,
I guess my objection is she's saying Latinos, you guys voted for Trump, and so you voted for this, and we as black people are not going to defend you. When I just think that the supposition is, well, you should have voted against Trump, therefore with black people, which some black people voted for Trump. I just think that these wide-ranging generalizations are fucking ridiculous.
I happen to think you're not getting it. Cubans,
well, what is it then?
Well, no, I just think you're casting too wide a net instead of staying focused on what she's actually talking about, which is there are Latin communities like Cubans and Venezuelans in Miami specifically, who voted for Trump in the majority, and now they are complaining. At least some of them are on YouTube in videos about, hey, we voted for this. We voted for Trump. Why is this happening to us? And the response from people like that, Latina and others, are you voted for this. You're getting what you get. You're getting what you voted for. A lot of these people were pro getting rid of other Latino communities who might or might not be, here illegally. They were pro everybody else, but it's now happening to them. And
Why do you keep saying Latino communities?
Because there are several Latino communities.
If there,
can I say something?
It's not about getting rid of Latinos. It's about getting rid of illegals.
Okay, Ryan, I know that you live some weird utopian dream.
Do you think it's just racial? That's the problem, Stanley.
I think no,
it's all racial.
I do not think it's all racial. I think it's nuanced. We don't live in an America where the content of your character leads before the color of your skin. When people meet a racially ambiguous person, the first thing they're gonna ask is, where are you from, or what are you, versus what kind of character are you?
Well, you got to get to know someone for character.
You
got to get to know someone for character.
I haven't seen a lot of black.
There are more. Dude, you live in Alaska. There are a lot of things you don't see.
I haven't seen a lot of backlash from Latinos online.
Again, you live in a place where there's not a lot of variety. There's some,
still
not a lot.
The internet, motherfucker.
Do you now? Because I can't tell. As near as I can tell, this show and Black Alpha Network are the only two shows you watch. Do you do other shows?
I think I have Inuit.
And I don't see a whole lot of Latino backlash online against Trump. Mostly it's all bullshit. Like the Latinos that voted for Trump, they're still out there. They want these people out of our country. I
can imagine that your algorithm. I can imagine that your algorithm doesn't serve you a whole lot of anti-Trump stuff.
Oh, now it's about my algorithm.
Hey, you know what? I went out of my way not to make it racial. Now, hopefully, your algorithm doesn't have a race.
No. Why would it?
You know what? We live in a racist country. You never know.
I haven't seen a whole lot of Latino backlash. If anything, I've seen Latino support for all getting these illegals out of here. You know, that's what they voted for.
And my response to that, My response to that is to criticize your algorithm. I don't think your algorithm
Yeah.
serves you a lot of
You got any
anti-Trump stuff.
proof that Latino support for Trump is going down amid
Okay,
the
what
outrage?
the only
Let's
thing
see
I'm
the
prepared to
polls.
say, because my algorithm doesn't serve up a whole lot of pro-Trump stuff, though I do get stuff. I think my takeaway is that there's some buyer's remorse in that same Latin community, Latina
I don't
community
think
you're
so.
talking about. Well, you don't know much, so what you think is what you think.
I know a lot more than you give me credit for.
That could be possible because I don't give you a lot of credit. So let's move on to the
Did
next
Ryan
video.
move out? Where'd
Yeah,
Ryan go?
he probably pitched a bitch and left. All right, so let's see. Next, now this is a bit of a change of pace, but it's much to my liking, nonetheless. You know what? Let's just do this because this actually does make sense. This is a change of topic, but it's still going to be fairly racial. No, Brian Nichols, you need to cite a source because I have a counter source that basically says the opposite. People have swung against Trump's implementation. So your number, I think I can contest if I can remember the source that I heard this morning. All right, so here we go.
Bruh. Oh my goodness. So I knew it was bad. I did not know it was this bad. I really didn't. What I'm referring to is the state of white men. Listen, don't consider this video an attack. I really don't want y'all to consider that because I want y'all going out and doing some mass, pew-pewing. I don't want y'all to do that. I want y'all to consider this an intervention.
Pew-pewing?
Okay, let's say that. It's an intervention because I don't know how
that
we
means
go from
shooting
we
guns,
was
Stanley.
civilization builders, we was Vikings to this. I don't know how y'all have devolved all the way to this point. This is unfortunate, all right? This is really unfortunate for, the white nationalists and the white supremacists. Having said that, what I'm referring to is this interview. And in this interview, you have this kid no older than 25, I'm assuming. I mean, given the way some of them age, he could be 16, bro. He could be 16, and he just looks like he's 25, damn near 36. I don't know, all right?
He's out of line, but he's right.
But he's interviewing these two white girls, right? And he's asking a question like, hey, do y'all think that race mixing should be illegal?
Do you think race mixing should be illegal?
What? Oh, God. Right there, that's strike 1 and 2, fam. What are you doing asking, two girls if race mixing?
This is at least the rhetorical child of someone we all talk about a lot on this channel. And if you look up at the title of this show, you'll know who I mean. Let's see here. Let's get back to the right video.
Mixing should be illegal, bruh. It's a sunny day outside. There are women outside, and this is what you're doing with your time. And you wonder why birth rates are declining, mental health skyrocketing, extreme use of antidepressants, fentanyl overdoses. The list goes on.
Beta.
This is why, bruh, is that the white youth are spending time doing stuff like this. They spending time talking about race mixing, and watching white nationalist videos online and tweeting about black people instead of, helping your people out. I just don't understand. Nevertheless, he asked the two white girls, hey, do y'all think race mixing should be illegal? And they were like, no, I think you should love whoever you should love. Now, they say something that triggers him. And it seems to be this is a common practice around certain white men. I'm going to be honest with you. Certain, not all, but certain of them. And she says, I love my chocolate. Woo! No.
Illegal or legal?
Should it be legal or illegal?
Illegal.
Oh, no.
No.
Why not?
I love my chocolate.
Yeah.
Because this dude, you could see in his face when she said that, he was like, oh. Bro, this dude was internally triggered, okay? Completely just flummoxed. He was baffled, deer in headlights, couldn't believe what she said. We'll get into why I think this is so hilarious. But the fact that he hears this and then immediately tries to attack her, calling her a mud shark. Now, for those of you who don't know, mud shark is a derogatory term for women who primarily, who date black guys. That's what it is. It's the bottom feeder, essentially.
I love my chocolate.
Yeah. Everyone loves who they love. I mean.
So you're a mud shark.
Oh, what?
You're a mud shark?
Well, no BBC equals anger. I told you.
And I find that to be hysterical, right? Their immediate response go-to is, oh, I'm going to try and shame you. And we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that point. But it gets worse. The interview gets worse because he goes on to try and justify this prejudice, this racism by saying, well, kids who are interracial, are showing signs of high retardation, right?
Why should race mixing be legal if the child is more likely to turn out?
Ironic.
You have two white girls, right? Now, anyone with an IQ above room temperature would be like, that's an interesting stat, right? It's an interesting stat. I've never heard this stat before ever in my life. Where did you come across this? Now, that's exactly what these girls do. She asks, okay, is this a real stat? What's your source? Bruh, the irony of him saying such an ignorant, asinine statement as that. And then when questioned about the source, which, surprise, there is none, he goes on to say, by me looking around.
That's a statistic?
Yes.
From what source?
Me looking around.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic.
I have to say, and people may get kind of annoyed that I say this, that because I say so or it's what I see point is just abso-fucking-lutely lowbrow, and I get a lot of it in these anti-black spaces. If you can't back something up, it's what I see on YouTube. 70% on YouTube. So that I see it or I think it hits home with me.
Idiotic things I have ever heard.
Bro, they start laughing at him, but like, yeah, oh, that's real credible.
Me looking around.
You looking around?
Yeah.
Very credible, I do have to say.
Bro, what is going on with?
And I also have to, because I've made this comment before, these little cut takes that he's doing, kind of the equivalent of a laugh track. I hate videos that cut in with these little reaction, kind of like a laugh track sort of thing. Dude, it's either funny or it's
very
not.
impressive, is it, Stanley?
Yeah, I guess maybe someone enjoys things like that. I think they actually detract. Excuse me.
Bless you, Stanley. Get another beer, bro.
I think they actually detract from your point rather than help you make it. If you have to tell people to laugh or you have to tell people how to react, the joke's not that funny.
With white men, bro? What is going on with the white youth? What is happening, fam? What happens to y'all going to conventions and Comic Cons and playing video games? What is going on, bro? What is happening to y'all? Now y'all are upset that women are dating other guys, and this goes to show you what I've said all along. the whole concept of white supremacy is rooted in a very aggressive belief of inferiority.
Well, no BBC equals anger. I told you.
A very deep passion feeling of insecurity. Because you have to understand, think of this white youth. Think of white men like this. What have they tried to do? When it comes to their women, they try to control them. But the only way they know how to control them is through suppression and ridiculing.
Beta! I'm going to stop right here because it's, it gets to be, kind of repetitious towards the end. And, probably by just sheer luck, the stop in the still of Jesse Lee Peterson is probably fitting. I actually agree with the point. One of the things, because I, kind of shat upon the manosphere yesterday, one of the reasons that, this, hey, we need women to, we want to revoke the 19th Amendment and that whole kind of attitude is because women and Hoodservative is like the prime example. I can seem to recall him saying things like, hey, women having their own money or women demanding, hey, you need to pay child support. All this stuff is basically women are not under the control of their men. Women not being submissive has caused a huge uproar. Feminism upsetting the boat or rocking the boat, from the traditional women can't have property or vote sort of mindset, is what people want to go back to. And I don't think that's going to happen. That's why I, almost any time, and I won't say every time, sometimes I'll stay around. Okay, I do not know why this can't wait till I'm done. I think
you're never done.
I always, well, you know what? Then so be it. I think that this goal of women kind of being autonomous instead of being submissive. I literally heard somebody over the weekend go, woman confirmed that she is basically deferential to all men, whether she's related to them or not. Apparently, she is just deferential to men in general. And you know what? I would never want to marry a woman like that. There are gender roles and stuff within a marriage, but if you have to talk about who's going to be submissive and who's going to be dominant, y'all don't belong together, because it should be happening almost to a point to where it just naturally falls in place. It may be, maybe what I'm talking about is traditional, could be, but I think if you have, it's kind of like these cut takes. If you have to tell people when to laugh or when to look, do a double take, then your message isn't effective in the first place. Same thing. If you have to tell a woman, I need you to be submissive, then that woman is probably not for you and you are not for her. Just my opinion. And let me go a little bit farther because I think he does kind of make the same point. I can't remember, but we're not going to play this all the way through because it's already boring me.
Is through shaming. That's why they didn't want them going out into the workforce. Because now once they're out into the workforce, the white man can't say, well, I'm the breadwinner, I make the money, you got to do what I got to do. Now they're like, well, I have my own money. Okay, now, so if I want to get with Deshaun, I'm going to get with Deshaun. I want to try some chocolate. Now they have no control over their finances, right? Because now they can't control the women through financial terrorism. Now we got the dating scene and the whole dating.
I want to make one point though, and it's something like maybe in the last 10 years that's come to light. There have been women even before the 19th Amendment who own property, who own slaves, etc. There is a book called They Were Her Property. I think that's the name of it, that kind of makes this point. Now, in a lot of cases, it would be, okay, I do not know why you feel comfortable interrupting me mid-point.
Well, I just wanted to ask you a question.
Can it wait, or do you need to ask it now?
I need to ask it now. Like, hadn't there
So
always
good.
been
So
women landowners?
this is like a yes.
So what's the big deal? Why is it like the woman owns the property? Have women own property all over here? Why is that a
Okay,
fucking
well,
thing?
much like this point about black slave owners, while they existed, there were very few of them. They were an extreme minority. Back before, back in the day, there were very few women property owners. And I was about to point out that in a lot of those women property owner cases, their fathers would specify it in the will. They would have to get very specific about what they were leaving to daughters or other, female.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like automatically it would revert. And a lot of times when women got married, the property would basically revert to the husband. So, unless it was very specific in a will, basically some sort of legal document. As a matter of fact, from what I understand, and I've never actually researched it, but from what I've discerned, women couldn't even have credit cards up until like the early 70s. Women actually having credit. Because I can barely recall, but maybe even up to my, being aware of things. A lot of times, these department store credit cards would be co-signed, by the husband. I think I've never, like I said, I've never actually researched it or anything. So I just wanted to make that point about women and property ownership, and I probably don't need to go much farther, but I agree with Amazing Lucas here that it is basically, men have lost control because of feminism. Probably, back around the 19th Amendment, men started, it started unraveling, and not having control of women has created all kinds of quote mental problems in men. And speaking of which, if we get the time, the Universal Jones did a show about men's mental health a few days ago. It's 2 or 3 hours long. I think John Galt actually shows up, so we may get to that. We may not. We'll see. But anyway, I'm done with Amazing Lucas
Stanley,
here.
do you know who the first black female property owner was in America? That'd be interesting to know. I guess I could look it up.
Well, you could do just that. I'm sure there were probably female black slave owners as well. But anyway, we'll move on to the next video. I have not listened to this, but the title got to me. The title of this is "She Used to Swirl, Now She's All About Black Love." Now, who could resist showing this? I know I couldn't.
I don't have anything against people who date interracially because I used to. But black man, I want to heal with you. I want to help you mend your wounds, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. I want to grow with you because I believe there is nothing more that I need than to help a black man mend his family. There have been so many years that have gone by that have tried to rip us apart because there is nothing more powerful than a healed version of our heart. I want to mend with you. I want to break bread with you. I want to create life with you. There is nothing that you and I can't do when we are energetically in sync because black man, it is our power. It is our essence. It is our inner strength. We are so powerful individually, but there is nothing that we can't do collectively. I want to walk beside you every single day within my life, not just online, but in real life. I want to grow with a black man. I want to heal with a Black man.
She
I want
sounds
to
desperate.
live with a Black man because I believe that a healed version of you and me is heaven on earth that we have never even seen nor can imagine. And I'm willing to put the
There
work
you go, Stanley.
and
There's
I'm
your woman
willing
for
Yeah,
to
that.
you know
invest
what?
in this dream because
I'm
Black
kind of feeling that
man,
urge too
there
right
is
now.
nothing like seeing you in
Yeah,
safety.
let's create something,
There
baby.
is nothing like seeing you in energetic safety, seeing you taken care of spiritually. I just want to be a part of that and your family. Sending this to everyone today because I think that we forgot the
She's
point.
made just for you, Stanley.
The point is they try to rip apart our family. The point is that Black love is the most powerful resource for us to free ourselves and our families and our communities, and I want to be a part of that daily.
All right. Well, I guess that was maybe some sort of spoken word thing, but it was very passionate and I appreciate it. My only recommendation is she should have stood up and taken a twirl. So, I can confirm that so I can confirm that I want to create I can confirm that I want to create life with you. So, if anybody wants me to drop that link, so you can follow up, I'll be happy to do that, but I might charge a matchmaking fee if anything comes to fruition. And I do mean fruition. Fruition. Let's see, what else do I have here? I guess I could go to Universal's Black mental health thing. Why do you think she's insane? She's insane with desire, SKC. You should appreciate that. She sounds like she wants to be submissive. And you know what? If she's volunteering, hey, I'm more than willing to have her submit to me. So let's see. What else do I have here? This is something that was contributed by our friend Slick Rick. These are guaranteed to please all our Trump voters. This is 409 hilarious nicknames for Donald Trump. If I'm reading that right, it says, "Are you looking for nicknames for Donald Trump?" Is this on screen? Let me enlarge it here. Let me see if I can enlarge the font. Are you looking for nicknames for Donald Trump? Then you've come to the right place. We have compiled a list of all Donald Trump nicknames and the names he calls his opponents. Donald Trump is the 45th president of the United States, and no matter how you feel about it, there's no denying he made quite a reputation for himself. His name and the plethora of nicknames people have bestowed upon him are on the lips of people all over the globe. And these people can get creative. There's no shortage of things to call our fearless leader, whether you're writing him fan mail or trying to spice up an angry blog post. We've got an inexhaustible list of names for the commander-in-chief and a few choice monikers that the man himself has drummed up for his opponents, so they're equal opportunity, at least. Here's a list of funny Trump nicknames compiled from the brightest and the not-so-bright minds on the internet. Nicknames for Donald Trump. Here is a compilation of the funniest Donald Trump nicknames. Yeah, I don't know that these are that funny, but they do actually credit the origins, the origins of these terms. Let's see. 70-year-old toddler is number one, given by Charles Blow and Samantha B. Adolf Twitler. A pun on Adolf Hitler. Agent Orange. I've heard that one. Alpha Monster. I haven't heard that one. America's Black Mole, given by John Oliver. I guess black moles are possibly cancerous. America's Burst Appendix. Oh, wow. Amnesty Don, Angry Creamsicle, Art Deal, and Mr. Art of the Deal, Assaulter in Chief. Yeah. So, yeah, most of these, you know, they're very interesting. If anybody would like this list, let me know. And let us thank Slick Rick for his contribution to the show. And everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button while you're here. And if you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe and share out the quality content that tends to be provided here, especially if you just like straight news. I happen to like straight news, with my commentary, but the news itself is more or less from newspapers and news articles. So bear that in mind. Most of the things I present are approved by me and I agree with, but a lot of them I don't. Most of the commentary, like on the panel, I don't agree with. But be that as it may, it is here. Let's see. I think I'm going to save this for last. We'll look at Universal's show here, and I'll probably skip through it because I don't think I started watching it mostly until John Galt came on towards the end of the show. But I'll start it at the beginning and then I will skip through it. And again, I'm perfectly willing to drop the link so you all can support Universal's channel as well. Let's see here. His channel is called By Brandon Jones, all one word. And as he is a co-host on this channel, we will support his channel, just like John Galt and everybody supports my channel. So no, SKC, that's somewhat debatable. Maybe your point is that we have different methods in wanting the same thing. I think I'm a lot less community minded than the Manosphere, John Galt, and Universal Jones are. I don't think there is an overall community. I think there are communities. I haven't heard that specific point by any other John Galt types or Manosphere types or just the anti-black blacks in general. I've not heard. I think they tend to think that we're one big black community. I don't agree with that. I think that there can be what is good for quote black people differ. These guys tend to be a lot less laissez-faire than I am. It is not the same, SKC, and you of all people should know that.
Oh my God, it's just such
any suggestion that I might make that they're the same are basically false. That's not what I mean. What I think is good for the black community is almost diametrically opposed to, the anti-black blacks. I don't think there is one solution. These people tend to think there are one or very few solutions. They think the black community is coast to coast, north from southern border to northern border. We're all the same. No, we're not. It was good for blacks. What's good in the black community in California is not the same thing that's good for the black community in Georgia.
Are you still there, Stanley?
Yeah, can you not hear me?
Yeah, I was wondering, could you hear me?
Yes. I think that there, depending on where you are, depending on class, what's good in the inner city is not necessarily good for blacks who live in rural America. There is no one black fits all, or no one black solution that fits all black people. So let's go ahead and now that I've dispelled that notion. No, I want what's good for blacks, and again, it is tailor made. What's good for one is not good for the other. The difference is the manosphere,
Stanley.
they think there is a one size fits all / magic bullet that will help all blacks. I do not think so.
Well, aren't we Americans or aren't we?
Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. What the fuck? This dude waving the flag might work as a catch-all. Like, if you wave the flag, other panels may stand up and salute. To me, the flag is a piece of cloth. It's a symbol. It's not America.
You weren't allowed to say that on the Navy ship, Stanley.
Well, I would have the good sense not to say it on a Navy ship. And last I checked, it's been decades since I've been on a Navy ship. I tend to have situational awareness. How about you?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
you think so, huh? Well, I know I'm not on a Navy ship. I'm on a YouTube show. The flag is a piece of cloth. It is a symbol. When you say, aren't we all Americans? I'm not going to stand up and salute. I'm not going to break into Lee I am not going to break into Lee Greenwood.
You're okay with burning the American flag and all that, right?
Yes.
So, okay.
And to extend it, I'm for the First Amendment. So yeah, I have no problem. Motherfucker, you will pause between sentences, won't you? If maybe you missed
American flags. Got it.
I am okay with it. Want to know why? Because it is an approved method for disposal of a flag. Burning the flag is okay if you want to dispose it. You, especially if you own the flag, you get to decide when to dispose of it. And how you decide to dispose of it.
And waving a Palestinian
motherfucker,
flag.
You will acknowledge my point, or I'll just put you in the back. Okay, you heard my response. I have no problem with burning the flag. It is an approved disposal method. You, as the owner of the flag, get to decide when to dispose of it and where.
So you're okay with
motherfucker? I literally just said I'm okay with it.
Yeah, but people waving the Mexican.
I don't give a shit about all that.
Palestinian
I do
flag.
not give a shit about
okay
all that.
that.
Dude, I'm okay with burning the flag. Get over it.
Also told me, as you can hear the chants from
Other people aren't.
Let's go, Brandon.
Universal's message to black men. Brothers, we're living in the best time to be alive. Despite what they say, this is not the worst era. This is our era, a time where knowledge is accessible, opportunities are global, and your growth is your responsibility. Yes, there are real barriers, but there are also real tools, real mentors, real chances. And the truth is, no one is coming to save you. You are the leader you've been waiting for. Stop making excuses. Stop romanticizing struggle. Stop blaming systems that were never designed to carry your greatness. You're not a victim. You're a vessel of legacy, strength, and divine potential. It's time to level up in every area. Personally, heal your wounds, forgive yourself, get in shape, mentally and physically. Professionally, build skills, network, learn how to talk money without shrinking your worth. Spiritually, reconnect, seek wisdom, walk in purpose, not just in pressure. You don't need permission, you need commitment. This is your time, this is your world. Be the man your bloodline prayed for. Universal Jones. You weren't born to merely survive. You were chosen to transform everything you touch.
Absolutely. Greetings, salutations, all that good stuff. It is Brandon, aka Universal Jones, in these YouTube streets. I am back. Get the camera right. Salute and welcome back to the channel. We're going to have a conversation on men's mental health. We're going to open up the panel tonight. We'll see who, if any of my internet friends or real life friends for that matter, stop by and would like to chat. This will not be a 5-hour stream. We're going to be here for just a little bit of time tonight, but we're definitely going to get it cracking. Salute to Lionel in the building. Lionel, shout out to you. I'm going to go ahead and give you a wrench, sir, at some point. Let me get that going for you, sir. Make you a nice mod over here at the By Brandon Jones
through the
channel.
preliminaries.
All right. We're in a mental health crisis. The United States Surgeon General, the previous United States Surgeon General, had 3 different white papers or special reports that came out over the last 4 years. The first one was on children's mental health. They said children and adolescents were in a mental health crisis. That went viral for folks who are in the social service, education, mental health world, even pediatricians. They probably probably chewed on that a little too much. Without really having a full scope to what happened. So now we have children who are in a mental health crisis. The second one that came out was around the digital divide and how the internet and social media is contributing to the mental and emotional health of people, mainly children. They focused on children a lot in that report as well. And then the third one was on parental stress. And what they were saying was that parents are stressed out more than ever.
Let me stop this briefly so we can have a look at this, because apparently there's some folks here who literally don't get my point. Okay, these are the U.S. flag disposal methods. The approved methods of U.S. flag disposal include burning, burying, recycling, using a flag disposal box and giving it to an approved organization. According to the U.S. Flag Code, the flag should be destroyed in a dignified way, preferably by burning. If burning is not possible, the flag can be buried in a dignified wooden box with a moment of silence after burial. Folks, if you own a flag and you decide to dispose of it, the preferred method is burning. Now, if you want to police the attitude that led to the burning, that is First Amendment. Okay, burning is approved. Why you burned it, whether your state of mind, whether you're mad or happy or what have you, that is First Amendment, folks. That's why you won't be going to jail, and Donald Trump is not going to be able to do an executive order saying people who burn flags should be prosecuted. You can have that attitude. Your opinion is your own, but burning is the approved and preferable method. If you don't burn anybody else's flag, don't burn the flag if you don't own it, but burning it is an approved method. Why you burn it could be a First Amendment issue. Y'all need to get over this.
Never. So that was 3 reports came out over the 3-year span. It was 2021 to 2024, where these 3 reports came out. These are significant reports. If you want them, feel free to just hit me up. I'll send them over to you pretty easy. You can just Google them as well. You can Google and download them for free. But so these reports come out, and the mental health, the education, the healthcare world, the social service world goes crazy. Okay, we have all these kids who are in a mental health crisis. We have this social media that's unstoppable, that's contributing to the mental well-being or the lack thereof of people. And then we have the parents are all stressed out. So if all those things are true, we're doomed. Like we're screwed, right? Because you have everybody who's dealing with the mental health crisis. Everybody's struggling. Everybody's dealing with something. And I think we've gotten to a point in time in history where we're so fragile as people that every damn thing that happens is a mental health problem. And it isn't. Like, some people just need to understand that they need to accept some of the adversity that goes on in life and keep pushing. But we've created this space where you have to, have a meltdown or a panic attack just because something doesn't go your way or something's not right. Now, I say this to not downplay mental health, because I'm going to have a real mental health conversation tonight. And this is an issue. Like, we cannot operate in this way. If everybody has a mental health struggle, then there is no mental health struggle, because now we're just at a norm. Everybody's effed up. And I don't think that that's true. I think that people have lost the ability to have fortitude. People have lost the ability to have what true resilience is. And people have lost the ability to take a L, man. It's okay to lose in life sometimes. Sometimes your best learning opportunities is when you fail. And for some reason, I have some ideas why we've gotten to a point in society where taking
I'm pretty sure everybody in the audience knows, but Universal Jones is a professional. He is a mental health professional of a high caliber. So he's not whistling Dixie here.
taking an L is not acceptable, even with kids. We participation trophies are all over the place. I don't accept those with my kids. You come home, you lost. I don't want to hear nothing like you did. Yeah, you did a good job, but you took an L. Like I just let it go, right? Yeah. So yeah, crisis. Exactly, Lionel. Thank you. Crisis is infinite on Earths, on infinite Earths. Yes. Crisis is inevitable. It's a part of life. You're going to go through crisis. You're going to have adversity. You're going to have struggles, and it is what it is. And you just got to move on. You got to accept it and move on. But in this therapeutic world, we've gotten to a place of trying to placate to people's emotions and give people puppy dolls and fluffy things and rainbows, where it's to a point where you don't need that. Like, it's okay to say, you lost, or you got hurt, or this thing happened to you. Now let's figure out a way for you to keep moving forward on your journey. But there is real mental health out there too. It's not all fluff. There are really people out here struggling, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So the first clip I'm going to show is on suicide. Now, I don't know if I can say that on YouTube or not, but I am going to say it because I'm a professional. And if you want to check my record, you can. So we're going to talk about suicide. And it's important to understand a couple things. There's a difference between suicide, self-harm, and suicidal ideation. A lot of people don't understand this, but it's very important to understand this when we talk about suicide. So let's start with suicidal ideation. Suicidal ideation is when you have thoughts of committing suicide. But you don't have a plan, right? And even though you have thoughts, it should be considered serious. If somebody tells you they're thinking about it, you should take it very serious. But it doesn't mean that they're actually going to do it. It just means that they're assuming that their time here on Earth is something that they don't want to deal with at the moment, and that's okay. Some people get to that point in time where they do need some intervention, they need some support, they need some love, they need some course correction because things are not going well. But it doesn't mean that they're automatically going to take themselves out. So that's suicidal ideation. Thought, no action. A suicide attempt. A self-harm. Let's go to self-harm. Self-harm is when you are intentionally causing harm to your own personal state, your own body. It can look like cutting, biting, pulling your hair out. It can look like pinching or poking yourself. This is something that, has hit close to home for myself. I've had family members who self-harm. I've had clients. One of my more interesting self-harm clients was this young lady. She was a Caucasian girl. She was a junior in high school when she was my client. And her version of self-harm was she would slit the inside web of her hand. She would slit that with tags from clothes. So she would go to like Target or Walmart, pop tags off of clothes, pocket them, and then she would walk around like at school or in the community. She played softball too. She'll play softball and she would just take it out of her pocket and just slowly cut herself. And what people do when they self-harm like that is that they're just looking for that instant gratification, that release. They're trying to feel something, because usually, they're at a point in time in life where things are very numb. So that self-harm kind of gives them, not to get too graphic, but it kind of gives them kind of an orgasmic type of feel. Like they feel something interesting. They feel something that they normally don't feel. This can be a symptom of anxiety. It can be due to attachment issues, etc. Also, you'll see a lot of people who they might not start self-harming to that extent, but they'll show signs that they're anxiety.
Let me address this question right here. No. If you've ever read about the Middle Passage, bringing slaves from Africa over to the Caribbean and or, South Carolina and other parts of the United States, a lot of times these captured Africans would jump off the ship and drown themselves. So no, suicide is not a white thing.
Anxiety's high, and they'll get to it, like nail biting, lip biting, stuff like that. And then they'll get to a point where that doesn't do the trick anymore, and they're looking for something else to help calm or curb that anxiety. So that's what self-harm is. There are some interesting self-harms as well. I've seen people use ice to like burn themselves. People will pull their hair out, pick themselves, like there's all types of stuff. But usually it's to a point where there's a level of pain. So level of pain to it. People will bite the insides of their lip. That's another one too, where they intentionally bite the insides of their lip to feel to just have a release. So yeah, that's self-harm. And then the next thing is obviously the big S, right? Suicide. So suicide is, there's attempts and then there's actual suicide. So suicide attempts when it's not successful, and being suicide is when it's a successful attempt to take someone's life. And quiet as it's kept, suicide is on the rise across the board. The group that is having the highest increase in activity are teenage girls, which should say a lot. Also, women, and this is still true to this day, women attempt more than men do, but men have a higher fatality rate than women because of the methodology. Women are more likely to strangle themselves or poison themselves, where men are more likely to use something that's a little bit more fatal, like a weapon or a firearm. So men are more willing to take themselves out a lot quicker than women are. So, but it's happening. Like people are doing this, men are doing this all the time. And I'm going to show a clip that's going to talk a little bit about this here in a moment. All right. If there's any questions from folks in the chat, feel free to throw them in. I will answer them. I will open. I'm going to kick us off with a couple of videos. The first video is this one on male suicidality.
Kill themselves have no evidence of up to 60% of men who kill themselves have no evidence of mental illness. So I think one of the biggest tragedies that we're perpetrating right now, potentially, is that when we look at male suicide, we are assuming that this is a pathology of the mind. This person is sick, instead of understanding that it's possible that half of the men who kill themselves or more don't kill themselves because they're ill. They kill themselves because they're genuinely in a position where death is the only way out. If we assume it's mental illness, we don't try to fix the problems that are pushing them towards suicide. Really, really scary thing that's going on. And I'm not saying that mental illness does not lead to suicide and people shouldn't get therapy and things like that. So when I have a patient who's in a traumatic and abusive relationship and they're suicidal, therapy may help them some with the suicide, but the most important thing I can do for that person's suicidality is to help them build a life where they're no longer abused. It's to change something in their life, not to change them. up to 60% of men who kill themselves have no evidence of mental illness. So I think one of the biggest tragedies that we're perpetrating right now, potentially, is that when we look at male suicide, we are assuming that this is a pathology of the mind. This person is sick, instead of understanding that it's possible that half of the men who kill themselves or more don't kill themselves because they're ill. They kill themselves because they're genuinely in a position where death is the only way out. If we assume it's mental illness, we don't.
And that's where I wanted to stop it right there. Most men who get to this point of saying it's a wrap are doing it because they are in a position where they feel like there's no way out. It's a very serious thing. Also, 60% of men, more than half, take themselves out with no sign of an actual mental illness. So this says a lot about the struggles that men have, period. Most men, we know, we don't talk about our issues. And when we do talk about it, we do a very surface level. A lot of us use humor. We allude to things. We use analogies. We don't straight up say, I'm fucking depressed. I need help. Like, we don't talk like that. We might have say, you know, it is what it is, man. I'm just trying to maintain one day at a time. Like we have all these phrases to let other people know like shit ain't going right, but we don't necessarily like say like shit ain't going right. And where I'm from Minnesota, Midwest, Northern Midwest, you know, we have a very what's called Minnesota nice culture. It's influenced by a lot of Swedish and Lutheran culture. And for our Minnesota nice culture, one thing about it is we do not we tell what's called half truths. We don't tell the full extent of what's going on. So it's even more complex based on just a regional cultural thing for a lot of men in the state that I live in, because you might be having the worst time of your life. You know, hell, I'll use myself as an example here in a moment. But let's say like you just lost your job, you have a failed relationship, your kids don't want to talk to you, you might be broke. Like there's all these things that are happening, and you'll see somebody that you know that you actually trust. It may be your barber, it may be your brother, it might be somebody you play cards with, your best friend, and they're like, man, what's going on with you, Brandon? How's everything going? And I'll say something like, oh, it's all good. I'm straight. It's all good. You know, maintain it. The phrase I always use is I'm maintaining. If I say I'm maintaining, that means shit ain't right. I'm just like, I'm maintaining. I'm in, you know, doing the best I can do, maintaining. But we have these phrases that allude to like everything's not good, but we're not saying that things are bad. And, you know, I think that is part of the issue as well, is we don't know how to communicate when things are wrong. And we don't know how to support each other when it is communicated. And going to therapy always doesn't feel like a good space to do those things for various different reasons. But we do have to create a language around support one another and how to do that as best as possible. So yeah, but all men don't get to this level of, you know, suicide, but it is something that's important for us to cover and understand, because hell, I mean, people are taking themselves out. Like I said, I'll use myself as an example. So I've been very open about this. You know, I got a divorce almost a year ago, and that was very difficult. It was very difficult. Prior to the divorce, I went through about 8 months of hell in my marriage. I'll be very, very honest about that. It was hell. It was to the point where, you know, we were passing ships in the night. Like we were living in this house and we weren't even talking to each other. At one point, shit, I don't even remember when this took place. It might have been like everything went south. Everything went south November of 23, and the divorce was final in July of 24. So I think in February of 24, we came to an agreement to do rotations in the bedroom. So like she'll take the room on these days, I'll take the room on these days. Like we were switching out, and I was actually sleeping on this couch right behind me, and the master bedroom is that door right there. So we literally like not even 10 feet away from each other. That's how bad it was. Well, in order to get to the bedroom, you would have to pass me or her, and she wouldn't sleep on this couch. She would sleep downstairs, or she would go to her dad's or whatever. Like it was crazy. But what ended up what was really a struggle for myself at that time was I seen my family falling apart. Right, I seen everything that I built, and really my public image. I was faced with my own ego. A lot of you guys
Let me just make a quick point here. White John Galt, you do realize that this isn't live, that Universal, this is actually a show he did last week, I think it was, maybe even the week before. So you trolling in the in my chat, you're just flapping your gums. He's not here to read it, and apparently no one else cares. So just wanted to point out, I'm sure if you're going to troll, you could probably do I don't know, be maybe more on point or more current. Also, there is a comment section on this video. You could certainly leave a comment on his show. So just you do what you do. I don't have a problem with you trolling. I just wanted to make sure you knew that there is a better use of your typing.
Guys don't know this, but locally, I have some clout. I'm not a celebrity, but like people know who I am, and they know my family. Like I've been in Netflix. I've been in newspapers. I've been on the news many times. Like I'm kind of a high up in my field, so I get some notoriety. And one thing that happened that really blows my mind is I had my family in NPR. So if you know NPR, they have various different outlets in different cities, and Minnesota has our own version, NPR. And I've been on that platform. It's a radio and newspaper outlet. And that's like it is the biggest platform in Minnesota when it comes to media. And I've been on NPR probably maybe 6 to 8 times. And NPR reached out to me to do a feature on my family and me. And I did it, and it's in the newspaper. I might show a photo of it at some point. So at the early part of my marriage falling apart, NPR reaches out to me to put my family in the newspaper, and it's a whole spread of us in this media outlet, and I can't force her, but I had to like coerce my ex-wife into actually being a part of it. And you can see the tension in the photo. Oh, I can see the tension in the photos because she's not really in them. It's like me and the kids, and then she's kind of in the background and stuff. It is very fascinating. But what kills me about this, and why I'm telling you this, is I had my family in freaking NPR at the beginning of the year and was divorced 6 months later. Like that shit's crazy. But a lot of my identity was around being this family man, black male therapist.
I'd be interested to know,
pretty much
was there any
type of
comment
story. I
on
come
his
from
divorce
absolutely
from
nothing.
NPR
WIC, food stamps, and Section
or
8 to
any
upper
media
middle
outlet?
class living for the most
I
part.
should ask him.
And
Maybe I'll put that
my
in
life was kind of like a
his
Black
comment.
Cosby type of thing. Like my wife, she had a pretty good job until she became a stay-at-home mom for several years. Like we were doing all the things that people would say you should do as far as the American dream. Right. And Black folks specifically would say things to me like, oh man, like you made, like they would always give me a hat tip and like, man, you made it. Like you did it. Like you guys are like the Cosbys. And a lot of people would say like, you guys are relationship goals and stuff like that. Like it was a thing. It was a thing. And when it started to crumble, I was like, man, I'm letting the community down. Like I can't maintain my own marriage. Everything that I built, my whole career, my public image was around being this dad and husband and mental health guy. And then like the thing that I built my whole career on was the thing that decimated. Like it was over. And that was crazy. And as I was going through this, I had to like reframe my mindset because I understood what happens to a lot of men when they get divorced is that they crash out. And I remember telling myself, I don't remember exactly when it was, but I know it was before my wife had asked for the divorce because I kind of felt it coming. And I knew, I was like, okay, if it does happen, I can't lose my mental health. I got to figure it out. And then I just started going into a deep dive. I started reading blogs and some Facebook groups around divorced men. And I just seen a void of men just spiraling, man. People just going through a void. And I was like, okay, this can't be me. So I had to rediscover who I'm going to be once this thing happens. And eventually it ended up happening. And I'll be honest with you, I probably had the first day when my ex-wife left and it was just me in this big old house by myself. And she took the kids because she wanted the kids to stay with her at her new place for the first night. And I remember when I woke up that day and I didn't have anything to do. It was a Sunday. It was a few days after my birthday. And I remember sitting on my couch like, okay, I can sit here and be depressed, drink myself to death, or I can get up, get out in this world and refigure out who I am. And I got my ass up and I got in the car. I didn't even know where I was going to go. I just started driving and I figured it out. I stopped somewhere, grabbed some stuff and just start thinking, okay, what do I want to do? And I said, I need to get some hobbies. And from that moment, I started developing hobbies, started working out again, losing a lot of weight, things of that nature, because I didn't want to lose myself. And I know a lot of men do. And I never wanted to be that dude who got divorced and then just crashed all the way out. So, to me, I think a lot of men get lost in that. And I didn't want to ever get to this point where I didn't show any signs of mental struggles or mental health issues, but I didn't want to get to a point where I was suicidal either. So yeah, that's a little bit about your good boy Universal Jones and the things that I've gone through not even that long ago. It can hit all of us at any given time.
SKC, that's an interesting comment. I actually have a question for you on this particular point, the race stuff. Can you elaborate on that? Do you mean like the black dad stuff? And then the follow-up question, if the answer is yes, yeah, I'll do that. I'm curious about even though it is the race stuff, there's nothing wrong with being an example, I would think. Curious to know your take. And if anybody else wants to come up, they can. I guess I should post it in the other chat too, huh? I mean, to me, I'm not like a big publicity guy. I would be reluctant to do it under any circumstances. But, if you choose to do it, especially him as a business owner, free advertising is free advertising. That I would imagine would be good publicity for his actual business, which he does have. He's got a fairly large practice or significant actual practice. He's an employer, etc. So, I mean, I can see why he would want to do it. What's up, SKC?
Yeah. What were your questions again? I want to make sure that I respond to them.
As far as the you said that wow, this is quite sad, but I can see how that could be the case with the race stuff. You mean the black dad thing?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can see that point, but given the reasons as far as business ownership and advertising and, kind of being an example for young black folks or young folks in general, I mean, I could see the reasons doing it. And, sometimes the race stuff can be useful. Race stuff is not always negative.
I'll just say that it's hard enough being a good father. Attaching race type of things to it and all of that. And then also it's difficult enough to have or to maintain a good family relationship, communication, standards, all of that. I kind of take a little bit of I'm kind of taken aback a bit if anyone tries to make or associate that with a business model, because it's like it especially
Well, it's not a
children.
business model, it's good advertising. Wouldn't you think?
Right.
For a therapist?
Well, it could be, but it's a powder keg, because at the
Really?
end of it, at the end of it, when you're having real conversations with your significant other and with your children, the last thing that you would want in the back of their minds is that no, the only reason that you really want to keep things kosher is due to business.
I see.
Like you would never want that in the back of your wife's mind or your kids' mind.
Well, I mean, from what I gathered, and he's not here to talk about it. Sometimes he's in the chat in the mornings, but he's been fairly busy lately. I mean, do you think small kids, and his kids are fairly young? I think they're still elementary school age. Do you think? I mean, now you and he, it would be interesting to hear his response to that. I would ask, and I think I know what your answer is going to be, but would kids that young, would it be something that's subliminal? Do you think would they be able to actually comprehend it at their age, or do you think this is something, that would stay sublimated until they get old enough and remember it?
I mean, I'm not trying to dig specifically into Universal Jones's life or anything. I was just saying as a general that and take for instance as a business owner myself, I do understand some of the allure to positioning yourself as to clients and different things as a family person and all of that stuff and blah blah blah. But at the same time, and I can only speak from my experience.
Right, that's understood.
I
won't get too deep into it because Universal isn't here.
Yeah, going to take for instance, my wife works in medicine, and sometimes when I have clients that work in the medical field and we got to go to a conference or something, or I have to, yes, I'm going to bring my wife, and sometimes she'll kind of work the room and so forth because she's just good at what she does. But presenting any sort of thing with kids or or our marriage and all of that, it's that it's just I wouldn't, just for me, I would never want to have that in the back of my mind of my wife or children at any point in their lives that whatever we were doing was connected to business.
Right. I get your point. I've never owned a business, so I was just curious. It was a very very interesting point.
Yeah, the
might
other
actually
thing
get Universal to, if he cares to, it may not mean that much one way or the other, but that's a very interesting point you make. I would have never thought of it, to be honest.
Yeah, it's and again, I'm not speaking directly about Universal Jones's personal life and all that. I'm just talking about the concepts of we were the quote unquote relationship goals to other Black people, and when he said I felt like I let the community down and things, I'm like, whoa, what? And this is why I have one of those issues with the idea of belonging to da community and all of that type of stuff, and people using terms like we, our, us, all that. It's like, no. What goes on within these walls and how we interact with each other has nothing to do with some sort of outside community and what we owe that community. And no. That, to me, that's putting way too much pressure on yourself, because if other people need these type of examples to look at, then maybe they're already done for.
Well,
those examples should be so prevalent that it should be part of just normality. I'm pretty sure.
I was kind of you and I would have been aligned on that. Hey, you know what? How we run it, We can maybe talk about it, but you don't need to invade my space to take pictures and all that. However, until you said, they're probably already far gone. Now, I would never presume, to say, hey, if they need it. But I get your point. I'm pretty private like that too. Let them judge by the results, not so much, they don't need to know how the sausage is made.
Yeah.
You used a horrible analogy.
I mean, I would hear things from my grandparents, of course, my parents, but then my aunts and uncles and their families and so forth. And there was, especially when it came to my cousins and some and so forth, there was a bit of pride that came into the last name,
Right.
not the black race. No, this was our last name thing. This was, that's it, and that's what I don't know. To me, and then maybe this is a bit selfish, or maybe I'm being elitist or something like that. I'm like, no, you didn't. That's our thing. So far as my family thing, that doesn't belong to some sort of racial designation.
Now, did you come from a small town or did you grow up in a big city?
I grew up in a large city. I grew up here in Houston.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, so
Hey guys, I can't hear you. Is anyone talking?
Yes.
Maybe it's my audio and shit.
I think it's your audio.
Whatever.
So yeah, I mean,
can folks can folks in the audience hear us? Because I can hear Universal. I'm sorry, I can hear SKC. I can hear you, John.
And I just heard John.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I don't think John is hearing us.
Okay. Yeah. Let me put it in the chat. Somebody put in the chat. Oh wait, he just left.
Yeah, he probably dropped down and probably will come back up. But yeah, I just I don't know, man. That was that family's name was attached to their deeds. And this whole all in together now, make it more better now. We have the same skin pigmentation. Your accomplishments are my accomplishments. No, heck no.
Right. No, I get your point. There is no community. We should probably be, take care of our own houses and then, next step up, local community. I'm with you on that. Plus, I just, I don't need prying eyes because you know how people are in general. Especially, well, I'm not going to go there. I'm just saying it. I'm kind of with you on that.
Yeah, and there would be sometimes I recall when my grandfather or my dad sometimes me and my brother, we may have had some friends over, and they would say, "Hey, we need to have our last name. We need to have our last name moment. We got to have that chat." And they had to go home. They had to go home. It was like, yeah, no, this is a family thing.
I got you.
They understood that, but they had no hard feelings about it. But that's the way it was. This
I think I like your family.
Yeah, this
I kind of like your family.
These different people and everything. It's like, nah. How can you keep internal controls if you are continuously pulling in people that will not even go by the same standards that you do?
Right. I got you. John, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. What's up?
Oh, nothing much. We're looking at Universal's men's mental health show where you pop up at the end.
Oh, yeah. I saw one of these videos. I've been calling him about it because I wanted to compliment him on it. It's kind of like a cartoon. It's like I don't know how to describe it. It's like cartoonish, like, the characters. but the content was good. It was just
Well, this one started with a character.
Oh, is that right? Okay, there it
The more handsome version of him.
is. Just younger, slimmer version.
Exactly. So we'll go ahead and finish up, and then we'll probably skip to the end. When you want to start your show, just let me know, and I'll wrap it up here.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna have time, man. I got a couple of things I gotta do. So, yeah, at your leisure.
Did you? We on Saturday actually, because I think you went live later, which I didn't catch because I was pretty tired. We did catch the Trump Day parade.
Yeah.
It was actually, believe it or not, it was actually a good parade. Not very well attended, apparently, but I mean, I kind of get into, even though I'm not like Mr. Army, I did appreciate, I appreciated the work it took to get some of that old equipment, painted and spruced up and ready for concrete, for asphalt. So those folks put in a lot of work to get that parade, the equipment and stuff, parade worthy.
I saw pictures of, it seemed like today people play a lot of, games with, crowd size. I saw a rapper, somebody trolling him saying it's crowd size. And I don't know. It was a lot of people down there. I don't know if they all made it into the parade. I don't even know how it was set.
Well, there were a lot of people, but it wasn't an overwhelming crowd like the pictures I saw. Even once the fireworks started, I saw a still shot. You could see grass. It wasn't a shoulder to shoulder crowd. And you know what? Trump does enough trolling. Sometimes you get what you get. So both sides do it. And he certainly, he's a one-man troll show.
Yeah, I imagine the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. It probably wasn't as dead as they showed it. Probably wasn't.
Well, no, actually, there's a shot of the grandstand, like an across the street shot. There were metal bleachers or something right next to the actual grandstand. There was daylight, plenty of daylight between these people. So if you want to go there.
I guess I'm wondering what time was that shot taken, because you saw the video.
You know what? I know what time the fireworks started.
Yeah,
on the mall.
Because when I left, when
it was after the fireworks. If I recall, the fireworks happened after the parade. So
right, and so I filmed some of the fireworks there because I was standing right above. I think I was standing on 16th Street, and you could see the fireworks there. Over the White House. I didn't even know they were having fireworks because I wasn't very familiar with the event. Right. And that must have been maybe 7, 8 o'clock. I'm not sure what time it was, but there were a lot of people down there. I don't know how many, if they went to the parade or if they just stood around.
Well, one of the contrasts they were making was compared to the actual No Kings crowds.
Well, the No Kings crowd, I would imagine there wasn't much security as it was. Because I saw people coming out of the White House gates, and it looked to me like, because I said, "Where's the parade?" Like I didn't know where the parade would be because it was over by the time I got there, I think. And it looked to be in a cordoned off area. I think it started maybe like 14th and Constitution or 15th, but it didn't seem to me that anyone could just go over there. I don't know if it was like that the whole day or what.
Well, there were tickets to parts of it. I don't know whether the ticketing was it actually for the grandstands and the bleachers, how that worked, but there was ticketing for it.
Yeah, because I interviewed a black couple, and I asked them, I said, how the hell did you get? Because they were coming out of the White House gates, like right there at 15th and what is it, Pennsylvania, New York, whatever it is right there. They lead right into the White House. And used to be able to drive right in front of the White House. You can't do that anymore. So I saw this black couple. I said, how the hell did y'all get back there? And they said, well, we formed the military, we applied, and I guess they gave them 2 tickets. And then I also met this jiu-jitsu guy. I'm not sure if you saw him. He's like a famous jiu-jitsu guy. He was there as well.
Really?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if how the crowd looked.
two things. Hold on one sec for your comment, SKC. Slick Rick, you were saying Orthodox's panel is picking on Blue Jay again. You know what? I was on Orthodox's show. I don't know if you were there for it, Slick, but I went in on Denizen and I forget who else was up there. Denizen and Mayo Monkey. Okay. You're saying they're picking on Blue Jay again? Why a woman would go to those to that panel is beyond me. And second off, you know what? They basically wound up, Orthodox wound up dropping me from the panel because I was going so hard on Mayo Monkey and Denizen that they fucking started crying. So they give a lot better than they take. So that's my comment about them picking on anybody. They're pussies. All of them. So feel free to quote me on that. And SKC, you've got a question for me and John?
Yeah, it was actually the question I had, I think earlier during your show. Do you guys think that you two and also the Black Manosphere kind of want the same thing?
I basically think my point is that I don't view the Black community as one monolith. So I guess I want all people to thrive, especially legacy Black Americans. However, I don't think there's one solution. I don't think entrepreneurship is a magic bullet. There's several. I don't think having submissive Black women who have respect for all Black men is a magic bullet. In my opinion, I'm willing to actually consider that Black Americans are actual human beings with all the capabilities of any other, average human being. So we may, at a 30,000 foot view, want, the best for the Black community, the quote Black community, but the solutions are different. At a minimum, I think the Manosphere, I think John Galt and others are very believe in magic bullets. I do not. I think the best thing for the Black community is for individuals to do what the hell they want to do and not worry about representing the Black community or caring what others in the Black community do so much. Like P. Diddy, I may have maybe touched on, what's happening to a P. Diddy. I don't think I have touched on, Carmelo Anthony. I have touched on Shiloh Hendricks, but I have not dedicated whole shows to him because I don't really think that Carmelo Anthony is a reflection on the Black community. I don't think Shiloh is a reflection of the white community. I think P. Diddy is an entertainer, and if you're into P. Diddy, I can see why you might care what happens to him. I'm not one of those people. To me, he's just another guy on trial.
Well, I think
what about you, John? Because I'm talking about from like a 30,000 foot vantage point of.
Okay, well, I don't think 30,000 foot. I don't think 30,000 foot views are always the best way to view.
Do I get the answer now, or are you still going to say?
I decided to step in and correct a point SKC made after I was done.
Oh yeah, I don't have much thoughts. I don't even know what the Manosphere is about, to be honest with you. I hear the term. I think I said on Universal, man. Like, I can't believe these kind of topics are going on. The Manosphere shit. I don't even know what the point is. I don't know enough about it.
Well, you know what? Actually, I was glad you made that point.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you this. Yesterday, I spent half the day with my boy Johnny Boy. Yo, and at one point I said to him, I said, man, you fucking homeless, bro. Why are you trying to maintain a woman? You know, you going back and forth with this woman on the phone. We trying to get work done. I'm like, bro, you fucking homeless. Like, focus on that. But he got a woman. You can't tell. If he can get one, he's not going to give her up, right? And focus on higher ideals. And so if he can get a woman, he's fucking homeless. Then I really don't understand how, and she's not a bad looking woman, you saw her. And so I just don't understand how it's still a problem today when I see, you know, this homeless guy with a woman, you know. I don't know, you know.
Yeah, I just wonder because it does seem like in various ways. I'm not talking about the solutions that you guys posit, but it seems as though overall, each of you in your various ways have an affinity for Black people in America, and kind of want to see them
I
thrive
don't
in
know
various
that.
ways.
Well, I want everybody to thrive. I think I did a video earlier that Jamel Bowie, you know, did a short basically saying that one of America's biggest problems is zero-sum thinking. I since I happen to be Black, I do care a tad more about what happens to the Black community because of its history. However, I think that all people should thrive. I don't think one group should thrive more than the other. I don't think one group should thrive less than the other. I know what you're trying to say, and I think at a 30,000-foot view, yes. However, as you go more granular, you will see, you know, kind of daylight.
Yeah, it's obvious there's going to be huge, you know, places where you guys diverge and all of that. But you know, overall, I was just wondering if what you guys thought about that, especially you, John. Of you know,
I'm like all lives matter.
I mean, do you think that you have like more of an affinity for seeing Black people thrive, John?
I wouldn't say that. What I would say though is that what I see them doing and complaining about it, this is my thoughts. I just think they're going about it so wholly, and this is my opinion, in the direction, in a fashion that it's not conducive to success. And the outcome is they protesting and complaining or asking for the government to do things that I think worsens the problem or exacerbates it. And I would just, I just want to get rid of it. I don't want to hear any more complaining. This, that. Like, I think so much low hanging fruit that you see every other group come over here doing it. It's easy to do. And I don't think the government's going to be able to help you do it. So that's my thought.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I was just like I stated, just kind of viewing things and noticing
as an objective.
Well, I try to be, and it just seemed like I found a maybe a single thread. And I know that you guys will break off into a lot of different directions afterwards, but I do think that there's a single thread of, you know.
Well, I'm sure there is. I mean, I talk a lot about Black thought, you know, or Black culture, if you want to call it that. So yeah, I know where you're going with it, and I don't disagree, but I do think the devil is in the details.
Yeah, you know, I have a lot of my friends, man, Stanley, and you know, I see them struggling, or you know, some of them are fairly intelligent, like my buddy Philippe. I think he's very intelligent. But
and I would disagree on that, to be honest.
You know, if you met him in person, there's no way you would come away thinking he's not intelligent. There's no way.
You're right. I agree.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I, you know, when I see somebody very intelligent, I don't give a fuck what color he is. He's Black guy. I tell my head, very, very, very emotionally intelligent.
Well, doing what he does, you're right. I am being a little dismissive. I mean, what he does is not easy.
Right. And, you know, he learned it by and large himself got into the industry. He done very well in it. And what I'm saying is he is very, very, very easy to assimilate. He doesn't have that rough around edges shit that John Galt has, right? And even though I was able to assimilate, but my thing was more.
Is that the John Galt in the tuxedo? That's not assimilating.
Shit,
you look like the black James Bond.
The guy that I went
how
with,
is that not assimilating?
Well, the guy I went with, he probably owned this tuxedo. I very rarely go places that I even needed tuxedos. I had to rent mine, as an example. My buddy Felipe probably owns a tuxedo. And I think that he's been able, and he's a very good example of, he has probably reached the glass ceiling in terms of where he wants to go and where he can go. Mm-hmm. And part of that is because he doesn't have the money to get up into the realm where he would like to go. He can go work amongst those people. He can live amongst them. But if he wants to open a business in San Antonio, wherever the hell he lives, he can't afford to open a business. He can't afford to even buy a house there. But he makes more than enough money to be a ghetto king. But he spent many years of his life spinning his wheels trying to buy property in affluent neighborhoods. Never was able to do it. Never able to do it. And so 10, 15 years later, he's like, man, maybe I'll just buy more houses in the ghetto until I can afford, a property in a real, real nice neighborhood. Well, you're 40-something years old. Your energy is spent. I'm just saying,
you never know. I mean, he's not married. I don't know.
What I'm saying is that the learning curve, when he should have been picking up in his 20s and 30s, right? He didn't pick up the learning curve. He's only had one Section 8 tenant in 10 years. Nick, I've had who knows how many. And so all the things that, if you listen to me talking to them on showing how to pick a Section 8 tenant, Nick, I learned that shit through the fire. And he didn't have to learn through the fire. He could have just reached out to me. But at 45, he's going up the same curve up the same hill that I climbed 15 years ago. And so those are the type of things that, just kind of, it irks me, to be quite honest with you.
Well, I don't know what to say to that. I mean, I think two things I have to say, actually. I found, and maybe it's just me, because I tend to kind of be, believe this or not, somewhat of a free spirit. And I'm very, I'm almost a natural, what's the term? Well, the simple word would be monastic. An aesthete, is that the word? I like keeping my life simple. Walden Pond has, always been one of those, kind of influenced me. You don't need fancy stuff.
Hey, Stanley, can I respond to CKJ3 there? And whenever you get done,
I didn't see. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Well, CKJ3, there's a stream up on the channel here where I'm talking to my buddy Felipe, and I'm walking him through and asking him questions about his prospective Section 8 tenants, the pitfalls, the questions that he never would have thought to answer, to ask the lady or to ask the, Section 8 people. And so he's asking me, we're walking through it online. You can listen to it. So he did ask me for my advice, but it's 10, 15 years later after he's stumbled through, bro. He's had 2 properties sitting empty for almost a year. I've never had that happen in my life. He could have avoided it. It's just like when a plane takes off. Every seat that wasn't sold, you can't fill it up midair. And if you leave your property vacant for a year, you'll never get that money back. And so now after the fact, he's coming here. The people that worked on his house, who do you think he got those people, the names from? He got those people from me. But then he got a stop work order because he didn't know how to deal with his neighbors. He doesn't know how to deal with black people the way I do. I never had a stop work order. I've never pulled a permit. He got a stop work order. So those are the things I'm saying that, you learn by fire. And if you have someone
Well, I mean, if he's building kind of a quote, and this is in quotes, a ghetto empire, I would think he would take your advice hook, line, and sinker.
well, you don't know what you don't know. And so when he got to this first section lieutenant, and we're going to update it later, I asked him on the stream, you can listen to it. I said, bro, if she's on a walker, she probably going to have problems going up and down the stairs. A couple of days later after the stream, he says she backed out because she had some concern about going up and down the stairs. I told him that. She going to have to go from the basement all the way upstairs to the top floor to wash her clothes. It's not going to happen. And so he wasted another 2.5 months now to try to lease up with someone else. So those are the type of things that if he had talked to me beforehand, but he wanted to go it alone, and I don't intrude, I let him do his thing. He asked me questions, I give him the advice. Like I gave him all the contractors that he used, everyone from the painters to the plumbers, everyone came from
Now,
me.
does he has property in DC?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's crazy.
Well, he used to live here.
Well, no. I'm saying you live in DC. He has property in DC. Right. Not taking advice from you. It sounds like a. Well, I don't want to speak. He's not here. It does not seem wise.
Like I told him, I said, bro, that first tenant, if we listen to the court hearing here, that shit never would have happened to me, bro. Like you rented to a fucking Uber driver. What? In a whole apartment? I never would have done that. I talk about that here all the time. Don't do that shit. He did it. More to the point, he used a property management company to do that shit. I talk all the time about don't do that. Don't use property management companies. He did.
Let me ask you a question. What would you have done if he said, hey, John, can you manage the property? Would you have accepted?
Yeah, I would help him out, yeah. I mean, because he doesn't need, if he's going to go Section 8, you don't need hands-on management like I do. If you're going to rent the apartment, in Section 8, you don't need hands-on management with that either. It's just, Philippe is black. He's called in a couple times. But, you just have to know who not to rent to. Like, I'm on the phone all the time taking phone calls from these people. So, you just intuitively know. He didn't know not to rent to an Uber driver. Just didn't know. He doesn't have that many to know.
It may sound like an odd question, John, but I'm just wondering. Does Philippe have a close-knit family?
Yeah. Okay. As close as they can be. I would say close. Hell, they have family reunions, things like that. Yeah, they're pretty close. But he's like that successful one. He's like the black sheep in terms of being very successful in his family. So he can't go to anyone else and say, hey, man, you got a business or something. Tell me what to do here. He's flying blind. You understand? He's flying blind.
Why is he flying blind?
Well, you know how they talk about first generation college students? Well, he's a first generation college student as an example. And they talk about the pitfalls of being a first generation college student. Well, there's the pitfalls of being first anything.
What are the pitfalls? I'm curious.
Of what?
Of being a first generation.
First generation what? Landlord is an example?
College student.
I'm not sure what I'm sure there's some advantages.
Well, I think it's almost like I think that, for instance, I knew some things to warn my son about. Hey, you do want to do this, you don't want to do that. There's some things that, and my brother as well, there's some advice things. It's not like it's a fatal thing if you're first generation, but having someone going, hey, well, let me give you a good, for instance. I told my son, like, dude, if you're going to live I didn't say dude, but if you're going to live in the dorms, make sure you get a co-ed dorm. Do not do like an all boys dorm, an all girls dorm. Do the co-ed dorm right off the bat. Just things like that. because I lived in an all boys dorm for a time when I was in college, and it was just a zoo. Having girls there, because they did alternated by floors. Having girls there does two things. It civilizes, things to a certain extent. And you know what? You're, having girls, that you meet on a daily basis is good for, just forming relationships, be they romantic or not.
Yeah, and, I lived in segregated by sex housing, and I never would have thought to give that advice, but I can't say it's bad.
Well, no, John, I was, believe this or not, I was pretty shy. First off, I went to an all boys Catholic school. We did have a sister school. I was somewhat shy and kind of reserved. So if I had it to do all over again, I'm not and my son, for instance, he could have gone to my high school, but you know what? I got a great education. However, public schools have gotten to a point now with all these AP courses and stuff. I would probably, if I had it to do all over again and I did it with my son, you want a co-ed environment. Okay. If you can get, all kinds of AP courses, you can get a decent education at a public school, go to the public school, especially if it's like a Fulton County area school. They're pretty good.
What's interesting at the black
versus my old high school, which is still all boys.
At the black schools, and I'm not sure if they still do it now, but they did at least when I was there. And Philippe talks about it as well. How you said to your son, "Hey, go stay in a co-ed." Well, the black schools do not, and I can't say all of them because Howard probably has so little housing that they just throw them anywhere. But the ones that can segregate the housing, like Tuskegee, they should segregate it. Men on one side of the campus, no less, and the women on the other side. Then they later opened up some apartment buildings on campus where you could, I don't even know if you could rent with a female, but the apartment complex was integrated, but I don't know if you can rent a room.
Now, my son is kind of shy as I was. Though he can be, he's a little bit more outgoing, but I would like to say it's because of decisions I made, like the public school versus a Catholic all boys military school. If you can get as good an education at a co-ed school, and you can, don't do it. Even though I got a lot out of my school, I know that, probably would have been better. But anyway, just something like a co-ed dorm is just an example. I had that experience.
That's interesting, Stanley, because I remember my grandfather gave me some advice. He told me to build networks as strong as your degree or as solid as your degree. And and then I remember him kind of tugging me on my shoulder and saying, "Hey, be selectively social." So, I could understand in some respects how, there could be some disadvantages if you don't have good advisors beforehand.
It's just common sense, though. I would say probably.
But you know what, though? Funny enough, if there was anywhere, especially if I had stayed in Savannah, oh yeah, I would have all kinds of networks. I mean, like for instance, there's a dealership or dealerships with plural, OC Welch, for instance. He's had 4 dealerships, all kinds of different kinds of dealerships. Well, shit, I went to school with one, like his middle son or something. I mean, I could call him up now and he would know who I was. So within the Savannah, well, I told you about that job I got at Merck, right, John? Where I literally, like the last interview I had, it was like an all-day affair where, almost like Game of Death, or whatever that Bruce Lee movie is, where you go level to level until you get to the top level. Well, the top level interview, the guy's son happened to have gone to my high school, and we never even talked about the job. We talked about BC football, and I got the job. So that was the one time when, the networking stuff, it was just front and center. And by the way, the interviewer was white. He didn't give a shit. He knew my high school, and he knew what my grades were. So I was good to go. However,
go ahead.
That networking is important.
Now I tell you one, the one thing the one instance where I really saw networking was when I went to grad school, University of Alabama. Yo, there were I guess there were, the people that matriculated, say they were in fraternity or something, they would pass down the test, like test questions from past, years.
File cabinet full.
Yeah, that's a hell of a network there. One, if you don't have that network, you got to learn on your own, like me.
I don't know, man. I think there's advantages of going past like beyond like the cheating stuff and all that. I think there's advantages to really knowing stuff inside out than just getting passed along.
Well, but I think in college, bro, like do you really need to know all that stuff inside out to be great at whatever you do once you leave college? Probably not.
Well, I think you may be right, but I also think that knowing it inside and out builds a different level of confidence.
Well, I mean, you can know it inside out, but just may not be a good test taker and may not include all of the answer that the professor was looking for. So you want to make sure, you could prepare by knowing what you're going to face. And he may ask you the question a little different than he asked last semester, but he's not going to be thinking radically different than he was thinking 6 months ago. And so,
well, I have a question that's related to that. What about the opposite? I could think of, not being so popular in your network, like, if your network doesn't think highly of you, I could think that could be an albatross.
Well, then you just like the man with no network, but at least you got a network.
Well, at least with no network, people might be willing to go, hey, we'll give you a chance. If they know you're a dick.
I don't think it works like that, man. Like, I think people are insular. They're going to do their own thing, and people aren't just looking to help somebody. That's been my thought.
Look at Portia. Of course I had to throw a monkey wrench into it. Why wouldn't I?
Well, it sounds like your friend Philippe.
Mm.
It seems like he had his mindset on those, I would say, those higher properties on the monopoly board.
Right.
But it doesn't seem as though he had the network in order to really build them the way that they needed to be built.
Man, I mean, he's had opportunities that I've never had, honestly. He just could not capitalize on it. I tend to think part of it is when you're rubbing shoulders with people with more money than you end up trying to live their lifestyle as opposed to trying to earn their lifestyle.
Mm.
And he's going on some hell of a vacation. I mean, we going on vacation together, but he's going to places that I've never been.
Yeah.
His furniture costs much more than mine. I buy my shit used. He buy his shit brand new from.
Well, see, John,
yeah,
you're kind of like me. You have a monastic vibe.
Man, I'll tell you.
But it's a big difference between going to exotic places or having craft furniture and such. There's a big difference between doing those things and then doing them comfortably.
Say that one more time.
I was like, there's a big difference between going to exotic places and having craft furniture and then going to those places and having them comfortably.
Yeah.
You know, some
Well,
it's like
place
yeah,
you go,
and
you
it
just
sounds
spend
like
money.
your sounds like your guys in the
You
latter.
go to Hawaii, bro. You're gonna spend money just going and just spending time there. You know, you're gonna spend money. It's just the way it is.
But when you say luxury there, SKC, do you mean like a Hemingway-esque safari? You know, where you've got porters.
But you know, you want to hear about Hemingway, and I've told this story before. I used to work with a guy. I worked with a guy, man. I've been on a safari.
Oh,
But
have you really?
Yeah.
Was it a photo safari or an actual shooting for
Yeah, I saw the big. Was it the Big Seven? I got pictures of all this shit. The Big Seven, Big Nine, whatever the fuck it is. Elephants, lions, and all that shit. And I went in. What was it? Tanzania. But to put it in perspective, I worked with a guy, and he sat right next to me. He went on a luxury safari where he flew into the desert, into the safari, had cooks and shit, and stayed in the damn safari with cooks and hunters and shit, you know, people to protect them. Well, I just rolled through the safari. And so that's kind of the levels to this shit, you know. And when you hang around rich people and they say, hey, let's go on safari, you gonna roll with them, but you gonna roll like me.
So he knows what it's like to be called Bwana.
I don't know what's blind.
Yeah, crazy, Stanley.
Man, I was in the neighborhood last night and I thought about you. I was in Delray. You ever heard of Delray?
No.
Delray, Virginia. Very nice. It's like tucked
Oh,
away.
wait. Delray or Delaplane?
Delray. Delray.
I don't think so, no.
It's a little small little area in Alexandria, tucked away. Right across, I don't even know what the fuck it is. I think it's across 495. But tucked away, a little small. It looks like a small, quaint town. And when you go through the neighborhood, man, you see, you know, like you can just tell that it costs a lot of money to live there. A lot of money.
Oh yeah. Well, Alexandria is an expensive area. Have you ever been to Haymarket? There's another little.
Yeah, I heard of it. I don't know.
There are a lot of those little cute, quaint little towns right along 66. Like if you ever get out that far, because Alexandria is a ways from, you know, a place like Haymarket, dude, I tell you what, that is kind of not anywhere near that luxurious, but you know, that was kind of what I was going for. You know, if I had to live in town, and I never have, like we almost bought a place in Front Royal, Virginia. Part of the town, because there's some hoods in Front Royal, but then, you know, that downtown area, you can literally walk in the middle of the night and you probably be okay, at least when I lived there. So that's the one thing I love about Virginia, this part of Georgia, places like Cartersville. These are towns that are just like beautiful. You know, they've got like the ornate sidewalks and the old, you know, early 19th century houses.
Yeah, and you're looking at the houses. Yeah, they were old houses, but very well maintained. Very well. You know, I think it's Tudor style. Some of them, yards very well manicured. And we passed by one. And, you know, a lot of these houses, they're tear downs. You know what I'm saying? Like they're old, and so if someone buys it, they're going to tear it down and build like a little mini mansion. Man, it was like a little shotgun house. I looked it up. It was just sold $750,000. That's a teardown.
Oh, oh my Lord, really?
Yeah, fucking teardown, bro. And you know, that's the kind of area that my buddy Philippe would like to buy in. He'll never buy there, bro.
Really?
Nah, he can't buy that shit. You know, like, bro, you.
Let me ask you a question. What if he married someone who made like near what he makes salary wise?
And so there's the thing. All my life, well, for the bulk of my professional career, I worked 2 jobs, bro. Damn near most of my career, I was always working with 2 different companies. Shit, sometimes I work for one company, be working for another one. They got contracts with each other. I got to quit one. I worked for American Express and another company, and they were like, "Damn, like we see your name in both systems here." And I had to quit American Express over right downtown New York. And but from a software developer, shit, a lot of this shit is remote, right? You know, whereas he's more of a project manager. COVID
right.
allowed him to double up on jobs. But now that COVID is over and people come back into the office, he can't double up. It's not a natural fit for what he does. Whereas I could double up, right? So his income has somewhat come down because he can't work 2 jobs anymore. He still makes a good salary. But the bigger point I'm making is that I would imagine, bro, and I'm gonna tell this by telling the story. I had a good friend of mine. I was dating her, and she brought her girlfriend over. And one day she said to me, "That's my granddad on the front, or my great granddad on the front of the Quaker Oats box." I said, "What? It's your granddad?" You know, whoever the hell he was, great granddad. And so
he was a Quaker?
Quaker Oats, the motherfucker on Quaker Oats.
No, was he a Quaker?
Okay, no, shit, I don't know. I didn't ask him. I said, I was just a fucking relative, right? And so she gets like a $25,000 stipend every month. This is 4 or 5 generations.
Really?
Removed. Yeah, 4 or 5 generations removed, and she's still getting stipends, probably for the rest of her life. There's that level of wealth in this area. That they making $300,000-$400,000, but they granddaddy may have left them $300,000. May have given them the deposit down payment on that. You can't see that. That can't really. It doesn't show up on their tax returns. It doesn't show up on the income statement. But that 2-3 generations where someone is able to help them buy that house that costs $750,000, but that's a hell of a down payment.
Yeah, it's called, or it may have just been left to them. You know, that you read about that every now and again, where somebody's grandmother will leave them a house and basically, hey, I can't afford to maintain it. You know, how do I either A, figure out how to maintain it, or B, sell it? That happens quite a bit.
Yeah, and you see that quite a bit here, man. And I used to always try to figure it out. Like, how the fuck do you afford this? You work next to me. You work at the same, but you live in a house in Tinleytown. It's $1 million. And you sooner or later you figure it out. Like, you know, these people, they may
well, I would tell you how, but you know, it would be, my answer would be controversial, and you know, it's such a chill vibe.
I'm interested in know, but it was at least one way that, you know, their families have money and they give them the money, and, you know, to help them. So that mortgage doesn't be like the strain on their back. Okay?
Right.
If he were to get over there in the area like that, yo, he got to keep humping, you know, keep working.
Let me, Roller Skater had a question for you here, and then I'm going to finish up because this last, how many minutes? 20? 15, yeah, about 20 minutes. This is your appearance on Universal's show here. Lionel Suggs, I've seen him on another, and I see Imperious. I caught the last part of the show when you appeared, and you know, Imperious, man, you know, just
was he kind of normal that day, right?
I'm sorry.
He was kind of normal that day, if I'm not mistaken.
Was he? I towards the end, there's one answer. I don't even remember what the question was, but there was one answer. You know, I definitely raised an eyebrow.
Yeah, he wasn't screaming like he normally.
You are the brand.
You what?
He wasn't screaming like he normally does.
Oh no.
Those who are in me and I in them will produce good fruit. For without me, you can do nothing. And what that means is, without Christ or God in your life, as the pinpoint, as the pillar stone, as the goal, you will always feel empty. There will be something you will always strive for, no matter how many kids you have, family you have, people in your life, things you achieve, money you attain. Okay? Because in the end, we are not mortal beings. We are spiritual beings. And until we understand that and accept the universe for what it is, and we accept ourselves for what we are, and we accept our true purpose, we will always feel empty. We will be misguided. We will feel lost. And that is what human beings are experiencing right now. All those people rioting, all the people that are on medication, all the killing, the murder, these are lost people. People are lost. If you have a purpose and you understand the fundamental reality and the fundamental purpose of existence, this uncertainty, this anger, this fear that people have, fear, that's what people are. They're fearful. Okay? And when you're not afraid, those are the people that can live the happiest life. You must leave your fear. Fear is like a sack of bricks. Just set it down. Okay? That's number one. Number two, you've got to focus on what you can do with your hands, with your mind. Men work with things, not people. Okay? There's another verse. I mean, it's a metaphor, but after all, Lord, you are still our Father. You are the potter. We are the clay. We are the work of your hands. Okay, men need to build something.
Good
we need
Lord.
to do something. We need to mold and cultivate something greater than ourselves. Okay, those are the two things that we need to fundamentally focus on.
Amazing. Thank you. He's in the back. That's why I almost called you Spicoli. Thank you, Imperious. John Galt, aka that nigga John Galt. Welcome to the panel, John. How are you?
It's a good panel at Universal. Man, I'm just amazed, man. And maybe it's just me, but it seems like men talk too much about women. I don't know. This shit never comes up in my life.
Exactly. Women are an afterthought. They are women are like a hamburger. If I want one, I'll go obtain one. I'll go get one.
Yeah, it just seems to be a little bit too complicated. People are making things too complicated. It's so and I don't think women sit around and talk about men like this. Are there women panels talking about men like this?
Not
oh,
this
yeah,
man.
Absolutely it is.
Absolutely.
It is. I've been there.
And how do they talk about it on those panels? How do they talk
But
about it?
men, but the difference is women categorize men into two things. One of two things. Either of you, even if they marry you, if you're the father, one thing, you're either a bitch or a dick. There is no, you are either they're going to make fun of you with their friends or they're going to complain because you're doing this to them. That is it. So I always side with being the dick. I'm never going to be a bitch. and that so because I don't care, if
Hey,
you've
John.
heard, like I said, I have been in the room.
Yeah.
Well, John, I have a question about this interesting answer. You said men overcomplicate things. Do you agree that sometimes there's some men who oversimplify things? This is like ridiculous.
I mean, if his, what he's saying is that, he's choosing to be a dick. Right?
Well, no. I know what he's saying. I'm saying you're either a dick or a bitch. I think that's almost like reductionist. That's basically saying women are simple.
Portia says she can't see.
That's essentially what he's saying.
Portia said she can't see who's on
the Wait, hold on one sec. Let's see here.
I'm just too small.
Oh, okay. Let me do this. That might help.
I think.
Wait, I've already done that. Let me enlarge it. I just think whatever he's doing, whatever he's trying to say, he is oversimplifying it. I think
she said she can't see us on the panel as opposed to like who's up here.
Oh, that's because I have us. We're down in the right hand corner.
Yeah, I think she said always in perspective may be better to have us.
Well, I think we're famous enough that people just know us by our voices.
Yeah,
no, she likes this format. I don't know. I tend to there's certain people that just kind of trigger me, even if it's slightly. And I think people, maybe I overcomplicate things. I think Imperious oversimplifies things. He can be very reductionist when it comes to women.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be yourself, and I guess being yourself.
So you guess he's being himself?
No, what he's saying is he chooses to be a dick. because he says women are only going to see you as a dick or a bitch. So I just choose to be a dick. Like
I think his opinion and his worldview or view of women in particular is reductionist. I think there are other options besides the two he presents.
Well, but I guess my bigger choice is right or wrong. I'm not even getting into that.
I don't think he's wrong. I think he's incomplete.
I think you need to be yourself, right?
Right.
And not try to be someone else based upon how you think women are going to box you, put you in a box. Just be yourself. If you're going in a box either way, then you might as well go in being yourself. He's trying to be a dick to be in the dick box. So you listen to him again where he says, I choose to be a dick with women.
No, I got it. I just happen not to. I just happen to think it's almost Neolithic, the way he wants to view women.
It's kind of like what a young man would say, like a 20-year-old. Like he just wants to not.
He's not a 20-year-old. He's like almost 40.
And that's what I'm saying. So he's something like what a young boy would say. I'm gonna not let her know I like her, or something like that. Childhood type games.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? Where it says no mud sharks allowed, that mud shark thing came up in an earlier video on this show. But I won't even get into it. It's like what they call white women who like black men. They call them mud sharks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor Imperious. And I like him personally.
If you've been in sorority houses, if you've lived in them, if you've been around a lot of even older women when they talk and they're in their groups and you listen and stuff like that. I remember my mom with her friends when I was a little kid running around the house and stuff. Women are always going to talk bad about men. You are either going to be a dick because you didn't do anything, didn't do exactly what they wanted you to do, or you're going to be a bitch because they think they control you.
Interesting. Let me ask John the question. John, I don't know if you heard the question that I asked to round out the show. I'm going to be closing out here in about 15 minutes. What do you think men need moving forward as far as to maintain their mental health or just be, stable or sustainable? What do you think men need moving forward?
I didn't know men had a problem with mental health, I guess.
Well, newsflash. Niggas are struggling, John. Niggas are struggling.
Oh, man. I guess if you're struggling, man, you got to figure out why you're struggling. It's probably internal. So you got to start there. But trying to solve women's shit while you got your own problems, I don't see how that's going to work out.
Understood. Final words, final thoughts from anybody? It is Men's Mental Health Month. Earlier today we talked about when people do talk about men's mental health, it's usually women are brought into it, especially when we talk about black men. Black women are always brought into it. Or they'll have some very effeminate men talking about men's mental health, but you don't really see a wider perspective of how, we deal with our issues or we work through things, we move through life, etc. Any final thoughts from you, gentlemen? We'll start with you, Urban. We'll go to Lionel and Pierce, and then we'll end with John.
Once again, salute to everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all inviting me up. Yes, it is Men's Mental Health Month. On my channel, I do take the month out to acknowledge men's mental health and give the problems behind mental health and also give solutions behind it as well too. There are many men out there right now that literally are struggling with mental health. They're struggling with acceptance and social norms of society. They're struggling with different other things as well too. So it's important for us to acknowledge that mental health does exist and allow them to have that space to where they could just express themselves and they can want to move forward as men. So that's all I got.
Perfect. Appreciate you. You want to shout out your channel, by the way?
Yes, on Urban Lounge Podcast. Come check me out.
And if you're doing a show Sunday, like I said, I'm going to try to swing by. It's Father's Day. I don't know if you're doing a show or not, but if so, I'll definitely try to swing by and hop up for sure. So, perfect. Lionel, final thoughts from you, sir.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good show, man. Outside of a small hiccup, it was definitely a good show. I do want to say that, I've helped this little boy who went through some real hell, and I've listened to what people have told him, which sucks when you have 5 grown men rape a little boy, and then they all say that it's your fault, and then he gets passed around, and then he gets told it's his fault, and then they're basically like, damn, you need to just fix yourself. Like, it's just that simple. Dude has every right to feel alone in the world. No one gives a crap. And when my mom, she put out her
laughing my ass off. I'm sorry the way that was described, dude. I'm not laughing at you, though, but the way you're just throwing that out there, dude, I'm sorry, man.
Oh, it just because I'm so used to it. I'm in the world. I'm just too used to it.
It's like the way you're just able to throw that out there is such a horrible thing. It's such like, oh my God, dude.
But, because that's the thing. That's why I'm open with people. I let people know I've been assaulted at 3. I've been assaulted at 11. I was born from an 11-year-old girl who was assaulted. We've been in that world, and you gotta be open with it. You gotta be able to express it. You gotta be able to tell people, because or else when you bring stuff up, they're gonna be like, oh, you're depressed, or the past is holding you back. They're gonna give you every excuse in the book, basically telling you you're not doing the things to work on yourself, or trying to ignore the reality that it is. And the reality is it's very harsh out there. I mean, a lot of you are blessed to not be part of that, but then there are a lot of boys and men who aren't that blessed, and they are absolutely in part of that. And a lot of these guys are being assaulted, but we like to throw it under the rug. We like to not talk about it. We like to just tell them, get over it. And that's, unfortunately, a cruel reality that we place on these guys. And that's what some of these guys do deal with. And it doesn't hurt to be nice, but a lot of people make it very difficult. So that's all I got to say on that.
Gotcha. Appreciate you, Lionel. Imperious, final words.
Well, we've gone full circle. It's been a little journey here. I enjoyed the adventure. First of all, I'd like to thank, cousin Skeeter, EAE, and for being such a nerd and a perv. EAE reminds me. You know what I always think of EAE as? You ever seen God, what was that movie with Burt Reynolds, or not Burt Reynolds, Bruce Willis, Sam Jackson, Uma Thurman? What was that again? God, I can't remember my movies tonight. They had that dance or whatever in it. Well, Ving Rhames was getting pounded out by a white dude in the back of a shotgun. Yeah, there you go. And that I believe is EAE. He's in recovery. As I said, the guy's been pounded out so many times that shit, dude. I mean, we got to feel bad for him that the guy is going through so much. But like John said, I got to agree with him a little bit. A bunch of these people are a bunch of pussies. If I would have cried as much as this, my daddy would have told me I was a little bitch, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, but what it is, we need to let people fail. I failed more times than I've succeeded in life. And, when you fail and you're allowed to fail, you learn from your failures and you become stronger and you become better. Diamonds are forged under pressure. And, men used to be able to understand pressure. Could you imagine men nowadays storming the beaches of Normandy, or no? I don't think they could do it.
It'd be a weird storm. I'll tell you that right.
Well, my whole thing is, could you imagine
80-20 rule.
What about
one quick point about this very bad point that Imperius is making. Number one, there is such a thing as a Fallujah. Believe me, that is why there is technology, so there are no more Omaha beaches. I think that the Army or what have you are extremely capable. We basically have gone beyond the paragliders or whatever they were called. I actually had a World War II veteran in my high school who was head of my high school ROTC program, who was in that glider corps. They basically had gliders that came in on D-Day. Bottom line is you can tell somebody who's not been in the military, we are very capable of doing an Omaha beach. There is Fallujah and other cases where people had to grit it out under very difficult conditions. And that's why there's technology. That's why we have cruise missiles. We don't need to do an Omaha beach. Sometimes civilians of that quality who want to make these grand pronouncements come off sounding really ridiculous.
About staying in the line formation, just shooting straight at each other, like the Napoleonic Wars. We would just stand in straight lines and just see each other dying and see the bullets coming right at you and hitting you in the face. I don't. You know what I mean? That's Jesus.
Yeah.
What kind of courage? What kind of men? Like Jesus.
Yeah.
And like I said, like that's because they had a higher calling, a dedication to something greater than this material world. So atheist pigs like EAE wouldn't understand that. his world is a wet hole, a mixed race wet hole.
Well,
But
he's trying. He's trying.
But yeah, he's trying. But I mean, what's sad is I mean, the thing is I as a men's mental.
This attempt, and I will say very weak attempt at jocularity, just isn't. It's not going to age well.
Health, and since Lo said she's a non-sexual, I'm going to just give her.
You just couldn't end it without bringing her up. Man. Go ahead.
No,
man.
I'm just before I'm just leaving here, but I could give her the autism, hotline, and we could start her on her mental health journey toward, actually becoming a human being and not some kind of sex bot. But we'll get to that one day. Gentlemen, men's, go buy your father something. I bought him a Breitling, so I think you guys should do something for your fathers. This, maybe let him punch you all in the face, because of all the bullshit we gave him as kids. I always think that's a good present. Have a good evening, gentlemen. And once again, EA's a sick, perverted pig who likes to, bang animals. But have a good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, peace out, Imperious, man. Thanks for coming by. John, final thoughts, sir.
Oh man, I heard the guy Lionel. He said something about him being abused. I'm like, man, I don't know. If, as a man, maybe you just have to swallow that shit and just, what I'm saying, just, just repress it. I don't know if you could take that to a woman and not have her look at you a certain way or use it against you some days in the future. So you just gotta be tough, I think, man, and just you got to roll with some shit, and that's probably something very unfortunate. Just gotta roll with.
Absolutely. You want to shout out your channel, John?
Oh, the Urban Landlord on YouTube.
Yeah, not put the link. The link was in the chat as well. Appreciate you, John. All right, I'm gonna drop you guys down. I have Spicoli in the back. Thanks for coming by, Urban, man. Appreciate you, Lionel. Appreciate you.
Like always, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, looking forward to connecting with you a lot more.
Have a good one, man.
Yep. Peace out. All right, I have to bring up Spicoli individually because certain people trigger him. We'll see if he has any final thoughts. Final thoughts, Spicoli. Spicoli?
If I recall, he doesn't.
There, sir?
He fell asleep or something.
All right. He spurged out, which is probably a good thing because I don't know what was coming. No, all puns intended on that.
Yo, he be
for sure.
tripping.
Salute to everybody that swung by today. We had 21. Ended up.
You know what? When I caught the show live, it was towards the end after you came on. I might have watched it specifically because you were there. I didn't watch the whole show. I do. I think Universal's really good at this. I don't always agree with his conservative viewpoints. Damn, Portia. Wow, you look great. Oh my Lord.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Oh,
Stan.
I don't care. Hey, it was a pleasure seeing you. Man, she looks good. What on earth have you been doing? Anyway, sorry for the gratuitous fawning.
Is it
Oh no.
No, you know,
Look, I'm not doxing her.
not doxing
But
her.
I still say, well, I'm like, wow.
Letting everyone know how she looks.
You know what? I don't. Anyway, I definitely don't agree with a lot of his manosphere-ish type points. But you know, he is good what he does, and he is a professional. Oh, I'm not that excited. But anyway, that's the only thing I have to say. And I did have one more video, but I'm not going to get to it. I mean, I'm right at almost 6 hours here. I want to make the point. If I come on in the morning at all, it's only going to be for a short time because I'm going to be on the road most of tomorrow. I may do a show overnight into Thursday. I may not. It just depends. But I will possibly do a show Friday. So the next 3 days are kind of in doubt. Maybe not. I'm pretty sure I'll do at least a couple hours in the morning. Not sure about the next 2 days, but you know, if I don't, I'm sure there will be news by the time Friday rolls around. So, you know, stay tuned for that. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel and like, share, subscribe. Definitely share it. And same thing with the Stanley Cross channel. I've had a number, you know, for my modest numbers, a number of people actually join in the past week. So I want to shout out all of them and tell them how much I appreciate it. The weekend will be here, so you know, feel free to support your host. Therefore, the show. Also, make sure that you support Portia J. She is the mastermind behind Stanley versus the World, and instead of punishing her, we should spare the rod and spoil. I was going to say spoil the child, but that would be appropriate. We should spare the punishment for for her inflicting me upon you, and reward her. You know, the joke is you give her $1,000. You know, you'll get rid of me for a little while at least. So give her $1,000. We'll see what happens, and then we go from there. John, any last words? Or you said you're
going live a little bit later here.
Oh, okay. Well, everybody stay tuned. Keep your phones with you. Have your alert. Yeah. You know what, Portia, we understand. And you'll be back at some point to take responsibility for my misbehavior while you've been away. So that is going to be a wrap. I do have a show. A video. If I do a show tomorrow, it'll be the first thing. It's called Living Off Grid in Jamaica. And I've been kind of itching to see how you live off grid in Jamaica. So stay tuned for that. Thank you, everybody. Cool Kamasi. Before I go, I want to talk about your point because it was an odd point and I agree with it. This is a generational thing. Millennials have no identity, which Gen X didn't give, especially this guy. Well, the problem, and I don't disagree with your point, by the way, but I think I fault Gen X for some of the shortcomings, not necessarily the millennials, because the millennials are kind of, I think there were some boomers who had millennials. Definitely for the Gen Z folks, I'm 60, so I'm right at the tippy top Gen X. I think Gen X fell down on the job, to be honest. And I've never actually done research or data, anything to back up my, at this point, my feelings on the topic. But who else was raising Gen Z? It mostly wasn't boomers. So we bear some responsibility for those who sound like bad Gen Xers. So I don't know. John just left, Portia, but I guess I don't know the answer to that question. Anyway, I am rambling as I'm wont to do, and I need to get out of here. So everybody have a good day. Hopefully I'll see you in the morning. Y'all take it easy.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk.